Whole Story Quest Audiobooks presents Redemption by Will Jordan, narrated by Sam Devereaux. Prologue. Iraq, 13th of May 2007. This is how it ends. Lying there with one hand loosely pressed against the bullet wound in his stomach, he was alone. His strength was exhausted, his reserves gone, his blood staining the dusty ground. A trail of it led a short distance away, mute testimony to the desperate, feeble crawl he had managed before his vision swam and he collapsed. He could go no further. There was nothing left to do but lie here and wait for the end. A faint breeze sighed past him, stirring the warm evening air and depositing tiny particles of wind-blown sand across his arms and chest. How long would it take to cover his body when he died? Would he ever be found? Staring at the vast azure sky stretching out into infinity above him, he found his eyes drawn to the contrail of some high-flying aircraft, straight as an arrow. Around him, the sun's last light reflected off the desert dunes, setting them ablaze with color. It was a good place to die. Men like him were destined never to see old age, or to die peacefully in their sleep, surrounded by family. They had chosen a different life, and there would be no reward for them. You know your problem, Ryan? You're a good man. Had she been right? Could he look back on his life honestly and say he'd been a good man? He had made mistakes, done things he wished he could undo, and yet his final act had been one of trust and compassion. That was the reason he was lying here, bleeding to death. That was his final reward. A low, rhythmic thumping was drowning out the sigh of the wind, the pounding of his heartbeat in his ears, slowly fading as his lifeblood flowed out between his fingers. He might have slowed the bleeding, but he couldn't stop it. Nothing could. He was dying. You know your problem, Ryan? You're a good man. However he had lived, he knew in that moment that he would die as a good man. And that had to count for something. A faint smile touched his face as the thudding grew louder. He closed his eyes, surrendering to the growing darkness that filled the world around him. Part 1. Liberation. Confront them with annihilation, and they will then survive. Plunge them into a deadly situation, and they will then live. When people fall into danger, they are then able to strive for victory. Sun Tzu's The Art of War. Chapter 1. 7 days earlier, Mosul, Iraq. Come on, get out of the way! Nasser Alawi growled, honking his horn in frustration. His efforts did nothing to hurry along the rusty, dilapidated white saloon in front of him, its rattling exhaust spewing grey exhaust fumes as the driver revved the engine. Like Alawi, he was trying in vain to fight through the narrow streets and thronging crowds. They were approaching one of the many open-air markets that dotted the city, and traffic was always heavy there. Ancient stone buildings festooned with satellite dishes and drying laundry leaned precariously inward, as if they might collapse at any moment. Alawi leaned back in his seat and ran his forearm across his brow. He was hot and uncomfortable, his open shirt already damp with sweat. The van's air conditioner hadn't worked in years, and rolling down the windows meant allowing in the relentless wind-blown sand, the fumes of other cars struggling to run on cheap gasoline, the reek of animal shit, and countless other unsavory odors. He was a builder and electrician by trade, a source of great pride for both him and his family most of his adult life, a skilled job, a trade to be proud of. Now there was even greater demand for his services, both in Mosul and many of the surrounding towns. Everything that had been bombed and destroyed in the chaos of the invasion had to be painstakingly rebuilt. A man like him could make a fortune in just a few years, enough to provide for his wife and for his 2 young sons until they became men and followed in his footsteps. Enough to live in comfort, enough to escape the grinding poverty that his peers endured. If only he could get where he needed to be. He honked his horn again, and, at last, a gap began to open up. The beaten-up white saloon started to trundle forwards, exhaust rattling. He stepped on the accelerator as well, eager to keep their momentum going. Relieved to be on the move again, he reached for the packet of cigarettes lying on the passenger seat, tapped one out, and held it to his lips as he fished his lighter out of his pocket. Maybe today wouldn't be so bad after all, he thought, as he clicked the lighter. The sudden flash of light up ahead was so unexpected that he didn't even have time to react to it. The cigarette fell from his mouth as the white car in front disappeared, consumed along with everything else by an expanding wall of orange flame that rushed forward to meet him. Central Intelligence Agency Field Ops Center, Baghdad, Iraq.
This had better be good.
Operations Chief Stephen Kaminsky grumbled as he strode from his office, doing his best to ignore the painful twinge in the small of his back. A compressed disc from a high school football injury. The pain came and went, though in recent years it seemed to be coming more frequently and with greater intensity. All things considered, today was a bad day, and judging by the urgent summons that had just come through to his desk, it wasn't likely to get any better. With computer terminals crammed into virtually every available one of its 5,000 square feet of floor space, the pit, as it was known, was reminiscent of NASA's Mission Control Center. The comparison was an appropriate one, because, in many ways, it served a similar function. The computers in this room allowed their operators to control a fleet of 20 unmanned Predator drones deployed throughout the country. The place was bustling with activity, and judging by the concerned looks and urgent tones, the news was not good.
Somebody talk to me.
He was joined within moments by Pete Faulkner, the floor officer, and the man responsible for the day-to-day running of the 20 control suites in the pit. Faulkner was only in his 40s, but with his overhanging beer gut, perpetually furrowed brow and thinning grey hair, he looked at least 10 years older. He was always tired, always out of breath, always sweating. "We've got a problem," he said, wasting no time on preliminaries. Kaminsky made a face.
"So I heard. What's going on?"
Faulkner gestured over to Terminal 6, where most of the anxious-looking technicians were gathered. The flat-screen monitors that should have been transmitting feeds from the Predator's onboard cameras and instrumentation were blank, as though there was nothing going on. 3 minutes ago, we lost contact with one of our drones over Mosul, he explained as they strode over. Data feeds, telemetry, the works. Kaminsky frowned.
Has it been shot down?
Faulkner shook his head. It was orbiting at 10,000 feet. The only thing that could shoot it down from that altitude is a surface-to-air missile, and we had no threat warnings before we lost contact.
Equipment failure?
It's possible, Faulkner admitted, but unlikely. Unless it was a catastrophic engine failure, we'd have seen some sign before we lost the feeds. Make a hole here, gentlemen. The junior technicians clustered round the terminal, parted like the Red Sea, giving them a clear path to a young man working over one of the few remaining monitors still up and running. Terminal 6 and its associated drone were his responsibility. He knew he had done nothing wrong, but if something happened to the multi-million-dollar aircraft, the blame would fall on his head first.
Anything, Hastings?
Kaminsky asked. Hastings shook his head without looking up from the screen. I can't find anything wrong, sir. Engines, instrumentation, onboard computers. Everything was good right up until we lost contact. It's like it just vanished.
So if it's still in the air, it's flying without direct control.
Kaminsky glanced at Faulkner.
Contact air traffic control. Find out if it's still airborne. Shit. I hope it's not over a populated area, he thought. The drone might have been an unmanned aircraft, but it was still an aircraft with engines and onboard reserves of fuel, not to mention any munitions it might have been carrying. Plenty of things to go boom if it crashed in the middle of a town. If it loses incoming control, it'll revert to its automated flight program, Faulkner assured him. That wasn't much comfort. Maybe it's a problem at our end,
Kaminsky suggested. The other drones are fine. If it was a problem with our uplink, we'd have lost control of everything. Kaminsky opened his mouth to reply, but before he could say anything, the monitors around him suddenly flickered back into life as the data feeds resumed, telemetry readings once again reporting the status of an aircraft hundreds of miles away. Faulkner glanced at the technician. What did you do? Nothing, sir. It just came back all of a sudden. Cursing under his breath, Kaminsky reached into his pocket and put on a pair of reading glasses, leaning closer to the screens to take a look for himself. Now in his early 50s, he needed glasses more than he cared to admit.
Get me a full system diagnostic now,
he ordered, his eyes darting across the various screens. Altitude, heading, airspeed, engine temperature, fuel pressure. All of it looked fine. Such was his concern for the technical status of the aircraft, he almost didn't notice the feed coming in from the downward-looking nose cameras. Designed for battlefield observation and intelligence gathering, the high-resolution digital cameras could zoom in close enough to pick out individual facial features from 10,000 feet. Now, however, they were focused on an urban area of some kind. Characteristic of the ancient cities that dotted Iraq, it was a maze of narrow streets, walled courtyards, and old sandstone buildings. It was a scene of utter chaos. One of the buildings had taken a direct hit, blasting out an entire wall and collapsing part of the roof. Smoke and flames billowed from the ruined structure, rescue crews and firefighters trying to fight their way through the destruction and search for survivors. And everywhere, scattered on the streets around the building, lay the motionless forms of the dead. Sir? Tearing his eyes away, Kaminsky looked at Hastings. The young man was pale, a faint sheen of sweat on his forehead. He looked as if he was about to be sick.
What is it?
Hastings swallowed hard. All 3 Hellfire missiles have been deployed. Shock and disbelief were reflected in the eyes of every person in the room. Nobody uttered a word. With slow, deliberate care, Kaminsky removed his reading glasses and turned to his subordinate.
Pete, better call Langley right now.
Chapter 2. Washington, D.C., 7th of May, 2007. It was a damp, cool Sunday morning in the capital, with a low fog lingering over the muddy waters of the Potomac. Summer days in Maryland were hot and humid, but the mornings often started out chill and misty. A lone jogger shuffled along beneath the dripping leaves, following a muddy track that wound through Anacostia Park. To a casual observer, he would have seemed perfectly unremarkable, mid-30s, medium build, standing an inch or so above 6 foot. His short, dark hair was damp with sweat, his face downturned, his eyes on the ground ahead. Just another anonymous bureaucrat, just another D.C. office worker trying to stave off the beer gut and high blood pressure. The sort of man one might pass in the street and forget within moments. But for those who cared to look beyond the obvious, a different picture emerged. Though tired, he moved with sure, confident strides, maintaining a steady, ground-covering pace that would be familiar to soldiers the world over. And those eyes, which seemed loosely fixed on the muddy ground ahead, would often flick left and right, quickly taking in his surroundings, maintaining constant awareness of his situation. Those who knew what to look for would see he was no office worker. Trying to ignore the burning in his lungs and the ache in his legs, Ryan Drake glanced at his watch, noting the time and comparing it with the familiar landmarks around him. He'd jogged this route so many times that he knew exactly where he should be at any given time, and he wasn't there today. He was falling behind. Shit, he said under his breath, pushing his body to even greater efforts to try to make up for lost time. He didn't care about the fatigue that clawed at him, didn't care about the thumping of his heart or the burning in his muscles. None of that mattered. He plodded on with single-minded determination. He'd read somewhere that running was supposed to release endorphins and other feel-good chemicals in the brain. That had yet to happen for him, though. Maybe his brain wasn't wired that way. In any case, the usual result of his morning forays was that he came home exhausted, sweaty, and often soaked by a sudden rain shower. The damp climate in D.C. almost made his childhood home in England seem tropical by comparison. Leaving the quiet parkland behind, his route took him straight down Maryland Avenue, towards the towering dome of the U.S. Capitol building. Almost all of the roads in D.C. converged on this one structure, like the spokes of a gigantic wheel. As long as you could see it, it was almost impossible to get lost in the city. At 5:30 on a Sunday morning, there wasn't much traffic on the streets. Just delivery trucks out making the rounds and a few poor souls heading to work in some office or government ministry. Most were bleary-eyed and clutching cups of coffee as though their lives depended on it. He sympathized. Skirting the Capitol building, Drake headed west through Henry Park towards the Washington Monument. Lit from below by floodlights, the vast marble obelisk stood stark and white against the dim backdrop of the early morning sky. For a lot of people, this structure was a symbol of America itself, an indomitable monument to democracy and all that other good stuff. For him, it meant he was almost finished his run. Everyone was a winner then. Beyond lay the Lincoln Memorial Building at the end of the reflecting pool, backed right up against the Potomac. That was his finish line. Summoning his flagging reserves of energy, he pushed himself in one final effort down the length of the reflecting pool. Almost doubled over, he ascended the 58 steps to the base of the memorial. 58 steps, each one sending a stab of pain through his tired and aching muscles and drawing deep from his meager reserves of strength. At last he staggered to the top, winded and exhausted, clutching one of the stone columns for support. He felt like shit, plain and simple. His muscles ached, his lungs burned, and his head pounded with a vicious headache. Still no sign of those elusive endorphins either, he thought with a wry smile. But the smile soon faded when he checked his watch. A minute slower than yesterday. 10 years ago, back when he'd been a young soldier in the Special Air Service, he'd done runs like this just to warm up. Now he was killing himself trying to make it through. He closed his eyes for a moment as the blood roared in his ears and a wave of nausea hit him like a brick wall. But this was no injury or fatigue brought about by exercise. It was a hangover. It was a good couple of minutes before the nausea abated, and he felt composed enough to stand up straight. Taking a deep breath, he pushed himself off the pillar and descended the steps once more, heading northwest to the Roosevelt Bridge and crossing over from Maryland into Virginia. Stopping off at a coffee shop along the way, he ordered a bottle of water, a white coffee with no sugar, and a bacon and cheese bagel. Hardly the breakfast of champions, but what the hell? Nobody was here to lecture him. He downed the water in one gulp and was just exiting the shop with his bagel in hand when he felt his cell phone vibrating in his pocket. Frowning, he fished it out and checked the caller ID. Dan Franklin. Work. Shit. Once a friend from his former life in the military, Franklin was now a combination employer, manager, and occasional financial lifeline. As reluctant as Drake was to admit it, Franklin was the reason he had a job and a roof over his head. He was calling from his desk at Langley, which Drake took to be a bad sign. If your boss called at 6 o'clock on a Sunday morning, it was unlikely that it was to invite you over for tea and biscuits, especially if that boss worked for the Central Intelligence Agency. There was shit brewing. He could feel it in his bones. He hit the receive button, already bracing himself for bad news. Dan, he began. Ryan, where are you right now? Franklin asked, wasting no time in greetings. Good morning to you too, Drake replied with unveiled sarcasm. He was starting to wish he'd left the phone at home. I'm serious. We need to talk. Drake frowned. About what exactly? Not over the phone. We need you to come in. Come on, mate, it's a Sunday, Drake reminded him, and it's my first day off in 3 weeks. Jesus, he'd only just finished with the debriefings and reports and testimonies and all the other bullshit from his last operation. If this was to go over some mismatching statement or lost document, he was ready to tell Franklin where to ram it. Excuse me while I break out the violin, Franklin replied without sympathy. Very funny. Drake took a bite of his bagel as he walked, covering his other ear to muffle the sound of the traffic on the main drag nearby. Is it a debriefing issue? I wish.
No, this is something new. It's important. There are some pretty big paychecks overseeing this, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, I bet none of them come my way, Drake thought with a momentary flash of resentment. Considering the kind of work he did, the payments were unsatisfactory to say the least.
This could be a big opportunity, Ryan.
For who? Drake couldn't help asking. Franklin said nothing for a few moments.
Look, I was asked to recommend someone for a job. I told them you were one of our best case officers. Don't be an asshole and prove me wrong.
You're so good to me, Dan.
What are friends for? Franklin asked with a brief flash of humor. Look, come in and hear what we have to say. I want your professional opinion on this one. If you're interested, we'll take it from there. If you think it can't be done, well, we'll cross that bridge if we come to it.
Drake sighed. He hadn't planned anything for today, which in itself was a welcome novelty. For the first time in a long time, he had no work to do, no reports to file, no briefings to attend, or plans to review. He could afford to relax. He had a feeling he could kiss goodbye to that idea.
No promises, he grunted.
Chapter 3 Central Intelligence Agency Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Approaching the conference room where Franklin was lurking, Drake glanced down at the dark grey business suit he'd thrown on, resisting the urge to pat down a crease on the left sleeve. After taking a cab home, he had showered and quickly donned his suit before jumping in his car and battling through the morning traffic to get here. He hadn't even had time to shave. Sunday it might have been, but dress-down days were an urban myth at Langley. Business suits, freshly ironed shirts, ties, and gleaming shoes were the order of the day here. Everyone looked as though they belonged in an office wear catalogue, and somehow it made him feel as though he never quite measured up. He was an outsider here, and always, just beneath the surface, he felt it. A Brit working for the CIA, rare enough, and not altogether welcome by some. He also had no real background in the intelligence game. He was a soldier, not a spook. At least, he had been once. Now he occupied a curious middle ground where those hard-won skills were still put to the test, just by different employers. He hesitated outside the door. Who the hell was going to be in there with Franklin? What were they going to ask of him? What could be so serious that they needed him this early on a Sunday? He was far from at his best today. His mind was still fogged by a combination of fatigue and hangover. Well, too late to back out now. Just get it over with. Steeling himself, he reached for the handle and opened the door. The conference room was designed to accommodate at least 10 people in considerable comfort, with a long wooden-top table running down the center, its surface polished to a mirrored shine. Flat-screen televisions were mounted on the walls at each end, no doubt used for teleconferencing and presentations. The decor was the height of corporate luxury. Pristine carpets, wood-paneled walls, expensive leather-backed chairs, the works. Even the coffee set was made of silver instead of the cheap plastic thermos units Drake was accustomed to. The entire wall opposite consisted of tinted one-way windows that allowed for impressive views over the surrounding woodland and the Potomac River beyond. The sky was lightening now as the sun crept higher, slowly burning through the early morning fog. It was shaping up to be another hot, humid day, but one would never know it in there. The air conditioners kept the room at a steady 18 degrees Celsius no matter what the weather. Despite its size, the room was occupied by only 2 men, both of whom were sitting at the table with several files and folders laid out in front of them. The first, and younger of the two, was Dan Franklin. 38 years old, Franklin had served much of his career in the U.S. Marine Corps. He came from a distinguished military family and bore all the baggage that went with it. A graduate of West Point, top 10% of his class, the whole spit and polish routine. He'd served in an elite special operations group hunting bad guys in Afghanistan and had looked set to have a long and distinguished career until a roadside bomb took out the Humvee he was riding in, leaving him with lumps of the device and the vehicle embedded in his legs and spine. After a difficult rehabilitation, he transitioned into the Military Intelligence Corps for a brief time before the CIA headhunted him. That wasn't the kind of offer you refused, and so for the past 5 years he had been working out of Langley. Desk work might have been more suited to his physical abilities these days, but Franklin was still lean and fit despite the injuries that had ended his military career. His dark blonde hair was always cut short, his suits were always well pressed, and he carried himself with the confidence typical of his military heritage. His grey-blue eyes sparkled with quick intelligence as he nodded in greeting. The second man was older, probably in his mid-50s. His greying hair was receding a little at the sides, and there were lines around his mouth and eyes. He was still in good shape, though, judging by his trim waist and broad shoulders, with no sign of the middle-age spread that such men often struggled against. His face had the ruggedly handsome look of a movie star, and the slender reading glasses he was wearing suited him perfectly. There was something oddly familiar about him, too, but Drake couldn't place it. Still, one look was enough to confirm that he was one of the big paychecks that Franklin had alluded to. His suit looked as if it cost more than Drake's monthly wage, and he had the imposing bearing of a man used to giving orders and having them obeyed. This guy moved in circles that Drake would never be a part of. Both men rose to greet him as he entered, Franklin moving a little slower than his companion, but trying to hide it. Several spinal operations had failed to undo the damage done by that roadside bomb. Sitting in one position for more than 15 minutes resulted in painful muscle spasms, so he was often found pacing the room during long meetings. "Ryan, good of you to join us." He gestured to the man beside him. "I'd like to introduce you to Marcus Kane, Director of Special Activities Division." Drake's heartbeat shifted up a gear in that moment. Now he knew why this guy seemed familiar. Marcus Kane was one of the big players within the CIA's complex power structure. As head of Special Activities Division, he was responsible for sanctioning black operations all across the globe. Basically, just about anything the US government needed done, but could never admit to. Kane smiled as he rounded the table to shake hands. "Sorry to haul you in here at such short notice, Ryan. From what I hear, you were taking some long overdue R&R. His grip was strong, his smile easy and confident. He was like a movie star pressing flesh with eager fans. Franklin gave him a hard look, as if to forestall any objections he might have been mad enough to voice. For some reason, Drake felt foolish about his earlier complaints on the phone. Had Kane been listening in? "It's no trouble, sir," he lied. Kane's amused smile suggested he wasn't fooled for a moment. Still, he said nothing further on the matter. "Well, I appreciate you getting in here so fast." He gestured to a vacant chair. "Please, take a seat. Coffee?" "No, thank you." As Drake sat down, Kane returned to his own seat and poured himself a cup. "Dan here tells me you're very good at what you do," he remarked conversationally, taking a sip of his coffee. "In fact, I'm led to believe you're one of the best case officers on the payroll. Would that be a fair assessment?" Drake was leader of a special investigation team, a small but prolific sub-unit of Special Activities Division, formed to investigate, track down, and, if possible, bring home missing CIA operatives. The CIA employed thousands of operatives. They were never, ever referred to as agents, all across the globe, doing everything from intelligence gathering to espionage, kidnapping, political interventions, assassinations, and undercover work. Inevitably, some of these operatives would go dark and stop reporting in, either because their true identity had been uncovered, they had been killed or injured in the course of their mission, or, on rarer occasions, because they had turned against their former employers. Whatever the reason for their disappearance, it was vital to know what exactly had happened to them, if they had been captured or uncovered. Had they talked? If they were being held hostage, was it possible to recover them? If they had turned rogue, what were the chances of apprehending them before they did any serious damage? Answering those questions was the task of a special investigation team, colloquially known as shepherds. Their job was to piece together whatever clues were available on missing operatives, find them, and, if possible, bring them back into the fold. The CIA could call upon 6 permanent shepherd teams, or rather, 6 permanent case officers, of whom Drake was one. Each was the core around which the rest of the team was built. Again, he felt his heart beat a little faster. Kane was putting him on the spot, seeing how he would react. "I'd say you're better placed to make that assessment than I am, sir." Kane smiled. "Typical Brit, always underplaying things. Well, you should consider yourself lucky that your reputation precedes you." Opening a folder on the conference table in front of him, he leafed through the pages with the mild interest of a man studying a novel he has already read. It took Drake a moment or two to realize it was his own personal dossier. "Let's see. You joined the Parachute Regiment in '97 before moving on to the SAS 2 years later. You did 2 tours in Afghanistan. The second with 14th Special Operations Group as part of Operation Hydra," he noted with a flicker of interest. Drake felt himself tense up. There were only a handful of people in the world who even knew about Operation Hydra, and it seemed Kane was one of them. With director-level security clearance, it was only natural that he would have been briefed on it, but still, his casual revelation caught Drake off guard. Just hearing the names spoken out loud was enough to elicit a chill of recognition. "You received 2 citations for bravery and a promotion to sergeant before you left," Kane went on. "You've been with the agency 4 years now, and you have the highest success rate of any case officer in the past 10 years. I call that a pretty decent record, Ryan." Drake said nothing. There was more to his military record than Kane had mentioned, but the man had tactfully left it unsaid. It seemed he was out to mount a charm offensive instead. "Which is just as well, because we need someone with your talents." Kane set his dossier aside and slid a single photograph across the table to Drake. "Take a look." Turning the photo around, he leaned in closer to study it. Drake's eyes opened wide when he saw the face staring back at him. It was a woman. She was Caucasian, with a pale complexion and blue eyes. Her hair was light blonde, cut short, and styled in a simple side parting that left a strand falling across her face. She wore no makeup. She didn't need it. She was beautiful. Strikingly beautiful, in fact. Her mouth was full and rounded, her cheekbones high, her nose narrow and finely chiseled. Her straight, clean jawline tapered down to a firm, well-defined chin. The shape, symmetry, and arrangement of her features combined in elegant harmony to create a face that was almost captivating in its perfection. Her age was difficult to tell, but there was something about her face that had lost the softer curves of youth and assumed the more definite lines of maturity. But what he noticed most of all were her eyes. Icy blue and vividly intense, they held his gaze and wouldn't let go. Even in a photograph, they seemed to stare right through him. Never in his life had he seen eyes like those. "This is the most recent picture we have," Kane explained. "It was taken about 6 years ago." "Who is she?" Drake asked, still staring at the picture. "Her true identity is highly classified even for someone with your clearance. What I can tell you is that she's a former paramilitary operative, working under the code name Maris. She worked Black Ops from the mid-'80s onwards, then 4 years ago she went rogue and disappeared. In short, she's a relic of the bad old days. But unfortunately, we need her." Drake frowned. That wasn't exactly a detailed biography. "Why?" "Times change," Kane said with a dismissive shrug. "Even relics can have their uses. We need you to find her and bring her in for debriefing. Now, the good news is that we know where she is, but that's also the bad news." With that, he reached into his folder and slid another picture Drake's way. It was an overhead, probably taken from a surveillance satellite. The image quality wasn't great, but it was sufficient to depict some kind of fortified facility surrounded by snow-covered wasteland. The building was a simple, uncompromising square, enclosed by a high perimeter wall, with defensive towers at each corner and a large open space in the center. It looked like a castle or fortress, and a formidable one at that. "Say hello to Catergam Prison." "I've never heard of it," Drake admitted. Kane cocked an eyebrow. "Then you should consider yourself lucky. Most people who end up there don't come back to tell any stories. It was built to house some of Russia's most dangerous criminals. Murderers, crime lords, terrorists, enemies of the state. You name it. There's probably some guy there doing time for it. That stopped him in his tracks. Russia? Kane nodded. Siberia, to be exact. The Sakha Republic. It's at least 100 miles from anything resembling civilization. Drake was starting to get an uneasy feeling. Kane was suggesting they try to stage some kind of jailbreak in a sovereign country with the world's largest stockpile of nuclear weapons. He looked up. You're serious about this, aren't you? Kane's gaze didn't waver for a second. I'm afraid so. Can't we cut a deal with the Russians? By this, he meant bribery. A few $1 million went a long way in Russia these days, and it wasn't as if the CIA was short of cash. Kane shook his head. Not an option. She's too valuable to them. And if we open negotiations, we'll lose our window. Besides, we're working to a tight schedule. Our only viable option in this case is direct intervention. It has to be done quickly, quietly, and most important of all, anonymously. The Russians get one sniff that the agency was behind this and we're all in the shit. It also meant that if the Shepherd team involved was caught or captured, they could expect no outside support. Now Drake was starting to understand why they wanted him on board. He was British, with no immediate connection to the CIA. He was an ideal choice for a job like this. Drake leaned back in his chair, taking several moments to digest everything he'd heard. He felt as if he'd just landed in some cheap spy novel. So, let me get this right, he said at last. You want me to take a team deep into Russian sovereign territory, infiltrate a high-security prison, find and recover a prisoner whose name I don't even know, then somehow escape with her and make it back to US soil without anyone finding out who was behind it? That's about the size of it, Kane confirmed. And time's ticking, Ryan. We have 3 days. If we don't have her back on US soil by then, it's over. 3 days to plan and execute what might well be the most difficult and dangerous operation of his entire career. That's quite an ambitious timetable. To his surprise, Kane laughed. I'm not the Pope, son. You can speak freely here. In fact, that's exactly why we brought you in. I want an honest, no-bullshit assessment from you. Can it be done? Drake said nothing. The problem with honest answers was that once given, they were impossible to retract. He'd been on his share of operations that were slapped together at the last minute, and they rarely left him with pleasant memories. And this was one job where there could be no margin for error. He glanced down at the photograph of the prison again, hesitating a moment before delivering his answer. It's possible. Kane's eyes lit up. So you'll do it? I didn't say that, sir, Drake amended. I said it's possible in theory. But theories have a tendency to fall apart when you're halfway around the world on a covert mission into hostile territory. And if this goes wrong, none of us will make it back alive. Risk is part of the job, Kane reminded him. If you can't handle that, it wouldn't be hard to find someone who can. The change that had come over the older man was startling. Without altering his posture or moving a muscle, his entire bearing had changed. He wasn't the smiling, affable movie star who had welcomed Drake into the room a few minutes earlier. Now he was cold, ruthless, businesslike. He was a king on this particular chessboard, and he had no time for pawns like Drake unless they proved their worth. With all due respect, I think it would, sir, Drake replied, his tone calm and even. If Kane wanted to play hardball with him, then so be it. None of the other Shepherd team leaders will take this job on. They don't have the training or the background for it. You picked me because I helped run snatch and grab operations in Afghanistan. You could go outsource and use a special forces unit, say Delta or Task Force 88. But then you'd have the problem of deniability if they were caught, and operational security if they weren't. Whatever history this Maras has with the agency, I'm guessing you want to keep it in-house, quiet and deniable. So that leaves you with me. You asked for a no-bullshit assessment of the situation, Drake went on. Well,
Mine is that this entire operation is a house of cards just waiting to fall over. And anyone unlucky enough to get caught up in it is either going to get killed or captured, which in this case is just as bad. He sighed and glanced away for a moment. I'm not afraid to put my life at risk. But what I can't and won't do is drag a shepherd team in without good reason. Kane said nothing for the next few seconds, just sat there regarding Drake with a thoughtful expression. Drake, for his own part, tried to meet the older man's inquisitive gaze without flinching, and resisted the growing urge to swallow. Ryan, I asked you to speak plainly, so I'll extend you the same courtesy, he said at last. I told you that I read your dossier long before you walked in here. I know what happened to you out there, the business you got caught up in. I know you got yourself a court-martial and a discharge from the military. Drake could feel his jaw tightening. Always it came back to that. A dishonorable discharge, an embarrassment, a fiasco. It was like a black mark on his life, a penance following him everywhere he went. It would be there on every job application he ever made. The only people willing to take him on had been the CIA, and then only because Franklin had fought his corner with such tenacity that his own career had been put on the line. He would never forget that, just as Franklin would never forget what Drake had once done for him. Kane smiled a little, enjoying his discomfort. What if I was to tell you I could change all that? Once again he felt his heartbeat quicken. How? Kane shrugged, as if it was all a matter of no consequence. We all have favors we can call in, and I have more than most. I can have the judge advocate reopen your case, get your conviction overturned, your record expunged. It'll be a blank slate. You can make a fresh start either with the agency or somewhere else if you want. Drake said nothing. His mind was racing. Could he really do such a thing? Of course he could. Kane moved in circles Drake would never be a part of. He could exert influence at the highest levels, strike deals, bribe, or intimidate just about anyone. His power within the agency, and beyond, was immense. Kane was offering him a chance that would never come again. A chance to clear his name. A chance at redemption. How could he refuse that? I have your word on this? He asked quietly. Kane smiled. It was the smile of a chess player who knows he has won the game, long before his opponent does. You come through for me, I'll come through for you. You have my word on that? Drake said nothing. I wish I could give you more time to think things over, but we have to move fast on this one. This is your chance, Ryan. Maybe your only chance. For your sake, I suggest you take it. Drake looked down at the surface of the polished table, saying nothing. This was his chance. His only chance. The choice was made before common sense had time to reassert itself. I'd need free rein on support and logistics, he said quietly, and absolutely all the intelligence we have on this prison. You'll have it. And my choice of team specialists, he added. Done. Once more Drake glanced down at the photograph of Maris. The piercing blue eyes stared back at him, as if to bore straight into his soul. What would they see there? He didn't care to imagine. I hope you're worth it, he thought. All right, he said, without looking up. I'm in. Chapter 4. Cell number 62, Katagam Prison, Siberia. 41, 42, 43. Breathing hard, beads of sweat dripping from her brow, prisoner 62 forced her aching arms to work, pushing her body up from the freezing concrete floor before slowly lowering it back down again. Over and over she performed the same exercise without rest or respite. 44. 45. She'd had a name once. Maras. A code name given by a man who once cared about her. And before that, another name given by parents who once protected her. Both were gone now.
There were no names in Katagan. Here she was prisoner 62, and that was all. Wispy tendrils of steam rose from her warm skin, the body heat radiating out into the tiny, unheated cell. She kept quiet as she worked, limiting her breathing to short gasps, knowing that any excessive noise might draw the guards to her cell, guards with fists and boots and rifle butts. 46, 47, 48. Always they came in force, too many to fight off alone in that cramped cell where she couldn't move properly. If they were angry or vindictive or just felt like having fun, they would beat her until she was close to blacking out, when she almost begged for the darkness to swallow her forever. In those situations, there was nothing she could do except curl into a ball and wait for it to end. It had been worse when she first arrived here, before they learned the kind of grudging, reluctant respect they had for her now. In those first few months, they had tried to beat her down, tried to subjugate and break her. But she didn't react like the other prisoners. She didn't cower in fear. She didn't meekly submit. She fought back. All too often they had come away with gashes and bruises of their own, and more than one unfortunate guard had to be carried out by his comrades, moaning and bleeding. She could fight like a wild animal if the need was upon her, lashing out with a ferocity that surprised even her jailers, and refusing to stay down until she was physically unable to stand. Eventually, despite the ferocious beatings they exacted in revenge, they had grown tired of nursing their own injuries and suffering the indignity of being hurt by a woman, and they had relented in their assault. It was just as well, because by that point, she was almost at the end of her rope. Those had been some of the darkest days of her life, and she had seen many of those. 49, 50. With one final push, she got her knees under her and rose up from the floor, clenching and unclenching her fists to get some circulation going again. She had wrapped her hands in rags to keep them from freezing, but still the cold seeped through. The cold was everywhere in Katagan. It was her true enemy, not the guards or the other prisoners, but the remorseless, relentless cold. It was why she exercised with such dogged determination each day, why it was the first thing she did when she woke each morning, and the last thing she did before falling asleep at night. The body heat it generated kept the cold at bay, at least for a while. In any case, there wasn't much else to do here. She was kept in solitary confinement 24 hours a day, carefully set aside from the rest of the inmate population. She knew there was an exercise yard in the prison, but she had never seen it since the day of her arrival. She hadn't seen sunlight since then either. There was no window in her cell. How long had that been? 2 years? 3? She didn't know. She had lost count. Better not to know. This cell was her world now. 6 feet long by 8 feet wide and 8 feet high. 384 cubic feet. 1 toilet, 1 sink, 1 worn-out mattress laid on the floor. No window. Bare brick walls. She had counted the number of bricks in each wall. A single dim bulb in the ceiling that dictated her night and day. The only change came when she was let out for 20 minutes each week to use the shower room. Always under armed guard, of course. The possibility of escape was non-existent. She knew because she had spent every day for months brooding on the problem to no avail. She couldn't get out of her cell. The door was locked by a simple deadbolt on the other side, with a hatch set at eye level for observation or passing in food. The guards always came for her in groups of at least 3, forcing her to stand back while they opened the door. The other inmates might have had opportunities, brief moments when they weren't being watched so strictly, but not her. Whenever she wasn't locked in the cell, she had weapons trained on her. It was hopeless. More than once she had pondered the prospect of killing herself. It wouldn't have been hard. She knew how. The simplest and most convenient way to die would be to make a run for it when they took her to the shower, allowing them to gun her down. Of course, there was always the chance that she wouldn't be killed outright, but would instead lie maimed and bleeding. Gunshot wounds could take hours, or even days to claim their victim, and she had little desire to go out like that. There were other options, though. The food, such as it was served on steel trays, cheap, thin and flimsy things battered and dented by years of use. A bit of bending and working would allow her to snap one in half, providing a rough edge she could use to slit her wrists. It would be hours before the guards made their rounds, plenty of time for her to bleed out. Or she could tear up the thin blanket for her bed and knot the strips into a crude rope, winding it around the light fixture overhead to make a noose. Of course, she'd also have to tie her wrists behind her back before throwing herself off the edge of the bed. No matter how strong her resolve, the moment that noose tightened around her neck, she knew she would fight it. And yet, she'd never done any of those things. Something had always stopped her. Perhaps it was sheer stubborn refusal to give in, as if she was somehow making a point by staying alive. Or perhaps the will to survive was too strong in her. She had spent so much of her life fighting to hold on to the life she had. It was too deeply ingrained in her nature to give it up now. So she waited. She waited for what she didn't know. Nobody was coming for her. Nobody would help her. Nobody cared about her. She had accepted all of these facts long ago. She was starting to feel the cold now that she'd stopped moving. Taking a deep breath, prisoner 62 knelt down on the floor to start her next 50. Chapter 5. Drake took a deep pull of his coffee while staring pensively at the photograph of Maris pinned to the whiteboard in front of him. For some reason, he kept finding his gaze drawn to that picture. "She's something, isn't she?" Franklin remarked, spotting the object of his preoccupation. That she was, but there was more to it than mere physical attractiveness. It was what was behind that face which intrigued him most. What secrets lay behind those piercing, icy blue eyes? What had she done to end up in a place like Katagan? "Who is she, Dan?" he asked now that they were alone. "Why is Kane willing to go through all this to get her?" Kane himself had long since left, sensing that his interference would be more of a hindrance than a help at this stage. In any case, his work was done. Drake was on board, and that was all he cared about. Although he made a point of learning as much as possible about a missing operative as part of his job, he rarely concerned himself with them on a personal level. There was always a line he didn't cross, a gulf of professional detachment that separated him from the person he was required either to rescue or to hunt, as the situation dictated. But not this time. Franklin shook his head. "Sorry, buddy. Stuff like that is above your pay grade. And mine," he added with an unhappy look. "All I was told was that she was important, and we were to use any and all resources to bring her in. I chose you." "I'm honored." Drake took another gulp of coffee and rubbed his eyes. His mind still felt sluggish, and the headache from earlier hadn't left him. His friend frowned. "You feeling all right?" "I'm fine." "You don't look fine," the older man persisted. "Late night?" "Early morning." Drake evaded, unwilling to say more. Franklin exhaled slowly. "Listen, I'm sorry for putting you on the spot like that. I didn't know Kane was going to give you such a hard time." Drake flashed a wry smile. "You're a shit liar, Dan. You always were." "And you're a shit cook. What are you going to do?" He grinned. "Look, for what it's worth, I was trying to do you a favor. I thought it might be a chance to put all that shit behind you, make a fresh start." Drake sighed and nodded. Whatever else, Franklin was being honest about that. "Well, I appreciate the thought." He took another drink of coffee and turned his attention back to the vast array of documents spread out across the conference table in front of them. "Right then, let's plan our jailbreak." Kane had made good on his promise to provide them with all the intelligence available on Katagan, literally dumping 2 packing boxes worth of it in their laps. Everything from construction orders to design blueprints, personnel transfers, logistics arrangements and maintenance requests. It was all there. The National Security Agency was even working to tap into the prison's outgoing communications. According to the files they'd been able to sort through, Katagan had been founded as a penal colony under Stalin's regime in the 1930s, mostly using slave labor. Ironically enough, the construction crews who survived the brutal working conditions would go on to become the first batch of prisoners. Drake had to admire the Russian pragmatism, forcing men to literally build their own prisons. In any case, its isolated location in the midst of a frozen wilderness made escape impractical, as well as impossible, and Katagan soon became a warehouse for some of the most dangerous enemies of the Soviet Union. Thousands found their way there over the next 60 years, often without trial or parole. Most ended their days behind those grim walls, never to be seen or heard from again. Its current inmate population was just shy of 300. And in all its 70 years of continuous occupation, there was not a single record of any prisoner successfully escaping from Katagan. Now Drake had 3 days to change that. "This place is a beast," Franklin decided, reviewing the blueprints with a critical eye. "No wonder nobody ever escaped." The strength of Katagan lay in its simplicity. The entire facility was just a big square, built with typical Soviet functionality in mind. The south side housed the guard barracks, mess hall, armory, security center, administrative areas, power generation, and vital utilities. It was also where the one and only gate was located. One way in, one way out. Tunneling would have been an exercise in futility. The ground beneath the prison was permafrost, permanently frozen soil with the consistency of poured concrete. There were no windows, no ventilation ducts, no maintenance corridors or obscure passageways. Each of the cell blocks was secured at both ends by heavy reinforced doors that were impossible to breach with anything less than high explosives. The east and west sides of the square housed the general population, while the north block contained the solitary confinement cells. This was where the most dangerous prisoners were kept, and where Maras was likely to be found. In the center of the facility lay the exercise yard, a wide-open space that contained nothing useful to them. It was big enough to land a chopper in if the pilot was feeling daring, but doing so would leave them covered from elevated positions on all sides. Escape from within was impossible. "It was designed to keep people in, not to keep them out," Drake remarked, deep in thought. "All their security measures are focused inward. There has to be a way we can use that." "Maybe, but you still have the problem of making entry. The only way in or out is through this main gate here," Franklin said, indicating the gate on the blueprints. After passing through a covered archway in the outer wall, one would find themselves in a smaller inner courtyard, presumably where supplies could be unloaded or prisoners disembarked. That courtyard, an archway, could easily be turned into a kill zone by a couple of guards with AK-47s. Plus, you've got these watchtowers at each corner of the building. He indicated the 4 buttress-like fortifications that ring the prison. Each of them has a clear field of fire over the yard and the open ground beyond the prison. Again, simplicity was the key. The exercise yard was just one big open space, and there was nothing beyond the prison walls but hundreds of yards of icy ground, devoid of cover of any kind. Anyone spotted trying to cross that ground would have nothing to do but die. Drake sighed and shook his head. They couldn't fight their way in. They couldn't scale the walls, and they couldn't get out without neutralizing the guard towers. A ground assault was a no-go. "We could try a halo jump," he said at last. Halo stood for high-altitude low opening, referring to the practice of jumping from an aircraft at extremely high altitude, free-falling for the next couple of miles before pulling one's chute with just a few thousand feet to spare. The obvious advantage was that it rendered their approach almost undetectable, since the aircraft would be too high to spot visually, and the assault team would be nothing more than a group of black-clad figures falling silently through the night sky. It wasn't for the faint-hearted, though, and the idea of parachuting straight into a prison filled with armed guards didn't fill him with joy. If one of the team got snagged on some obstruction or landed in the prison yard, it was dying time. Plus, if they overshot their target area, there would be no way to correct it. Franklin was quick to see the problem as well. He might have been an administrator rather than an operative these days, but he still thought like a soldier. That's a pretty tight window to hit if you're free-falling in. It's the only way I can think of to get us inside. The last thing they'd expect would be an assault from the air. Franklin wasn't convinced. Ryan, use your common sense here. A halo jump would mean flying an aircraft directly over the prison. The Russians might be a little suspicious if an unscheduled flight suddenly passes through their airspace. Drake said nothing, instead turning his restless gaze back to the map laid out on the conference table. Katagam Prison lay in the extreme north of the Sakha Republic, surrounded by Arctic tundra, and with the nearest town lying 97 miles due south. It was without doubt one of the remotest places he'd ever encountered. But something else about the location had piqued his interest. It was less than 40 miles from the East Siberian Sea. So we do a high-opening jump instead. HAHO, or high-altitude high opening, was, as its name suggested, the opposite of a halo jump. Instead of free-falling, they would pop their chutes a few seconds after leaving the aircraft. Exiting at 30,000 feet, and with a little luck and skill, the team could cover 40 miles or more before touching down. We come in from the northeast in some kind of long-range transport, maybe an MC-130, and across the East Siberian Sea, he said, indicating the route on the map. Then we start our jump just as the plane approaches the coast. As soon as we're out, the pilot turns away like he's realized he's approaching Russian airspace, and that's us on our way. Franklin stared at the map for several seconds, weighing up the reality of what Drake was suggesting. That's a good 40 miles, he said, dubious. You'll be at the limit of your range. If you've got anything better, I'm all ears. When Franklin said nothing, Drake glanced at the prison blueprints again, imagining the scenario unfolding in his mind's eye. So, assuming we make it that far, we aim to come down on the prison roof. It's flat according to the blueprints, so we shouldn't have any problems landing. We take out any guards or electronic surveillance up there and post a sniper to cover us. The rest of the team then makes entry through one of the tower stairwells, and Bob's your mother's brother. We're in. It sounded simple enough, but then most things did when gathered around a planning table with a cup of coffee. An awful lot of things could go wrong, and yet he could think of no better way to get inside. Franklin looked down at the blueprints again. You'll need someone who speaks Russian. If you want to find Maris quickly, you might have to start questioning her fellow prisoners. Which meant choosing a specialist, Drake knew. Apart from the permanent case officer, most Shepherd teams were drawn from a pool of about 50 specialists who could be brought in when needed, then cut loose again. Most came from military backgrounds trained in everything from assault to explosives, sniping, counter-terrorism, electronic warfare, interrogation, computer hacking, safe-cracking, and any other skill that a covert operation could conceivably require. The exact size and composition of a Shepherd team varied depending on the job, and it was up to the case officer to decide which of these specialists he needed at any given time. Teams could be as large as 10 or as small as 2. It depended on the job and the skills required, and, to some extent, the officer heading it up. However, it did sometimes result in disputes when one specialist was needed by 2 or more case officers at the same time. Drake had seen such debates become quite heated at times, forcing Franklin to step in and mediate between bickering team leaders. Borovsky speaks Russian like a native, Drake suggested. Franklin considered it only for a moment before dismissing the notion. He's also over the hill and 50 pounds overweight. Andrei Borovsky was a Polish-born intelligence analyst who had been working with the Shepherd teams on and off for years. He'd been a field operative himself once upon a time, but at 52 years old, his active career was all but over. He was out of shape and out of the loop. So who then? Franklin was silent for several seconds, weighing up his limited options. We need Dietrich, he decided. Drake shook his head. No way. Come on, he's perfect. He speaks Russian, he's parachute trained, and he works well under pressure. He's also an arsehole," Drake felt moved to point out. Franklin was right about his skills. Jonas Dietrich was an excellent translator and an experienced field operative. He didn't just know the Russian language, he knew the Russian people. He'd spent years studying them and working against them during the Cold War. He knew how they thought, how they acted, and best of all, he knew how facilities like Katagan operated. He had even taken part in similar operations 20 years earlier. On paper, he was the perfect man for the job, but he was also a man who Drake would happily have given his right arm never to work with again. "Can you think of anyone better?" Franklin challenged. Drake frowned, his mind churning over with thoughts of anyone else who might be suitable. He was drawing a blank. Shit. "Fine. Make the call," he said, at last bowing to the inevitable. The older man threw up his hands. "Hell no! This is your operation, buddy. You want him? You call him." If looks could kill, Franklin would have been lying stone dead at that moment. Chapter 6. The phone rang for so long that Drake was beginning to think he'd missed Dietrich altogether. Then, at last, someone picked up, and a familiar voice snapped a less than friendly greeting. "What?" Clearly the man had lost none of his charm. Jonas Dietrich had been in the covert operations game most of his adult life, starting out in the mid-80s working with the BND, the West German intelligence service, mostly in espionage and counterintelligence, catching enemy operatives and interrogating them. During his time, he'd built up an extensive knowledge of the Soviet military and intelligence machine, as well as a formidable understanding of coercive interrogation techniques, better known as torture. After the fall of the Berlin Wall, he moved to the United States and offered his services to the agency. Being fluent in Russian, English, German, and Polish, not to mention highly trained in paramilitary work, he soon found his services in high demand, eventually becoming a Shepherd team leader himself. But such professional success only served to bolster his already inflated ego, and he soon developed a reputation as a loose cannon who acted on his own initiative and often employed excessive force. Opinion was split between those who admired him and those who despised him. But everything changed when he and Drake worked together on a job in Estonia. Drake had been new to the Shepherd teams at the time, just a specialist fresh out of the military. He'd been shocked by Dietrich's cavalier attitude towards mission planning and his complete disregard for any advice or opinions presented to him. The final straw came when Dietrich, acting on his own initiative during a house assault, tripped an alarm and blew the entire operation. In the resulting firefight, 2 of his team were caught in the open and almost killed by enemy fire. Drake, realizing the man was as much a danger to his own people as their adversaries, had threatened to resign unless something was done about him. An internal inquiry soon followed, ending Dietrich's career as a team leader and demoting him to the role of specialist. It was a shitty thing to do, but he'd seen no other option. And yet, here he was, pleading for his services. "Jonas, it's Ryan." Straight away the line went dead. No wonder. Dietrich knew what Drake had done, and there was no love lost between the two men. "How'd it go?" Franklin asked. "Better than I expected," he replied, redialing. Again it rang for a good 10 seconds before Dietrich at last picked up. "Don't hang up. This isn't a social call." Drake cut in before the other man could speak. "We've got a job for you." "I'm not interested." "It's important. We need a Russian translator." "Goodbye, Ryan." "They're offering double the normal rate," Drake cut in. Silence greeted him for several seconds. "Who is?" "Franklin. He's already signed off on it." He gave his friend a meaningful look. Franklin had done no such thing, but he knew that money was about the only carrot he could wave Dietrich's way. Anyway, Kane was writing the checks, and he'd already made it clear that Drake had a blank one at his disposal. "Put him on," Dietrich demanded. Drake pressed the conference call button and replaced the receiver in its cradle. "You're on speaker with him." Franklin leaned in a little closer. "Hello, Jonas. It's good to speak." "I'm on triple," Dietrich interrupted. To his credit, Franklin stayed calm in the face of such an outrageous demand.
Well, we can talk about that when you come in. There won't be any talking about it, Dan. The only talking you need to do is yes.
Franklin glanced up at Drake.
You're cutting a pretty hard deal. These are hard times, Dan. Besides, we both know Ryan wouldn't have called me if he could have found anyone else. So the job you have in mind must either be so difficult that you need my help, or so dangerous that nobody else is willing to take it on. Either way, it looks like you need me. So triple the normal fee or I'm hanging up right now.
Drake saw Franklin swear under his breath.
Fine, triple. But we need you to come in straight away, he added,
as if it was some crushing final remark. Both men could almost imagine Dietrich's amused smirk.
Good talking to you again, Dan. Oh, and Ryan?
Yeah?
Say please.
Drake frowned at the speakerphone in the center of the table.
What? I want you to ask me nicely to come in, Dietrich repeated slowly. Courtesy doesn't cost a thing, and I think you owe me some.
Drake glanced up at Franklin, who merely shook his head.
All right,
he clenched his teeth, having to force the words out.
If it's not too much trouble, could you please come in?
Dietrich chuckled down the phone.
Ha 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 ha! See, that wasn't so hard.
He let that hang in the air for a few moments.
I'm on my way. Looking forward to working with you again, Ryan.
With that, the line went dead.
I don't fucking believe that guy,
Franklin said, turning the phone off. Drake unclenched his fists and took a deep breath to calm himself.
Like I said, it went better than I thought. Well, we got him. At least that's something,
Franklin decided, putting an optimistic spin on things.
While we're making calls, you might as well notify the rest of your team. I assume you've got some names in mind.
Drake nodded, dragging his thoughts away from Dietrich to concentrate on the job in hand. The way he saw it, he needed 3 other specialists for this job. He wanted a general assault and demolitions expert who could handle themselves in a firefight, plus destroy any physical barriers they might encounter, a decent sniper to provide observation and top cover for the team, and an electronics specialist to defeat any security measures on site. The first role was the easiest to fill.
I want Mason on this. If I have to put up with Dietrich, I need someone else I can rely on.
An ex-member of the Combat Applications Group, better known as Delta Force, Cole Mason had opted to leave the military at the age of 35, rather than take a promotion away from the front line. His speciality had been demolitions, and there was still a possibility they would have to put his skills to the test on this job. But mainly Drake wanted him on board as backup. If anything happened to him, he knew Cole could take over and lead the team without difficulty.
And Frost is our electronics specialist, he added. We'll need her to take out their security system.
Katagan struck him as a low-tech sort of place, but even simple video cameras could compromise the team. Someone had to be on hand to eliminate them, and he could think of no one better than Kira Frost. 5 foot 2 inches tall and weighing no more than 100 pounds, Frost wasn't the kind of person one would immediately associate with clandestine operations into maximum security Russian prisons. But appearances could be deceiving. She was ex-US Army, working for their Signals Intelligence Division before transferring to the Defense Intelligence Agency. Technically, she still worked for them as an outside contractor, but more and more, she was transitioning into the Shepherd teams. She was fully combat trained and, as Drake knew from experience, not afraid to get stuck in, despite her diminutive size. He'd once watched her literally throw herself at an armed man twice her size and many times her strength during an operation in Kosovo. He'd almost felt sorry for the guy, seeing the brutal and fiercely aggressive way she wrestled him down. He didn't know what kind of experience she had at high-altitude parachuting, but if necessary, she could tandem jump with another team member. Either way, he wanted her on board. Franklin had been nodding agreement thus far, obviously having anticipated his choices.
Anyone else?
Drake thought about it for a few moments.
Keegan, he decided at last. He's a bit of an old bastard, but he's the best sniper I can think of.
Unlike most of their specialists who came from military backgrounds, John Keegan was a former FBI agent serving in their SWAT teams as a sharpshooter for nearly 10 years, before leaving in search of better things. He'd since drifted into CIA fieldwork, operating mostly on independent ops. One didn't have to read his file to surmise that most of this work involved assassinations, but that seemed to sit just fine with him. As far as he was concerned, it was up to God to sort them out. He was just the delivery boy. At 47 years old, he was pushing it a bit in terms of age, but he was fully certified for airborne operations, and his marksmanship was better than Drake and Franklin combined. And that was it. 4 specialists, plus himself. Not a large force for such a daunting operation, but between them they could draw on quite a range of skills and experience, and if the shit hit the fan, they were capable of causing a great deal of trouble. He just hoped they didn't have to. Franklin nodded. Now they had a rough plan of attack and a list of the men and women needed to carry it out. Things were coming together. All right, let's make some calls. Chapter 7. Prisoner 62 could hear footsteps in the hallway. 3 sets, coming her way. 2 were lighter and closer together. The third was slower, heavy and ponderous. She felt her muscles tense up. It was him. She didn't know his real name, didn't know any of the guards' names for that matter. There were no names in Katagan. Instead, she had come to know them by their physical characteristics. There was bad breath, beer gut, and lazy eye to name but a few. Hardly the elite amongst the Russian penal system, otherwise they wouldn't have been stuck in this shithole at the end of the world. The remoteness of the prison meant they couldn't go home at the end of their shift, couldn't relax and let off steam by drinking and fucking the way most men did. They were forced to live here, enduring the bad food and claustrophobic living conditions just like everyone else. They were as much prisoners of Katagan as the people they guarded, and that situation was reflected in their outlook. Most of the guards were moody and aggressive to varying degrees, some taking out their frustrations on the inmates. It was nothing personal, really. They were just bored and pissed off, and even she understood that on some level. She didn't like it, but she understood. But the man she feared and hated most, she simply referred to as Bastard. He was well named. For him, random acts of violence weren't enough. He took some kind of macabre pleasure in seeing others suffer, and appeared to devote a great deal of time to dreaming up new ways of indulging his passion. Stress positions, starvation, sensory deprivation. He had done all of those things and more, but they were really just variations on other people's ideas. Every so often, Bastard liked to get creative. For example, he had once taken a dozen prisoners out into the snow-covered exercise yard in the middle of winter, forced them to remove their boots and socks, and left a single pair in the center of the open space. For the next hour, he had watched from one of the towers as the desperate men fought each other like animals over that pair of boots. She hadn't seen it herself, since she was never allowed out of her cell, but she had overheard the guards talking about it. They seemed to hate and fear him almost as much as she did. Almost, but not quite. She had become something of a fixation for him. He lusted after her while at the same time hating and despising her. She had seen that look enough times in the eyes of others to recognize it in him. Whereas the other guards had learned a certain respect, her resistance only fired his desire to break her. He had taken her many times when she was cuffed or held down and unable to defend herself, deriving immense pleasure from her impotent rage. She suspected he was part of the reason the beatings had stopped, and her daily rations had improved beyond the starvation level she'd endured before. In his own perverted way, Bastard was trying to look after her, so he could break her, all by himself. She sat up just as the bolt was drawn back, with a harsh rasp, and her cell door thrown open. Standing there were 2 of the regular guards, Lazy Eye and Rash. Now in his 50s, she guessed Lazy Eye had suffered a mild stroke at some point, based on the way his left eyelid drooped and the difficulty he had pronouncing certain words. It hadn't slowed him down much, though. He was still more than happy to employ his fists and boots if he felt like it, letting them do the talking for him. Rash was a comparatively young man in his 30s, and appeared almost timid and docile compared to his peers. He could perhaps have been considered handsome if it wasn't for the eczema that constantly plagued him. The skin around his neck was always red raw where he'd shaved, and the collar of his uniform chafed, while his hands and forearms were often covered in scabs and welts. Behind them both, towering like a statue, stood Bastard. Standing 6'6" and weighing at least 300 pounds, he was a massive, dominating physical presence. His uniform struggled to contain his huge barrel chest, wide, stooped shoulders, thick, bull-like neck, and protruding gut. His facial features were blunt and crude, everything somehow bigger and more pronounced than it needed to be. He must have been at least 45, but years of harsh winters, heavy smoking, and cheap alcohol had aged him prematurely. The flesh of his face sagged. His skin was sallow and marred by wrinkles and small scars. His wide mouth curved back into a sneer as he eyed her up.
Come on,
he said in Russian, beckoning her out of the cell.
Shower.
The one, and perhaps only thing the guards took seriously about their duty in Katagam was enforcing personal hygiene. Disease was always a problem, as were lice and other parasites, and given that the guards were often in close physical proximity to the prisoners, particularly while administering beatings, it was preferable to keep such things in check. Those prisoners who refused to wash were beaten and subjected to 10 minutes of freezing water, courtesy of the nearest fire hose. Keeping a wary eye on Bastard, she lifted her chin a little and rose up from her mattress. Rash and Lazy Eye gave her plenty of room as she emerged from the cell, keeping their weapons to hand in case she tried anything. Out of habit, she glanced at their sidearms, drawing on the vast well of knowledge she possessed on modern weaponry. Makarov PMs, semi-automatic, blowback action pistols, 8-round magazines, firing 9mm full metal jacket projectiles, effective range, up to 50 meters. They weren't elegant weapons, but they were simple, cheap, and durable. Just as well, because she doubted the idiots here could handle anything more complex. Was there a possibility of escape that way? Countless times she had pondered it calmly with clinical detachment as she followed the familiar route to the shower rooms. Even as broken down as she was, she could certainly take out one man with her bare hands, perhaps even use his weapon to kill a second. But the third would shoot her dead before she could draw down on him. They always came for her in threes. Bastard led the way, tracing the familiar route past the other solitary confinement cells. She had never made any effort to communicate with her fellow prisoners, but she was sometimes curious about who else inhabited this shithole with her. Were they good people or bad? Did they deserve to be here? Did anyone? Bastard unlocked the security door at the end of the block. It was a huge thing that probably weighed more than he did, the kind of door normally found on bunkers and pillboxes. Beyond the door, they passed the cell control station for East Block. Another guard was manning the station, and gave her a leering stare as she passed. Passing through a second heavy door, they took a sharp turn right, heading down the main concourse that housed the general population. Sleeping 3 or 4 to a cell, these were the prisoners considered a little less dangerous, or who required less severe punishment than herself. It took about 5 seconds for the first inmate to notice her. Then the shouting and abuse started. It seemed they spent a great deal of time thinking about what they would do to her if they were ever alone together, because she heard a new insult every time. She almost smiled, thinking about what would actually happen if they tried it. Still, at least she encouraged their creativity. Bastard took his time, letting everyone have a good look at her. She kept her eyes forward, showing no reaction to the disgusting epithets that were hurled her way, and carried on walking. Almost there. The shower room was a vast expanse of cracked tiles, mould, rusted pipework, and dripping taps. The entire room could accommodate 50 prisoners at a time, but today she had the place to herself. She was always made to shower alone. She did everything alone.
Strip,
Bastard ordered. His commands were always sharp and simple, because he was never sure how much Russian she understood. None of them did. She hadn't uttered a word since arriving in Katagan. With deliberate care, she pulled off her boots, trousers, and sweat-stained shirt, finally removing the thin T-shirt beneath. her clothes lying in a pile by her feet. She stood unashamedly naked before him. He took his time looking her over. He always did it, just because he could. She didn't flinch or make any effort to cover herself. There was no point, and she didn't want to give him the satisfaction. At long last, he pointed to the row of showers on the left side of the room.
Go. You have 5 minutes.
She masked a look of surprise. He was being unusually lenient. She had expected some kind of prank by now, but so far things had passed without incident. That made her nervous, but she could see nothing obviously out of place. Hesitating a moment, she approached the row he'd indicated, the cold, wet tiles sending chills up her legs. Sometimes the water was lukewarm enough to be considered almost comfortable. Other times it was freezing as if it had come straight from the prisoners' cold water tanks. She'd always suspected the guards could somehow control the temperature of the flow. Bracing herself for a jet of cold water, she selected a tap at random and reached out to switch it on. Bang! Something leapt out from the tap with an audible crack, striking her with such force that she was thrown backward against the tiled wall opposite. She hit hard, slumping to the floor, her ears ringing and with bright blobs of light flashing before her eyes. She couldn't move. Her entire body was paralyzed, muscles locked tight as waves of pain flowed through her. Vaguely, through the fog in her mind, she became aware of laughter. Blinking and struggling to focus, she managed to look over at Bastard and the 2 other guards, snorting and laughing with amusement.
Did you see her go?
She heard Lazy Eye say in Russian.
She came right off the ground.
Bastard was beaming with pride at his accomplishment.
See, I told you it would work.
Now she understood. Somehow he'd wired the metal water tap into the room's electrical system, turning it into a giant cattle prod. As soon as she touched it, the resulting discharge had thrown her clear across the room. Only Rash seemed to show any concern.
I think she's really hurt, he warned. Look at her. What if she dies?
No doubt he was more worried than anything else about the repercussions for himself if a prisoner died on his watch. Even here, questions would be asked. Striding forward, Bastard knelt down beside her and sat there on his haunches for a few moments, grinning, as she tried feebly to move her arm.
Had a little accident, did we?
Her eyes blazed with anger. She wanted to reach out, to tear the bloated, sagging flesh from his face with her bare hands, to gouge his eyes from their sockets, but her body wasn't listening to the commands her brain was sending it.
She is fine,
he decided. Rising up, he drew back his boot and slammed the steel toe cap into her exposed abdomen. Unable to protect herself, she could do nothing but groan as a fresh wave of agony tore through her.
See? Nothing wrong at all.
The blow was repeated a second time, with even greater force. This time she did move, but only to double up and be violently sick across the tiled floor. All of her food for the day, gone in a single moment. Satisfied, Bastard took a step back, watching with a kind of amused curiosity as she groped and flailed for his boot. Was she trying to attack him? To plead for mercy? She lay naked before him, helpless and vulnerable. Only her eyes still burned with defiance and rage. He could feel himself becoming aroused just looking at her. He loved it when he saw that look of helpless rage in her eyes, when her mask of self-control slipped aside, and he saw her for who she really was. He looked at his 2 companions.
Wait outside.
The 2 men glanced at each other, but neither uttered a word of protest. The sound of their footsteps on the tiled floor receded. She heard the rasp as Bastard unzipped his trousers. She was helpless, unable to protect herself, unable to resist as he grabbed her shoulder and rolled her onto her stomach. She could barely feel the chill of the tiles on her naked skin, but she did feel the first gut-wrenching penetration as he thrust inside her. She closed her eyes and tried to separate her mind from what was happening, wanting nothing more than for it to be over. Chapter 8. Of the 4 specialists that Drake had requested, Keegan was the first to arrive. Living in the small town of Brookville, just a few miles north of D.C., he was within easy reach of CIA headquarters. A short, wiry man with a wrinkled, deeply tanned face, disheveled blonde hair, pale blue eyes, and a bushy moustache. He always looked as though he'd just dragged himself out of bed. He was the sort of guy who could make $1,000 suit look bad, so it was just as well he wasn't a follower of fashion. Ignoring the dress code at Langley, today's ensemble consisted of a warm brown leather jacket, a crumpled white shirt, faded Levi jeans, and a pair of scuffed hiking boots. Pretty much the same thing he'd worn the last time Drake had seen him.
"Ryan, how the hell are you, buddy?"
he asked with his distinctive South Carolina drawl, cracking a toothy grin as they shook hands. He might have been built like a rake, but there was a robust strength in his wiry old muscles that belied his size.
"Keeping busy, mate?"
"Well, good. I guess you got a real shitbird lined up, huh?"
Drake couldn't help but smile. Keegan was closer to the truth than he knew.
"You'll find out soon enough."
Mason arrived next, having made the 30-mile drive from his home in Baltimore in under an hour. Unlike Keegan, he was a big man, tall and broad-shouldered, with a lean, angular face, olive-colored skin, and dark eyes that missed nothing. He always kept his hair shaved to the bone, typical of his military background, but Drake suspected he was getting thin on top and just didn't want to admit it. In any case, he had dressed for the occasion, wearing a grey business suit that looked as if it had come straight off the peg.
"Jesus, Ryan, you look like shit today,"
he remarked without preamble.
"Better than looking like shit every day,"
Drake returned with a wry smile. The older man grinned.
"I wouldn't know."
Frost was next. She'd been about 100 miles south in Richmond when the call came in, though she arrived only a few minutes behind Mason. God only knew how many speed limits she'd broken on the way here, but Drake wasn't surprised. Speed limits had never meant much to her. She was carrying her leather biker's jacket over her arm as she approached.
"This had better be good, Ryan,"
she warned, tossing it over the back of the nearest chair. She reached up and brushed a lock of dark hair out of her eye. Frost had a temper like no one he'd ever met, especially in the morning.
"Interrupted your beauty sleep, did we?"
Keegan quipped as he poured himself a coffee. Frost gave him the finger.
"Grab a coffee and a chair," Drake suggested. "We'll get started in a minute."
As it turned out, it was another 10 minutes before Dietrich finally showed up, sauntering into the conference room as if he didn't have a care in the world. He only lived 10 miles away, yet it had taken him longer than any of the others to get here. Drake was taken aback by the change in him. The Dietrich he'd known had been a muscular, intimidating man, with piercing blue eyes and rugged good looks. He'd always worn expensive clothes, top-of-the-range watches, kept himself groomed to the point of vanity. In contrast, the man before him was lean and spare, the veins in his exposed arms standing out hard against his skin. His dark hair was longer and disheveled, graying a little at the sides, and he'd grown a goatee beard. But even that couldn't hide the hollowness in his face. He was wearing a grey polo shirt and jeans, a far cry from the Gucci suits that used to be his apparel of choice. But for all that, his eyes still gleamed with quick intelligence, and he moved with the confident, unhurried walk of a man firmly in control of the situation.
"Nice of you to join us, Jonas,"
Drake remarked with a pointed glance at his watch.
"Good to be here, Ryan."
Taking in Drake's appearance, he frowned.
"You're looking tired these days."
He leaned in closer and added,
"Not as easy as you thought being a team leader, is it?"
Drake met his gaze evenly.
"Well, that's not something you have to worry about now."
Dietrich's smile contained no warmth as he locked eyes with Drake. Then, without saying anything, he helped himself to a chair and tilted it back, making sure he was quite comfortable, before looking expectantly at Drake.
"Well, aren't you going to get us started?"
Chapter 9. Naked and half frozen, she was dragged into her cell and dumped on the floor without a word. Her mind barely registered the flash of pain as her head hit the concrete, but she did feel the cold begin to seep through her skin. Her clothes were tossed in a moment later, landing on the stained mattress. Bastard had seen to it that she was dragged naked through the general population block, still dazed and struggling to regain control of her muscles after the massive electric shock she'd received. The other inmates had loved that one, yelling and banging on the cell bars. They had even hurled a few new insults her way, though she barely heeded them. Still chortling with amusement at the earlier spectacle, Lazy Eye backed out of the cell and slammed the door shut behind him. She was alone. She coughed and spat, leaving a trail of bloody phlegm on the floor. She must have bitten her tongue when they'd shocked her. She could taste copper in her mouth, but the pain didn't register. Pain was something she had become so accustomed to, it was almost the norm for her now. For nearly a full minute she didn't move a muscle, just lay there watching her breath misting in the cool air. She almost didn't want to move. She felt as if she had been beaten from the inside out. It had been some time since Bastard had had her, and he'd done his best to make up for lost time. Twice he had raped her in that cold shower room. Twice she had had to endure the weight of his massive, heaving bulk on top of her, feeling his hot breath in her ear as he grunted and thrust away. She couldn't decide which was worse, the hard, fast and brutal first time, or his slower and more thorough second attempt. She should have felt anger at what had happened. She should have felt revulsion and hatred and disgust and grief and a dozen other emotions that normal women would have felt. No such feelings stirred within her now. The only anger she felt was towards herself and her body, a soft and vulnerable body that could be so easily hurt. Had she been born a man, she could have endured places like Katagam with ease. She could have endured many things in her life. She was tired. Tired of this place. Tired of waiting for the next round of pain and humiliation. Tired of being cold and eating the same shit food every day. She had thought herself strong once, able to endure anything, able to fight her way out of any situation. Years ago she had been a soldier, a warrior, a killer who struck without remorse, without fear, without conscience or regret, and who none could stand against. She had once stood on the brink of greatness, commanding power and respect that most could only dream of. Yes, she had been strong then, and arrogant, and wrong. Now, lying there naked and shivering with her insides aching and burning, she understood just how wrong she had been. Yes, she had been wrong, and she was paying the price for that every single day of her life. Every day in this 6-foot by 8-foot world, she lost a little more of that strength. Every day another piece of her died, until, at last, there wasn't all that much left to call her own. If she was just to lie there, the cold would eventually take her. It was such an easy thought, such an easy escape. She would fall asleep, and that would be it. Maybe it was better that way. Suddenly, unbidden, her mind echoed with a voice that was not her own, speaking words that had once been recited to her long ago, words which had been drilled into the very core of her being, words which had sustained her many times when her hope had faded. I will endure when all others fail. I will stand when all others retreat. Weakness will not be in my heart. Fear will not be in my creed. I will show no mercy. I will never hesitate. I will never surrender. Her eyes snapped open, focused now with a clarity that her torture and rape had all but extinguished. A fire of defiance, of hatred and rage flared up inside her, driving away the weariness and the thoughts of surrender and despair. I won't die here. I won't. They can kill me if they want, but I won't lay down and die for them. I won't give them that pleasure. Get up. Get up now. Slowly, painfully, she managed to get her arms beneath her and pushed herself up from the floor as she had done so many times. The effort left her trembling and gasping for breath. But she was up. Forcing her rigid, frozen muscles to work, she reached out and grasped her clothes in a white-knuckle grip, dragging them across the floor towards her. I will never surrender. Chapter 10. Good morning, everyone, Drake began. I'm sorry we had to call you in at such short notice, but we have an urgent situation and very little time to bring you up to speed. Here's an overview of what we have so far. He had spent the past 2 hours collating their objectives, the fledgling assault plan, the vast array of intelligence documents retrieved by Kane, and his own thoughts and recommendations into what he hoped was a logical and concise briefing dossier. It was still rough, strewn with typos and dangerously vague in places, but it was the best he could do in the time available. Any gaps would have to be filled with verbal questions and answers as they went. For the next 20 minutes, he outlined in broad terms what had happened thus far, what their objectives were, how they were to be carried out, as well as everything he'd been able to learn about Katagam prison. So, to summarize, our goal is to find an operative answering to the name Maras, secure her, and get her back to US soil as quickly as possible. The entire operation has to be carried out with total deniability. Questions? Frost wasn't shy about voicing hers. Is this for real? I mean, launching a covert op against Russia? Parachuting into a maximum security prison? It's very real, Drake confirmed. Next question. Dietrich was next.
Who exactly is this woman?
Drake glanced to his right. Kane, along with Franklin, was sitting in on the briefing. Officially, they were present to review Drake's plan and give it the green light, but he suspected Kane was simply there to keep a handle on what was being discussed. Her identity is classified, Kane answered.
You're asking us to risk our lives for her? I think we deserve to know.
Kane gave him a look that would have made most men squirm in their seats. You're not in a position to make that call. If that's not acceptable, you're free to leave any time, Mr. Dietrich. At this, Dietrich simmered down a little. Even he knew when to back off. Drake cleared his throat, carrying on with the briefing. He was quite happy to watch Kane tear him a new one all day, but they were short of time already. Needless to say, if any of us are caught or captured, the agency will deny all knowledge of our existence. Surprise me, Keegan remarked with dry humour. I'm serious, Drake cut in. Before we go any further, I want everyone to be clear about what it is they're getting into. If anyone wants to back out, this is the time. Nobody will think less of you. He looked at each of them in turn, giving them all a chance to voice their thoughts. Frost looked uneasy but determined. Keegan was smiling as if amused by the whole thing. Mason was his usual composed and implacable self, while Dietrich's face betrayed no emotion at all. None of them said a word. Drake nodded, satisfied. All right, now, let's move on to the plan of assault. In his briefing dossier, he'd outlined 5 major challenges that needed to be overcome if the operation was to succeed. 1. Getting to the target area. 2. Making entry to the prison. 3. Neutralizing the guards and security measures. 4. Finding and extracting Maras. 5. Getting out of the target area. Phase 1. Getting there, he began. Because of the time constraints and the nature of the target, we can't approach by land. Our only option is insertion by air. We have an MC-130 transport standing by, Kane chimed in. Our jumping-off point will be Elmendorf Air Base in Alaska. Drake moved over to the map he had pinned to the wall behind him. The plan is for our transport to fly as close to Russian airspace as possible, right along the coast here. We then exit and parachute towards Katagam prison, he explained, indicating the rough drop zone on the map and the proposed descent route. He then switched his attention to the prison blueprints. Phase 2, making entry. Our aim will be to land on or adjacent to the southwest defensive tower, he said, indicating the tower on the plans. We'll take out any sentries that are on station and neutralize any security measures nearby. Keegan, your call sign for this op is Delta. Your objective will be to set up a sniping position in this tower and cover the remaining 3 towers plus the exercise yard. Keegan raised an eyebrow. Jesus, talk about multitasking, Ryan. Frost grinned. Should have brought more women on the team. The veteran sniper gave her a withering look. You could do the job if you weren't smaller than the rifle. Frost tipped her coffee to him in mock salute, but said nothing. Phase 3 is to neutralize the prison's security and communication systems. Once Keegan is set up, we'll split into 2 teams. Kira and Cole, you're Alpha 1 and 2, respectively. You'll head to the prison's security station in the South Block," Drake said, indicating a room on the 2nd floor of the prison which they believed served as the nerve center for the prison's security cameras. "Kira, your objective will be to secure the station and destroy or disable any electronic security measures on site and take out their communications." The young woman smiled. "Tell me what you want destroyed, and I'll make it happen." This was the part of the job she enjoyed. Computer hacking and data trunk bypasses had their place, but sometimes a good crowbar was just as effective, and easier. "Good. Cole, you're on cover duty." Mason nodded.
No problem.
"Right. Phase 4, finding Maras. As soon as the security system is down, myself and Dietrich will split off as Bravo 1 and 2. We'll make our way along the roof to the northwest tower. That's our closest access point to the solitary confinement cells, where we're reliably informed she's being held." Kane nodded. "She's not the kind of prisoner you'd want in the general population, unless you had a pretty decent infirmary." "How cooperative is she likely to be?" Dietrich asked. Kane folded his hands and leaned forward. "It's hard to say. She was a rogue agent, so she's unlikely to have much love for the agency. There's also no telling what effect prisoners had on her. Whatever the case, you should still consider her extremely dangerous." Dietrich looked dubious. "She's only one woman." Frost gave him a hostile glare, but said nothing. "One woman who could easily kill every person in this room, son," Kane warned him, his expression deadly serious. "Believe me, I've seen what she's capable of. The second you underestimate her, you're as good as dead. Don't turn your back on her for an instant, and don't give her an opportunity to arm herself. Are we clear?" Dietrich regarded the older man in silence for several seconds. "Are we clear?" Kane repeated.
Yes, we're clear,
he said at last. "Good. You're not to make any attempt to communicate with her either," he added. "She might say or do things to make you drop your guard. Don't let yourself get taken in. Don't believe anything she says." The others exchanged curious glances, but said nothing. Drake cleared his throat to resume the briefing. "According to the blueprints, there are 32 cells in this block. Aside from searching them one at a time, our best chance will be to interrogate one of the prisoners and see if they know where she is. That will be your job, Jonas." Dietrich nodded. He had expected as much.
What kind of forces can we expect on site?
Mason asked. Drake leafed through his dossier. According to their old personnel listings, there are a dozen guards, 1 warden, an assistant warden, and about 10 other support staff in various roles, technicians, cooks, and so on. Mason raised an eyebrow.
That's all? For a maximum security prison with nearly 300 inmates?
Cutbacks. Russia isn't exactly rolling in money these days.
There's no need for them,
Dietrich added, indicating the map again.
Katagan is 100 miles from anywhere and well north of the Arctic Circle. Even if a prisoner made it out, they'd have nowhere to go.
The prison itself was a fortress, but the real enemy was the icy wilderness beyond the walls. Without a vehicle, any escapee was as good as dead. The futility of their situation was probably enough to keep most of the inmates in line.
Based on similar facilities in East Germany, I'd expect no more than 2 or 3 guards on duty overnight, Dietrich went on. 1 patrolling the cell blocks, 1 in the security center, and 1 as backup. They'll all be tired and bored. They won't be expecting trouble.
Drake nodded. Which brings me along to Phase 5, extraction. Once we've secured Maras, both teams will rendezvous with Keegan at the southwest tower. We'll rappel down the outer wall and exfil.
How do we get out of the country?
Mason asked. We'll have a Chinook transport chopper on standby, Kane explained. Once you're out of the prison, it'll land nearby and pick you up. It's been modified for long-range operations, so it should have enough range to get you home. Mason leaned back in his chair.
And it's back to Alaska in time for coffee and bagels, huh?
He's hoping anyway, Drake said. The pilot won't be able to stay on station for long, Kane reminded them. So I suggest you don't waste time. Drake raised an eyebrow but said nothing on this. I suggest we use the time we have to cover as many contingencies as possible. I want to hear absolutely everything you think could go wrong, every concern, every worry you have.
We plan this thing down to the last detail because we don't get second chances in this job. We plan as a team, we go in as a team, and we come home as a team," he added, giving Deirdre a significant look. He snatched up his cup of coffee and downed the remaining contents in one gulp. "Let's get to work." Chapter 11. Drake was alone in his cramped office, surrounded by stacks of paperwork, folders, maps, photographs, notebooks, and empty coffee cups. Light from the setting sun slanted in through his window blinds, casting thin strips of shadow on the opposite wall. It was a beautiful day outside, not that he was in a mood to appreciate it. The entire afternoon and evening had been occupied with intense planning sessions, going over every aspect of the operation from beginning to end, trying to anticipate every potential problem and find ways to counter it. What kind of defensive positions were sitting atop the watchtowers? Would there be a guard in each one, or none at all? If the stairwells leading down into the prison were locked, did they have the right tools to break in? Did the stairwell doors open inward or outward? These were all questions that could mean the difference between success and failure, or more likely, life and death, when they were halfway around the world in a Russian prison. Drake had seen more than one operation almost end in disaster because of some minor hitch that nobody had anticipated. Every member of the team had a chance to voice their concerns, and often did so in very vocal terms. But at last they'd hammered out an operational plan that everyone was more or less satisfied with. No mean feat considering how little time they'd had. Now the planning was over, the real work began for Drake. As team leader, that meant reviewing every aspect of the op from beginning to end, processing equipment requests, and making sure everyone in the team was organized and ready to go. His job wasn't unlike a parent watching over their brood of children before school, checking they had their lunches packed and clean clothes on, except instead of asking for crisps and cheese and sandwiches, these kids were pestering him for assault rifles, blowtorches, and hand grenades. He looked up when a knock came at the door. Frost let herself in. "You asked to see me, Ryan?" He nodded and gestured to an empty chair. "I need a favor. Close the door, would you?" The young woman did as he asked, then sat down. "I'm listening." He leaned back in his chair, watching her thoughtfully for a few moments. "What's your opinion of this operation?" "It's a clusterfuck just waiting to happen," she replied without hesitation. Despite himself, he couldn't help but smile. Frost had never been one for sugarcoating things. "Thanks for the insight." She shrugged. "Just calling it as I see it. But I presume you didn't ask me in here for my opinions." Drake nodded and slid the file photo of Maras across the table. "We're risking our lives to recover this woman, and we don't even know her name. We don't know a single thing about her, in fact. That's not acceptable." A slow smile spread across her face. "Want me to do some snooping?" Again, he nodded. "Can you do a facial recognition search?" "No problem." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the edge of the desk. "Yeah, but can you do it quietly? If Kane gets wind of this, good things are not going to happen." In addition to her skills with electronic surveillance, Frost was a pretty decent hacker. Her problem was that she was a little too confident for his liking. He wanted to know more about Maris, but he didn't want Frost to end up in prison for her efforts. "You don't trust him, do you?" she asked. "Kane, I mean." "He's not given us the full story, or any story at all for that matter," he evaded. "That makes me nervous." "You're not the only one." The young woman grinned. "But relax, he won't find out what I'm up to. I'm good at what I do." "And modest, too," he observed. "Modesty's for you Brits, along with warm beer and stiff upper lips," she taunted. "Look, I know a guy in the Office of Information Technology. He's pretty good. We'll make a few inquiries, see what we can come up with, and we'll cover our tracks real well." She smiled sweetly. "Promise." Drake grinned, returning to his computer. "All right, go to work." "I'm on it." She rose from her seat, but seemed to think better of it. "Oh, and Ryan?" "Yeah?" "Try to get some sleep, would you? You look like shit these days." "Sounds like good advice to me," another voice remarked. Drake and Frost both looked up to see Dietrich hanging by the door.
Some people actually knock before coming in, Drake pointed out with an angry look, wondering how much he'd overheard. Dietrich shrugged nonchalantly.
Duly noted.
What do you want?
A word. In private,
he added with a dismissive look at Frost. The young woman crossed her arms and returned his gaze with one of simmering hostility, making no move to leave. All right, Kira, Drake prompted her. I'll pick up with you later. And remember what we talked about? Yeah, I remember, she replied, not taking her eyes off Dietrich. Better get to it, he suggested, and let me know as soon as you have something. She seemed reluctant to leave, but at last nodded agreement. Giving Dietrich one last hostile look, she turned and strode out of the office, closing the door much harder than was necessary. Dietrich smiled in amusement.
Quite a little firecracker, isn't she?
She doesn't react well to certain kinds of people. This prompted a cocked eyebrow.
Really? What kind?
Your kind, Drake said. Look, I've got a lot to do. What do you want to talk about? The older man helped himself to the spare seat.
You, actually.
What about me?
I want to know why you're here, Ryan. This operation has got fuck up written all over it. Most people would have passed it up, but you took it on. You practically begged me to come on board despite our history. Why?
Drake shrugged. Someone had to do it.
Bullshit!
The word was delivered with such conviction and finality that it reminded Drake of a judge passing sentence.
They offered you something, didn't they? That's why you're so desperate to get this done. What was it? A promotion? Another step up the ladder? I don't have time to listen to this. Then make time! Dietrich cut in. Because I'm not risking my life just so you can move into a bigger fucking office. You already killed my career on your way up. Are you trying to finish the job now?
Drake had heard enough. If you weren't such an arrogant fuck-up, you'd still be a team leader, he snapped. What? You think I did what I did just so I could take your job? Grow up. You almost got 2 people killed because you wanted all the glory for yourself. I wonder how many other lives you risked over the years. Far from rising to the bait, Dietrich merely sat there regarding him with a look of mild amusement.
You know, when I first met you, you were just a shit-headed kid straight out of the military. Now look at you. He gestured around the cluttered office. King of your own little hill. But if you think this is the start of something bigger and better, you're wrong. Men like Cain will tell you whatever you want to hear, anything to make you do what they want. And when they have no more use for you, they'll throw you away like a piece of trash.
Drake clenched his jaw and looked away from the older man's probing gaze. Thanks for the moral lesson, he said at last. Now piss off and let me get on with my work. Dietrich rose from his seat, but didn't leave. Resting his hands on the desk, he leaned forward a little and locked eyes with Drake.
Whatever they promised you, I hope it was worth it.
Pushing himself away from the desk, he turned and marched out of the office. Chapter 12. Breathing hard, Drake circled the heavy punch bag and laid into it with a flurry of lefts and rights. His t-shirt was soaked with sweat, his dark hair plastered to his head. The impacts jarred his arms, sending shockwaves through bone and sinew, but still he kept on with grim determination. Dietrich's words echoed in his ears.
But if you think this is the start of something bigger and better, you're wrong. Men like Cain will tell you whatever you want to hear, anything to make you do what they want.
He gritted his teeth as his fists slammed into the padded leather again and again. The heavy bag, patched and gaffer-taped in places, lurched and swayed with the impacts.
And when they have no more use for you, they'll throw you away like a piece of trash.
His heart was pounding, and his breath coming in gasps as he circled the bag, muscles burning and legs heavy. Still the anger burned inside him, unquenched by his punishing workout. His knuckles ached from the punishment, blood seeping from the torn flesh to soak the tape and bandages around his hands, but he ignored it. He was like a man possessed, laying into the bag again and again. Dietrich was an arsehole, an arrogant, bitter, jealous bastard, but none of those things could change the fact that he was absolutely right about what he'd said. With an exhausted sigh, he landed one final blow before leaning in against the bag, struggling to draw ragged, pained breaths. His right hand ached, pulses of pain racing up millions of nerve endings to his brain. He'd broken it in a boxing match years earlier, when he'd still entertained the idea of being a professional fighter, needing surgery to mend the shattered bones. The old injury still gave him problems from time to time. All day he'd tried to find justification for his decision to accept Kane's offer. He tried to tell himself that if he hadn't taken on the job, someone else would have done it, if only because they'd been ordered. He'd almost convinced himself that they were doing a good thing by rescuing a woman from what was no doubt an appalling situation. None of these excuses sat well with him, because that's all they were. Excuses. They weren't the truth.
Whatever they promised you, I hope it was worth it.
Yeah, me too, he said, pushing himself off the bag. He'd done enough for one night. Their flight to Alaska was scheduled to leave Andrews Air Force Base tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Once at their jumping-off point, they would have a precious few hours to check their gear, make any last-minute adjustments to their plan, and prepare themselves for what lay ahead. Tomorrow was going to be a long day for all of them, but as for tonight, they had nothing but time. Leaving the heavy punch bag still swinging from the rafters of his garage, he shuffled through the utility room and into the kitchen, peeling off his protective hand wraps as he went. His home was a 2-bedroom, single-story detached house in the suburbs west of central D.C., the kind of house owned by mid-level government workers and young couples thinking about starting families, but not quite ready to take the plunge yet. Not a bad place by any stretch. In fact, in the right hands, it could have been pretty decent. Unfortunately, Drake was most definitely not the right hands. He'd been living here for the past 3 years, but the place still had that chaotic, just-moved-in feel. Many of his belongings were still in packing boxes in the spare bedroom, forgotten and destined never to be opened. It was as if he somehow still thought of this situation as a temporary one, as if he might suddenly have to pack up and leave tomorrow. But it wasn't, and he didn't. He knew none of his neighbors beyond the occasional nod of greeting. He'd wondered from time to time what they thought of the aloof Englishman who went away for weeks or even months at a time. He didn't suppose they held him in high regard, but that was fine by him. He was as much of an outsider here as he was in the agency. A takeaway pizza box was waiting for him on the kitchen counter. He'd stopped off to collect it on his way back from Langley. He wasn't all that hungry, but he knew he needed to eat something and couldn't be bothered cooking anything. There were a stack of similar boxes in the garage. He flipped open the box and levered a thick slice free, long strings of melted cheese still clinging to it as he took the first bite. His laptop was resting beside the pizza box, plugged into a charging port. He hit the power button, then sat at the breakfast bar and wolfed down his pizza while it booted up. A quick trip to the fridge freezer saw him return with a handful of ice wrapped in a kitchen towel. Holding the ice bag against his aching hand, he found his gaze drawn to the half-empty bottle of Talisker whiskey sitting a few feet further down the breakfast bar. It had been full last night. His eyes rested on it for a few moments longer before the Windows chime drew his attention away. Connecting to the net, his first port of call was CNN.com and a quick skim of the day's news stories. Straight away, his attention was drawn to the top news article: Deadly blast kills 12 in Iraq. He clicked on the link, which took him to a video feed. We now have the number of confirmed deaths at 12, with at least 3 missing and another 20 people injured by the blast, the Iraq correspondent said, his expression as serious as his suntan. The Iraqi coalition government is yet to release a statement on the attack, but speculation is rising that a suicide bomber was responsible. The feed then switched to an overhead shot of a destroyed building, one entire side caved in by what looked like a high-explosive detonation. Smoke was still rising from the rubble while rescue workers and forensics teams poked around. The streets around it were heaped with debris, crushed cars, and other wreckage. From the air, the scale of destruction is plain to see, the reporter's voice went on. This busy street in downtown Mosul was crowded with civilians when the explosion ripped through it, bringing down a nearby building and turning bricks and mortar into deadly projectiles. It's unclear at this stage what exactly caused the blast, leaving many to speculate that it may have been a suicide bomber. One thing is certain: another 12 people have been added to the steadily rising death toll in Iraq since the so-called end of hostilities. he'd seen enough. Closing the feed down, he spent a few more minutes skimming various other articles of lesser interest, then logged into Hotmail to check his personal emails. Aside from the usual bill reminders, Viagra adverts, and fake requests for him to confirm his banking details, there was only one email that held any meaning for him. It was from his sister Jessica back in the UK. Just a personal correspondence carrying no threat of rejection or disappointment, and yet somehow it was infinitely harder for him to face up to. Jessica was everything he wasn't: sensible, organized, in a steady job, in control of her life, and happily married with 2 kids. She was totally at ease with what she did, with who she was, and where she was going. He envied her, because he knew deep down he'd never have any of the things she did. He wasn't destined for that kind of life. The title told him everything he needed to know. Have you seen my brother anywhere? Bracing himself for the worst, he clicked on the message.
Hello, big brother. How's things? Not heard from you in ages. Hope everything going well out there and that you're happy. Chloe keeps asking about her uncle and when he's coming to visit again. I'm not sure what to tell her, but I was hoping I could say you'd be back again before Christmas. It's her birthday next month, by the way. I'm sure I don't need to remind you of that, though. Do get in touch again, Rye. I worry when I haven't heard from you in over a month. And remember, there's always a spare room here for you. Hint, hint. All my love, Jess.
Drake exhaled and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Jessica always made the effort with him. Always tried to stay in touch, always sent little encouraging messages and took the time to speak to him on the phone. She didn't know much about what he really did for a living, and she was perceptive enough not to ask too many questions. But neither was she an idiot. She knew enough to be worried for him. His fingers hovered over the keyboard ready to start on a reply. Nothing happened. His mind went blank. How on earth could he explain that for the past month he'd been searching for an agency operative who had vanished while investigating a Serbian arms smuggling ring? How could he tell her that they had eventually found the man in several pieces buried in a shallow grave in the woods east of Lasnica? He didn't even want to think about it himself. He had a cover story, of course. The agency had seen to that. To anyone who cared to ask, Drake worked for a security firm doing threat assessments for big corporations who operated overseas. His job could take him away for weeks or months at a time. He didn't know how much of the story Jessica believed. If he was honest, he didn't want to know. He hated lying to her. He hesitated for a moment longer. It was always the same. Her emails were witty, expressive, caring, and intimate. His replies, when he could bring himself to write them, were flat, bland, and detached. It was as if he was writing to a stranger. He just didn't know what to say. Shit, he growled, reaching for the bottle of whiskey. He poured a generous glass, held it up for a moment, and watched the changing patterns of light reflected in the amber-colored liquid. Hate yourself later, he thought, tipping it back and forcing himself to swallow the contents. He knew it was a bad idea, but that didn't stop him. It never had. He was well into his 3rd glass when the doorbell rang. What the hell? Shuffling through to the hallway, he unlatched the front door and pulled it open a crack. Standing on his doorstep like the world's most delinquent-looking Girl Scout was Frost. She was wearing her leather jacket and clutching a helmet under her arm, her short dark hair sticking up in disarray. Her bike was parked on the sidewalk, some monstrosity of red plastic and carbon fiber that probably weighed less than she did. Kira, he began, taken back by her sudden appearance. What are you doing here? The young woman gave him a crooked half-smile. Some things are better not said over the phone, know what I mean? She nodded over his shoulder. Are you going to invite me in, or leave me standing here in the frigging cold? Yeah, of course. He moved aside and let her pass, then closed the door behind her. She glanced around the cluttered hallway, taking in the faded carpet and the stack of old newspapers and magazines that he'd been meaning to take away for recycling but hadn't gotten around to. Nice place you've got, by the way. Her sarcasm was obvious. I wasn't expecting visitors. So I see. Anyway, relax. I didn't come here to be wined and dined, she called over her shoulder as she strode through to the kitchen. Dumping her helmet on the counter, she spied the pizza box straight away. Lifting the lid, she gave him a disapproving look. What? No pepperoni? Can't stand the stuff, he said.
Is that a Brit thing?
She shrugged and pulled out a slice.
Fuck it.
Drake shook his head. Please, help yourself.
Hey, I've been busting my ass for you all night,
she retorted while in the middle of eating.
Least you can do is spring me for dinner.
His eyes lit up. On that subject, I hope you've brought more than just your charming attitude.
Afraid not,
she said, taking another mouthful.
There's nothing on Maris anywhere. CIA, FBI, police, Interpol. All our searches turned up nothing. He's a ghost.
Drake suppressed a sigh of frustration. It was a long shot, but it was disheartening all the same. Someone must know who she is.
Yeah. Kane,
she said. He sighed and rested his hands on the counter. You did what you could. Thanks for trying, at least.
There's something else.
She laid her pizza slice down.
Out of interest, I did a little research on the name Maris.
Drake leaned closer, intrigued. I'm listening.
Well, my first round of searches turned up a property letting agency and a diesel generator supplier from Pittsburgh. Hardly the kind of thing that would inspire a CIA codename, so I counted them out. Then when I thought about her being in a Russian prison, I changed the search parameters.
Drake picked up his glass of whiskey and took a gulp.
Just give me the short version,
he said as the potent alcohol settled in his stomach.
What did you find?
Frost eyed the drink with a raised eyebrow.
I'm off the clock,
Drake reminded her irritably.
Talk or walk?
Suit yourself, she said, shrugging.
If I've got my facts straight, Maris refers to a legend from Baltic paganism. It was all the rage 1,000 years ago, but it's almost an extinct religion now. Anyway, according to them, Maris is a goddess of war.
Drake frowned, feeling all the more uneasy about what they were about to do, and more important, about the woman they had been sent to rescue. A goddess of war?
Heavy shit, huh? Frost prompted. I'm not sure what I should be more worried about. The prison, the parachute jump, or her?
I'd go for all three. He flashed a weak smile. Good work, Kira. Thanks for doing this.
No problem.
Now go home and get yourself some rest, he said. We've got a long day ahead of us. Again, that curious half-smile.
Every day with Dietrich is a long day.
Her eyes rested on the glass again and the smile faded.
Are you going to be all right?
Same as always, he evaded.
That bad, huh?
The look in his eyes told her he wasn't amused.
All right, I'm going.
She hesitated a moment, eyeing the pizza.
Mind if I take a snack?
Go, Kira, before I get my gun, he warned. Helping herself to another slice, she grinned at him.
You were never that good, Ryan.
You're right. I was better. He watched her go, but his smile soon faded when he heard the door close and the roar of her motorbike fade into the distance. Instead, his gaze shifted down, drawn inexorably towards the bottle of whiskey. For a long moment, he just sat there staring at it, as if he could will it out of existence, silence the urge to pour another glass. He couldn't. Chapter 13. East Siberian Sea, 24 hours later. The weather was lousy as the MC-130 ploughed its way through strong winds and snow clouds. Chunks of dry, frozen hail hammered off the fuselage like shotgun pellets, while the deck lurched and swayed like a ship in a storm. The external windows had been sealed over with metal covers to prevent any light escaping from within, and the aircraft was running without recognition lights. It was a useful precaution, but it only served to enhance the feeling of claustrophobia for the small group of passengers imprisoned within the massive airframe. Drake grimaced as another jolt slammed his head against the fuselage. Such abuse wasn't doing his headache any favors. It had been with him since the moment he awoke this morning in D.C., dry-mouthed and bleary-eyed, courtesy of half a dozen glasses of Talisker. He took another gulp of strong, black, bitter coffee. It was dangerous to drink too much. The last thing he wanted was to be nervous and jittery when they got on site, but he needed it to stay alert. His mind felt fogged and slow, two factors that could easily get him killed tonight. What the hell were you thinking, he thought, angry with himself for being so self-indulgent last night. He should have been getting as much rest as possible before the operation began, but he knew he couldn't have slept without it. Get a fucking grip and pull yourself together. This is the most important night of your life. You're not going to make a mistake. You're not going to fail. You're not going to hesitate. You're not going to let your team down. Taking another sip of coffee, he glanced at his comrades. Keegan, relaxed and laconic as always, was occupied with checking the action and optics on his sniper rifle. He'd been issued with a Dragunov for this operation, a big, heavy Russian weapon that fired a high-velocity 7.62mm projectile. The veteran sniper wasn't thrilled by the choice of rifle, preferring lighter weapons that were easier to handle, but circumstances dictated otherwise. Anything American-made was out of the question. All of the team's weapons and equipment had had the serial numbers removed, making them impossible to trace. Drake almost smiled when he saw the necklace dangling from Keegan's neck. A simple black leather thong, it held a silver crucifix, a dice, and a wedding ring, symbolizing his 3 loves in life: religion, gambling, and women. He'd been married a bunch of times, but for some reason it never seemed to take. 3 messy divorces hadn't diminished his enthusiasm, though. God only knew how he afforded the lawyer's fees. Maybe that explained his second love in life. Keegan was more superstitious than a gypsy, and wore the necklace on every operation he took part in, either around his neck or tucked into a pouch in his webbing. Nothing on earth would persuade him to leave it behind. Frost, on the other hand, looked nervous and agitated, and Drake didn't blame her. Her experience of parachuting was, as they had discovered during the planning session yesterday, almost non-existent, forcing her to tandem jump with Mason. It was far from an ideal solution, and it would leave them vulnerable until the two were able to disengage from their harness, but it was the only way to get her on site. She was sorting through her electrical kit for the 10th time. Weight restrictions meant she was very limited in what she could take, forcing her to make some difficult choices. The situation was further complicated by the fact that they knew little about the security system employed at Katagan. Dietrich had provided a few educated guesses based on similar facilities he'd visited during his days with West German intelligence, but Drake was inclined to take what he said with a grain of salt. The man himself was sitting away from the others, saying and doing nothing. If possible, he looked even worse than Drake felt. He was pale and haggard, as if he hadn't slept a wink. Was he sick? Drake had no idea, but it left him uneasy.
"I just spoke to the pilot,"
Mason said, taking a seat next to Drake.
"He says we've got a storm front coming in from the northwest tonight. We should touch down before it hits, but it might make extraction difficult."
Drake raised an eyebrow. Just what he needed, another problem to worry about. His gaze remained on Dietrich.
"We're gonna have a problem with that one,"
Mason remarked in a low tone, following his line of sight. Avoiding his friend's questioning gaze, Drake took another sip of coffee.
"I can handle him."
"Yeah, but can you handle him and Maris at the same time?" Drake said nothing for a few seconds.
"What do you suggest?"
"We don't need any loose cannons tonight, not in a job like this."
Mason's expression was the kind one might wear in casual conversation, but his words were deadly serious.
Wouldn't be unknown for him to have problems with his breathing gear, or maybe a badly packed chute that stops him from jumping.
Drake looked at him. He understood what Mason was trying to do, but he wasn't prepared to cut Dietrich loose. He shook his head.
"We need him. He's an arsehole, but we need him on this one."
The older man shrugged.
"Fair enough. I'm glad he won't be watching my back, though."
He looked a little closer at Drake, noting the man's glazed eyes and drawn appearance.
"You all right, man? You look worse than him."
Drake could feel himself tensing up. Was it that obvious? Suddenly the aircraft's intercom buzzed, and the pilot's tinny voice echoed around the cabin.
"Attention, crew! We're at 30 minutes to drop zone. 30 minutes!"
Downing the last of his coffee, Drake turned to his friend.
"Still in the fight, mate?"
Rising to his feet unsteadily on the pitching deck, he raised his voice to address the rest of the team.
"All right. Final weapon and equipment checks. Gear up."
Chapter 14. She lay on her back amongst the long grass, staring up into the endless blue sky overhead. No clouds marred its perfection or measured its vastness. It was a warm, still summer's evening, with just the faintest breeze rippling through the yellow stalks around her. The kind of evening that made her grateful simply to be alive. Then, high above, she spotted the contrail of some aircraft tracing a line from north to south, straight as an arrow. It was hard and definite near the tip, seeming almost solid, but breaking up and dissipating as her eyes followed it northward. Where was it going? She didn't know. But as she lay there staring upward, the sky seemed to carry on forever. She felt so small she could almost lose herself in it. She inhaled, tasting the scent of pine needles, grass, wild flowers, rich, loamy earth, and other growing things. She loved to lie out here on evenings like this, feeling a part of the world around her, having nowhere to go and nothing to do. She was at peace. Her thoughts were disturbed by the rumble of a car engine crunching up the rocky road to the house. Prisoner 62 blinked, opening her eyes a crack as the cell door slammed shut further down the block. Was it day or night? She didn't know. She never knew. Day and night had no meaning in a world where the sun was a half-forgotten memory. She was cold. Her feet were blocks of ice. The blanket she'd been given wasn't long enough to cover her fully unless she drew her knees up to her stomach. She must have moved in her sleep. She'd been dreaming again. It was a dream that came to her from time to time. A memory. An old memory of the distant, barely remembered time before. Before she was alone. Before she had to fight just to live. Before the long list of bad things that had brought her here. Dreams of before always made her angry. Once they had left her with an aching, crushing feeling of loss and despair. But she had long since burned emotions like that, cut them away from her psyche as one might remove a gangrenous limb. It was a sacrifice necessary to keep the remainder of herself vital, to survive. Now the dreams just made her angry, because they reminded her of things she would never have again. Family, love, protection, safety, compassion, and tenderness. Those were luxuries she could never enjoy. The cold persisted. Pushing herself up from the bed, she lay down on the floor and started a set of press-ups, ignoring the pain of her aching muscles. She had to get the blood and warmth flowing through her limbs again. Sadness, regret, grief, fear. All of those things were weaknesses that she could no longer afford. If she was to survive Katagan, if she was to keep some part of herself whole and untouched, she had to remain strong. Her life before was gone now. Survival was all that mattered. It was her goal, her objective, her one hope. It was no longer a means, but an end in itself. Every day she survived was a victory. It was all she had now. She endured. She stood. And she was utterly, agonizingly alone. Chapter 15.
3 minutes to deployment! 3 minutes!
Drake felt his heartbeat quicken. This was it. Equipment and weapons had been given their final checks. All preparations had been made. The vast logistical effort that had started yesterday morning at Langley was now about to come to fruition halfway around the world, less than 48 hours later. Drake was at the rear of the group. As the most experienced at airborne operations, he was serving as the group's jumpmaster. His job was to observe each team member as they exited the aircraft and, if necessary, to assist them. The nightmare scenario would be if someone's harness became snagged on something. If so, their only chance at survival would be for someone to cut them free. To this end, Drake was wearing a long-bladed combat knife strapped across his chest, its edge wickedly sharp. It was a relic from his days with the SAS, a memento of his time there. The blade was a distinctive shape, thinner than the average knife, and longer. A deep groove had been cut into the handguard. In close combat, That groove was designed to snag an opponent's blade and disarm them. He hoped he wouldn't need it, either for combat or for assisting a comrade in trouble. Keegan was in front of him, with Dietrich next, and Mason crouched down at the very edge of the exit ramp. He would be jumping in tandem with Frost, so he was to be the first out. He exhaled, hot and uncomfortable. The pressurized jumpsuit was heavy and cumbersome, weighing him down with thermal insulation, oxygen canisters, pressure gauges, altimeters, GPS navigation systems, and primary and secondary parachutes. Combined with his personal weapon, spare ammunition, body armor, and combat fatigues, he was carrying close to 80 pounds of excess weight. It was starting to tell. He glanced down at the GPS unit, checking to make sure it was still tracking his position. Katagan's latitude and longitude had been programmed in, leaving him with a series of waypoints, leading all the way to his target. As long as he kept to them, they would reach the prism without difficulty. He blinked as the aircraft's interior lights went out, replaced by dull red units that bathed the world around him in an unnerving crimson glow. "Hook up," he said, speaking into his suit-mounted intercom. Reaching over, he attached his line to the anchor line cable running along the side of the compartment and gave it a couple of hard tugs to make sure it was solid. This was a fixed-line jump, meaning the parachutes would automatically deploy once they exited the aircraft. As long as they were hooked on properly, technology would do the rest. Inspecting Keegan's line in front of him, he gave the man a slap on the shoulder to indicate he was good to go. Keegan repeated the process with Dietrich, who in turn checked Mason's line. It was a simple thing, but an important one. With their final preparations made, Drake turned his eye to the indicator panel above the exit ramp. There were 3 lights, red, amber, and green. The red one was already on, warning that deployment was imminent. A moment later, the yellow light started blinking. "Ramp coming down," Drake warned. His heart was hammering away in his chest, and he could feel the adrenaline starting to kick in. Even within his pressurized suit, he felt the sudden rush of air as the door slid down. The howling shriek of the wind filled his ears, the slipstream roaring by outside at 300 miles per hour. Within seconds, the ambient temperature inside the aircraft dropped to minus 40 degrees Celsius. The world beyond the ramp was darkness, sheer and absolute. It felt as if they were about to leap into a void of nothingness. "Get ready!" he called out, still watching the lights. The yellow light was burning steadily now to signify the ramp was down. They were only seconds away. He closed his eyes for a second, sending a silent prayer to whatever deity might be inclined to listen at that moment. He thought of all the things that could go wrong, all the mistakes and problems that could spell doom for them all. He thought about them, and then he banished them from his mind. The green light came on. "Go, go, go!" He watched Mason take a couple of heavy, faltering steps towards the edge, cross his arms in front of him, and then pitch forward. And just like that, he and Frost were gone. Dietrich went next, hesitating for half a second before launching himself out into the darkness. He saw Keegan stop just for a moment, cross himself, and then take a run down the ramp and throw himself out like a long jumper. Drake was alone. For one brief second, he was alone, staring out into infinite darkness. Somewhere far below lay an impregnable Russian prison, and within it, the woman who was their sole objective tonight. A woman Kane was prepared to do anything to bring home. A woman for whom Drake was risking 5 lives in the most dangerous mission of his career. A woman who might well hold the key to his own redemption. So much depended on one person. He just hoped she was worth it. More than that, he hoped he was worthy of redemption. Taking a breath, he strode forward, crossed his arms across his chest, and stepped out. Chapter 16. She lay awake on the hard, lumpy mattress, watching her breath slowly misting in the cold air as she exhaled. She couldn't sleep. She rested her hands behind her head and closed her eyes, trying to imagine the sun, trees, grass, warmth and light, the feeling of wind on her skin, of being able to run until her legs could no longer carry her. It was an exercise she practiced every once in a while, a means of escape, even if only within her own mind. But not tonight. She frowned, struggling to recall the familiar images, what it felt like to be outside, to stand beneath the sky with no walls around her, no ceiling above her, no hard and cold concrete floor beneath. Nothing came to her. Every time she tried to picture it, she saw the same grey cell. A world. The only world she knew now. Have I forgotten? For the first time in a long time, fear, sudden and uncontrolled, flooded her body. Her mind had been her last bastion, the one aspect of her life that she could still control. But not now. Now she was a prisoner within as well as without. A cold, hard knot of dread and despair swelled up inside her, twisting and writhing in her guts like a snake. You let it in, she thought with bitter recrimination. You let it get to you, and you lost the only thing that still mattered. You failed. This place has beaten you. She squeezed her eyes shut, clutching the thin blanket in a white-knuckle grip as her muscles locked up. She screamed a silent, agonized, furious scream. Suddenly, the cell block reverberated with the harsh clang of a door being thrown open. Too heavy for a cell door, it was one of the bigger security doors that separated the solitary confinement cells from the rest of the building. The one at the west end of her block had a rusted hinge that grated horribly when it was hauled open. It always made her cringe, knowing there were guards out there. Were they coming for her, or another one of the poor wretches in the adjacent cells? She strained to listen to the sound of the footsteps and frowned in confusion. There were 3 of them. She recognized the heavy tread of Bastard, but the other 2 weren't familiar. They were moving fast, coming her way. Was this some new punishment that he had devised? Had he brought new friends along to help him? Did he ever stop? Not again. Not again so soon. Please. Her heart started beating faster as she pulled herself out of bed, already tensing her muscles, readying herself for what was coming. She could hear voices, hushed and muffled. She couldn't make out the words. That only increased her unease. The daily grind of casual violence and abuse no longer bothered her because it was predictable, and there was a certain security in that. But deviations from the norm frightened her. She felt out of control, about to be plunged into a new situation that she didn't understand. What was going on? They were coming for her. There was no doubt about it now. They were almost at the door. The footsteps were moving fast and urgent. With her heart pounding, she rose to her feet, clenching her fists. Come on, then. Come on. Get it over with, you bastard. Have your fun and get it over with. You won't take me so easily this time. There was a rasp as the deadbolt was thrown back. Then suddenly something slammed into the door with such force that it flew inward, old hinges creaking under the abuse. She jumped, startled by the violent movement, and when her eyes took in the 3 figures standing there before her, she let out an involuntary gasp of shock. Chapter 17. 20 minutes earlier. Drake was floating in a void, a world without shape or dimension. There were no landmarks, no point of reference, nothing. The parachute harness bit into his shoulders and crotch. Freezing wind whipped past his faceplate, the cold slowly seeping into his limbs despite the layers of thermal insulation between his body and the outside world. He checked his altimeter, 6,500 feet. The temperature was 22 degrees below freezing. It had been creeping up as they descended through the cloud layer, but it was still bitterly cold. Wind chill only compounded the problem. His gaze swept to the GPS unit on his left wrist, though he was forced to wipe away a thin layer of ice to make out the image. They were just over 5 miles from their target, and slightly below their intended glide path. This was going to be close. After they had exited the aircraft, there had been a few seconds of sickening, tumbling weightlessness before his parachute deployed, ripping him back with such violence that he felt as if he was about to be torn in half. There had been a few more moments of frantic effort as he fought to gain control and stabilize himself. Then, at last, he was able to communicate with the rest of his team over the radio. Forming up into a loose line known as a chalk, they had then begun their descent towards Katagan, using satellite navigation and a fixed series of waypoints to measure their progress. Covering ground was vital. They could do nothing to stop their descent, but they had to reach the prism before they ran out of altitude. The first few minutes had seen them lose precious height as they struggled to orient themselves and fight with high-altitude crosswinds. By the time they were lined up and heading in the right direction, they were well below their intended flight line. Only a sudden and unexpected northerly wind had aided their progress, increasing their speed and allowing them to claw back some precious ground. Now they were beginning their final approach, and there was still a chance they wouldn't even make the roof. He checked his altimeter and GSP readings again. 5,400 feet, 4 miles to target. His radio earpiece crackled into life.
"I think I see it."
It was Keegan. Squinting into the darkness ahead and below, Drake watched as the ragged strips of cloud gave way, revealing a dizzying panorama stretching out before him. The terrain around Katagam was formed in a series of undulating ridges and valleys, running from north to south, as if some massive hand had been drawn across the landscape. Most of these ridges were no more than 100 feet high, their tops scoured down to the bare rock by devastating winter winds. Only in the most sheltered valleys did anything grow, gnarled pine and spruce, strong and resilient enough to eke out an existence in such a harsh environment. It was an empty, wind-blown, desolate landscape, and one utterly devoid of people. Not a single light was visible from horizon to horizon, except for the uncompromising square of the prison complex, lit up like a beacon in the darkness. It was impossible to miss.
"I see it too,"
Drake confirmed, then checked his GPS. 3 miles.
"We're close. Stay tight."
The imposing walls of the prison drifted closer, and so did the ground. They were traveling at close to 20 knots, but their speed was gradually slowing as they reached lower altitude. He could only pray that it was enough to get them over the wall. He checked his readings again. 2 miles, 2,100 feet, and descending fast. Katagan had looked an imposing, brutal structure even in the satellite photos, but seeing it with his own eyes, he was daunted. Grim, concrete walls rose up from the frozen ground, devoid of windows or features of any kind. Squat watchtowers stood guard at each corner of the building, looking more like fortresses than guard posts, their tops enclosed by observation windows. Beyond the grim walls, he could see the exercise yard, a muddy, snow-streaked patch of earth illuminated by floodlights from several angles. No hope for anyone unlucky enough to land there.
1 mile to target,
he said, checking his readings again.
900 feet.
Christ, this was going to be close.
Tango spotted,
Keegan reported, his voice flat calm.
1 tango, northeast tower.
Drake's heart leapt. At least one of the watchtowers was manned. Peering towards it, he was able to make out the shape of a man within the enclosed observation post. He was still too far away to make out anything more detailed, but there was definitely someone up there.
I see him. Do you have a shot? He asked.
Keegan hesitated only a moment.
Roger, I have the shot.
Drake twisted round, trying to get a look at the veteran sniper, but Keegan was behind and above him, and his own parachute blocked his view. In any case, he didn't need to see. He could almost imagine Keegan removing his rifle from its secure harness across his chest, checking the magazine and feed mechanism, bringing it up to bear, getting a good sight picture, correcting for wind and vertical momentum, and... Fire! 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 Drake saw neither the flash nor heard the dull thud of the silenced shot. His eyes were focused on the watchtower. A second or so later, the glass window in front of the guard shattered, and the wall behind him was painted with a sudden spray of blood. Killed instantly by the 7.62mm projectile, he slumped down out of sight, never knowing what had hit him. And that was it, as easy as pressing a button.
Tango down,
Keegan reported, his voice as emotionless as a machine. However laid back and relaxed he acted in daily life, when it came to his job, there was no room for joking around.
The other towers look clear.
Drake had been so focused on the drama unfolding in the watchtower that he'd almost forgotten about their descent. The altimeter informed him that they were at 200 feet, the dark walls of the prison looming up beneath him.
"This is it,"
he said over the radio.
"Brace, brace, brace!"
There was nothing more he could do. Everyone was on their own now. He watched as the north wall of the prison sailed beneath, leaving him with an unobstructed view of the brightly lit exercise yard. Rows of grim, barred windows looked out onto the yard, but paid no heed. The south block was coming up fast, but he was so low. Normally he would have pulled back to flare the parachute and slow his velocity, but in this case there was no choice but to keep going. If he slowed down now, he would slam into the unyielding wall with bone-breaking force. He winced as the wall rushed at him, his feet just clearing the edge of the roof. It was beneath him now, rushing by at close to 20 miles per hour, hard and cold and uncompromising, littered with air vents and snow and accumulated ice. He yanked back on his control lines, the canopy flared, and the rooftop rushed up to meet him. He landed hard, rolling instinctively to lessen the impact, only to slam into the metal frame of a heating outlet. The structure shuddered, and he stifled a groan as pain blossomed across his back and his left shoulder. It didn't matter. He could still move his limbs. Nothing was broken. Robbed of its aerodynamic lift, his canopy collapsed in on itself, flopping down a few yards away. It was still a liability if an errant gust of wind caught it. The last thing he wanted was to survive the jump, only to be pulled off the edge of the roof to his doom by his own chute. Grabbing the limp lines and ignoring the pain of his bruised back and shoulder, he pulled the fallen parachute towards him, then unbuckled the harness and dropped it beside the vent. He couldn't see the others, but he wasn't really looking yet. His focus had to be on sorting himself out. Freed from the parachute, he reached for the MP5 submachine gun strapped to his left leg and unzipped the harness holding it in place. Compact, reliable, and superbly designed, Drake had used them countless times over the years and never had cause for complaint. He had it out within moments and quickly pressed a magazine into the empty port, racking back the priming handle to chamber the first round. He was still on internal oxygen. Disengaging the internal air supply, he pulled his clammy, restrictive face mask off and dropped it next to the other discarded gear. Straight away, freezing air and pellets of dry snow attacked his face, numbing his exposed skin. He was wearing a balaclava beneath the oxygen mask, folded up so that it covered just his head. He wasted no time pulling it down to protect his face. Kneeling down next to the vent, he did nothing for the next few seconds, just listened and waited, allowing his mind and body to tune into his new environment. It was quiet. He could hear no alarms, no shouts or warnings, nothing. The only sounds were the pounding of his own heartbeat and the keening wail of the wind. Life in Katagam went on as normal, whatever that was. Hearing the crunch of footsteps on the roof, he glanced around as two dark figures ducked towards him, weapons out and ready. Like him, their faces were covered, but he recognized Mason and Frost straight away by their size and shape.
"That was interesting,"
Mason remarked with a gleam in his eye as he knelt down beside Drake.
"We're in. That's good enough for me,"
Drake said, then glanced at Frost.
"How are you feeling?"
Her response was simple but heartfelt. "I'm never doing that again, as long as I live."
"Deal."
He smiled a little, then hit his radio transmitter.
"Keegan. Dietrich. Sit rep."
Their radios were burst transmitter units cycling on a random frequency. To tune in, you needed the frequency key, which only Drake and his team knew. Without it, anyone listening in would hear nothing but the occasional static cough, certainly nothing that came close to human voices. Dietrich replied straight away.
"We're in the southwest tower. Stop fucking around and get over here."
Drake bit his tongue. Now wasn't the time for petty bickering. Gathering up his discarded gear, he glanced at Mason and Frost.
"We move. 3 meter spread. Go."
He went first, with Frost behind and Mason bringing up the rear. Keeping low, he darted across the rooftop to the nearby watchtower, using whatever scant cover he could find. The tower's observation deck was about 10 feet above roof level, accessed via a steel ladder fixed into the brickwork. The steel was corroded in many places, and some of the rungs looked dangerously weak, but nonetheless he made it to the top without incident. Dietrich was waiting for him on the open parapet at the top. It was impossible to tell since they were both wearing balaclavas, but he could have sworn the man was grinning maliciously.
"Nice of you to join us,"
he said, offering Drake a hand. He declined it. "Where's Keegan?" he asked instead. Dietrich tilted his head towards the observation room behind him. "Help the others," Drake instructed, following the parapet around until he found the single door leading inside. The padlock that had once kept it secure was lying on the floor beside it, snapped by a pair of bolt cutters. The room within was a simple observation post, basic and unadorned, with a few plastic office chairs dotted around, a small desk in one corner with a telephone on it, and a stairwell in the center that led to the lower levels. The stairwell was secured by a heavy steel door, no doubt locked from the other side. He had the feeling this place wasn't used much, which was hardly surprising. It was freezing cold and drafty, even with the door shut. Keegan already had his sniper rifle set up and was sweeping from one tower to the other. He glanced around just for a moment as Drake entered, before turning his attention back to the weapon.
"We're clear. No movement in any of the other towers."
Drake nodded, dumping his parachute, harness and face mask in a heap off to one side. The other two men had already done likewise. Mason and Frost ducked in through the door a moment later. Like him, they added their discarded gear to the growing pile. It had brought them here and sustained them during the hazardous descent, but now it was dead weight. A thermite incendiary grenade tossed into the pile when the team pulled out would vaporize everything within several meters, eliminating any evidence of their presence. Drake took a deep breath, trying to steady his wildly beating heart. As hard as it was to believe, they had landed and made entry without mishap. Phase 2 of their plan was complete. Now it was time for Phase 3, taking out the security system. And time was of the essence. Mason's earlier warning about the stormfront heading their way continued to play on his mind. The last thing he wanted was to rescue Maras, only to find their transport was unable to retrieve them. "Alpha Team, you're up," Drake said, nodding towards the stairwell. "Code names only from now on. Move." "On it," Frost replied, withdrawing the small oxyacetylene cutting torch from her pack. They had no time to pick the lock, and using explosives to blow the door was out of the question. The cutting torch was only a small portable unit, with enough fuel for about 60 seconds of flame, but with luck, that was all they would need. Drake looked away, shielding his eyes from the blinding light as the torch went to work, rapidly heating the steel around the locking mechanism to combustible temperature. A secondary button on the cutting tool blasted the semi-molten metal with a high-pressure stream of pure oxygen, feeding it in a similar manner to a wood fire. In under 30 seconds, the lock mechanism was melted away, destroyed by the intense heat. They were in.
"Alpha moving in."
Mason hauled back the door while Frost, gripping her MP5, pushed forward. "Clear," she hissed. Within moments, the two members of Alpha Team had vanished, the sound of their footsteps fading as they descended. Chapter 18. "That's it," Frost said, indicating the steel door on their right as they rounded a curve in the staircase. Gripping the handle, she turned it just enough to check the mechanism, then glanced at her companion. "It isn't locked." Mason raised his weapon and gave a single curt nod, indicating he was ready to move. With a single deft movement, she turned the handle and pulled the door open. It swung inwards, just as the blueprints had said. Mason was moving as soon as the door opened, and Frost was right behind him, trying to control her wildly beating heart. Her male comrade showed no emotion whatsoever. They were in a wide corridor, supported by a series of concrete archways and lit by harsh fluorescent lights overhead. Typical of such prisons, the walls were painted half and half, lime green below and white on top. At least, it had once been white. Years of cigarette smoke, damp and mold had turned them a horrible mottled yellow color. "3 doors down, on the left," she whispered, replaying the route over and over in her mind. She had pored over the designs all day, and on the flight out here, committing every detail to memory. She glanced up, spotting the telltale red glow of a security camera mounted between 2 support arches, about halfway along the corridor. "Camera, 1 o'clock," she said quietly.
"Got it."
Mason brought his weapon to bear and squeezed off a single silenced round without breaking stride. There was a thump, a crunch of disintegrating plastic, and the light went out. Frost barely heard the gentle ping as the spent shell casing bounced off the wall beside her. They were almost at the door. They were committed now. They had to move fast. The guard manning the security room would soon notice that the hallway camera was out of action. 2 steps ahead, Mason gripped the door handle while Frost shouldered her submachine gun and withdrew what looked like a bulky plastic pistol from her webbing. It was an M26, a military version of the taser used by police forces worldwide. Flicking off the trigger guard that served as a safety catch, Frost took a deep breath and gave the man a nod of acknowledgement. This was it. There was a click, and the door swung aside to reveal a low, dimly lit room beyond, filled with the soft glow of video monitors and the hum of machinery. Frost wasn't paying attention to that. Her eyes were focused on the guard sitting in front of the video screens engrossed in a magazine. Alerted by the sound of the door opening, he glanced up and swung around in his chair, no doubt expecting to see one of his comrades. Without hesitation, Frost leveled the taser at his chest and pulled the trigger. There was a loud hiss as the 2 electrodes leapt from their housing on a jet of compressed air, their thin conducting wires trailing back into the device itself. The guard's brows drew together in a frown as the tiny metal prongs pierced his uniform and buried themselves in his skin. He opened his mouth to speak, but his sentence was abruptly cut off as the taser discharged thousands of volts into his body. Robbed of control, he jerked as if he was having a fit, flopping off the chair and landing hard on the floor. The torment carried on for a few more seconds, during which he could manage nothing more than a gurgling, agonized moan. He was paralyzed, physically and mentally, out of the fight before it even began. "Secure him," Frost instructed, replacing the taser in her webbing. As Mason went to work cuffing the incapacitated guard with plastic cable ties, the woman's sharp eyes scanned the room, her mind quickly analyzing and processing what she saw. It was a basic security setup. 6 monitors, each cycling through the feeds coming from various closed-circuit cameras dotted around the facility. A control board on the desk in front of her allowed the user to access specific cameras if necessary. She guessed each monitor had access to 4 or 5 cameras. Some were suffering from pretty severe signal degradation, no doubt due to age and faulty wiring. This room also served as the prison's communications center. A big old-fashioned radio unit in one corner, no doubt tied into a high-gain antenna on the roof somewhere, provided the facility's only contact with the outside world. Disabling it was as easy as slicing through the power cables and pouring the remainder of the guard's cup of coffee into a vent on the side. Data backup was handled by a pair of high-capacity hard drives, busily humming away in one corner, recording everything that came in from the various feeds. They were, perhaps, the only pieces of sophisticated technology she had seen so far. 10 seconds later, she had cut power to both units, removed them from the metal storage rack they were resting in, and was busy dismantling them to reach the disk drives within. As soon as she had access to the disks themselves, she would use the cutting torch to reduce them to so much molten slag. Interrupting her work for a moment, she hit the radio pressel at her throat. "Alpha to Bravo. You're clear to move. Good luck." Chapter 19. "Copy that. Bravo en route." Drake let out a breath and turned to Dietrich. "Let's go." They were moving within moments, quickly descending the metal ladder to rooftop level once more and sprinting along the top of the western block to the northwest tower. Once more they found a ladder leading up to the observation area. Clambering up and shouldering their weapons, they spotted the guard taken down by Keegan during the descent. His single shot had done its work with deadly efficiency, splattering a good portion of the man's brains over the floor and walls. Flakes of snow were drifting in through the shattered window, already coating the exposed surfaces with a fine dusting. Ignoring the grisly sight, Drake went straight for the stairwell door. Much to his relief, the guard on duty in the watchtower hadn't bothered to lock it behind him when he came up here. "We're in luck." Dietrich hit his radio pressel.
"Bravo to Alpha. We're going down. What's the guard situation in North Block?"
"Wait, 1. Silence for several seconds. "No activity on the video feeds. There's a lot of black spots, though. Watch your backs."
"Thanks for the advice,"
Dietrich replied in a sour tone.
"Out."
Grasping the door handle, Drake hauled it open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound its way down into the bowels of the prison. Rather than bare concrete, the walls had been painted a horrible lime green color. There were splashes of it on the steps where the painters had been sloppy, and in other places the paint was peeling and cracked. Electric lights were fixed into the wall at regular intervals, burning harsh and bright.
"Delta, any movement?"
Drake asked.
"Nothing,"
Keegan replied.
"It's all quiet."
"Copy that." Shouldering his MP5, he glanced at Dietrich.
"Ready?"
He received a curt nod in response. Drake went first, his feet echoing on the bare concrete steps as he descended. He was hot inside his thermal suit now, as a combination of nervous energy and physical exertion took their toll. Tiny beads of sweat trickled down his back, and the fabric of his balaclava was warm and clammy against his face, but he resisted the urge to remove it. Masks had to stay on until they were well clear of the prison. His senses were acutely heightened, taking in every detail of his surroundings. The slight weathering on the stone steps where countless sets of feet had passed over the years, the barely audible sigh of Dietrich's breathing, the rattle of the weapon as he moved, the growing ambient warmth as they approached the inhabited section of the prison. One of the lights mounted in the wall was flickering and cutting out, plunging the stairwell into shadow every couple of seconds. Drake averted his gaze as they passed. The light hurt his eyes, exacerbating the headache that still dogged him. The stairs were strewn with rubbish, cigarette butts, torn pieces of paper, bits of chewing gum casually spat out, crushed styrofoam coffee cups. It was a mess. It reminded him of the kind of dilapidated public areas found in shitty council estates back home.
"What a dump,"
Dietrich remarked, apparently thinking the same thing. "I'll leave them a memo." In the security center, the cutting tool had done its work well. The 2 hard drive units had been reduced to a pile of charred, smoking debris that nobody could ever possibly salvage. The security guard had been rendered unconscious for the next several hours courtesy of a shot of entafine from Mason. Originally designed for knocking out African elephants, it had proved remarkably effective against humans, and the CIA had soon found a use for it.
"Anything?"
Mason asked, having taken up position by the door to cover the corridor behind. With the room secure, Frost had settled herself in front of the security monitors in the hope of aiding Drake and Dietrich. She couldn't see either man yet because there were no cameras in the stairwell, but there was good coverage of the cell block they were heading for. Whoever had installed the security cameras here was either drunk or an idiot, she'd soon decided. There were blind spots all over the place, and cameras that were either out of action or defective to the point where their output was unrecognizable. She shook her head. "It's all quiet. No wonder this guy was bored," she added, holding up the porn magazine the guard had been so engrossed in. Mason cracked a smile.
"Anything good?"
"Only you could think of tits at a time like this." He shrugged.
"I'm all about the articles these days."
Ignoring him, she turned her attention back to the screens, then froze when she saw the grainy image of a prison guard on one of the monitors. They had reached the base of the stairwell. Beyond, according to the blueprints, lay the security station for the western cell block, with the master switches controlling the electric cell doors. The solitary confinement cells were secured with old-fashioned steel doors and simple deadbolts, ensuring they could only be opened one at a time. But the 2 general population blocks followed the standard prison model of barred cells opened electrically via a remote access point. It was a necessary function to allow them to move large numbers of prisoners within a reasonable time frame, like during exercise breaks or shower visits. It also ensured that any would-be escapees couldn't free their comrades. With heavy locked doors at each end of the block, any prisoner who somehow made it out of his cell would have nowhere to go. Drake was just reaching for the door handle when his radio crackled. "Bravo, you've got an incoming tango," Frost warned, the urgency in her voice obvious despite the static. Drake felt his heartbeat shift into high gear. "Where?" "Heading north through the general population block. He must be walking the perimeter. Where are you?" "At the base of the tower, about to move. Recommend you hold position until he passes by." "How long do we have?" 30 seconds, maybe less," she replied. "It'll take him at least 5 minutes to do another circuit." Dietrich leaned in closer to speak to Drake.
"Perfect. If you take him prisoner and use him to find Maras."
25 seconds. Drake was torn. It was quite a gamble to try to subdue an armed man without making any noise. But then again, there were 32 solitary confinement cells on this block, and searching all of them would waste precious time. Plus, the inhabitants were unlikely to react well to a pair of armed men in full assault gear. 20 seconds.
Drake, don't be a fucking coward,
Dietrich hissed, staring intently at his comrade.
This is our best chance.
15 seconds, Bravo 1, talk to me, what's going on? Drake chewed his lip, knowing he had only moments to make his decision.
All right, he conceded at last. We're going for it. Alpha 1, let me know when he's outside the door.
Copy that. I hope you know what you're doing. Dietrich nodded, checking that the safety on his MP5 was disengaged and the underbarrel flashlight switched on. Drake gripped the door handle again, getting ready to throw it open. 10 seconds, Frost said. He's unlocking the security door at the north end of the block. Sure enough, they could hear the clank of keys and a lock just outside their own door. According to the blueprints, each cell block was secured at both ends with heavy steel doors, designed to contain prisoners in the event of a riot. Their cutting torches could do nothing against 2 inches of solid steel. Drake glanced at his companion.
Remember, no English.
The older man gave him a look of pure disdain. 5 seconds. Door open. Taking a deep breath, Drake gripped his weapon tighter with his free hand. The man on the other side wouldn't be expecting them. He would be bored and tired and slow to react. They had the drop on him. They could do this. Now! Unlatching the door, he pulled it open with a hard yank, feeling rusty old hinges grating and rasping. Dietrich was first through and Drake was right behind him, weapon up at his shoulder, eyes searching the dimly lit room for a target. It wasn't hard to find one. The guard in question was a beast of a man, easily weighing 300 pounds and standing at least 6'4". His hands looked as if they could crush boulders, his neck was thick and bull-like, his face wide and fleshy. He was dressed in a fur hat, military boots, and a thick, heavy winter overcoat that further enhanced his massive frame. He froze at the sudden clang of the door being thrown open, and for a good second or so stared open-mouthed at the 2 weapons now trained on him, squinting into the twin flashlight beams shining right in his face. By the time he finally thought to reach for the weapon at his hip, it was far too late.
Don't fucking think about it,
Dietrich hissed in Russian.
Down on your knees. Down, now!
He was being too aggressive, Drake knew. People don't react well to having guns waved in their faces at the best of times, and if their captor is screaming and ranting, the primitive, illogical part of their brain takes over. That could spell disaster in a situation like this. They needed the man calm and compliant, not panicky and unpredictable, especially when he weighed almost as much as both of them combined. Still, this guy was no mild-mannered civilian. Overcoming his shock, the guard did a quick assessment of the situation and decided that resistance in this case would equal instant death. With some difficulty, he lowered his massive frame to the ground.
Hands behind your head,
Dietrich ordered.
Do it!
What was with him, Drake wondered. Dietrich was a veteran of operations like this. Why was he suddenly acting like a rookie in his first firefight? Again, the giant complied, eyes flicking between the pair of flashlights. They were careful to keep the beams in his face and eyes. If he couldn't see them properly, he was less likely to make some foolish move. While Drake kept him covered, Dietrich quickly removed the giant's sidearm from the holster at his hip, ejected the magazine, and tossed the weapon into a corner. Reaching into his pocket, Dietrich unfolded a printed photograph of Maras and held it right up at the guard's face. Was his hand shaking?
Where is this woman?
He demanded. The giant's eyes opened wide in shock, his mouth gaping open to reveal a set of yellowy, nicotine-stained teeth.
Where is she?
Dietrich repeated, brandishing the submachine gun for emphasis.
Tell me or you die now! In solitary confinement,
the giant replied at last, his voice sounding like boulders tumbling down a mountainside. He pointed to another door on the east side of the room, like the one he'd just come through.
Which cell? 62.
Dietrich folded the picture and replaced it in his pocket, then took a couple of steps back.
Up! Get up!
Slowly the giant rose to his feet again, keeping his hands behind his head, while his dark eyes surveyed both men.
Clearly he was weighing up his chances of taking one or both of them out.
"Take us there!"
Dietrich ordered before he had any further thoughts.
"Now! Move!"
Chapter 20.
"Come on, Ryan,"
Ross whispered, her eyes glued to the monitors as the three men advanced quickly through the second security door and into the solitary confinement block. They were marching the giant of a guard between them, Dietrich keeping him covered while Drake swept the corridor ahead. He appeared compliant, but what if he made a break for it? What if he managed to grab a weapon? What if she was forced to watch the two of them gun down over a grainy closed-circuit security system? She tried to push those thoughts aside. Drake and Dietrich were experienced operatives, well-trained and competent. They could handle this. They could handle anything. But as hard as she tried, the fear wouldn't abate. Come on, hurry! The tension was unbearable. Every second they stayed here increased their chances of being compromised. A dozen armed guards could come walking down that corridor at any moment, and even with Cole watching her back, she felt jumpy and paranoid. What if they were caught? What would happen to them? What would happen to her? She was a woman, after all. The possibility of capture, interrogation, and even torture was something she had understood and accepted on an intellectual level, without pondering too deeply. She hadn't wanted it to impede her performance. But now, sitting here, it was impossible to avoid thinking about. She wanted to leave right now. She wanted to get out of this shithole and be on a warm plane heading back to the States. But they couldn't leave. Not until the job was done. They had come all this way for Maris. They were putting their lives on the line for her. They couldn't leave until they found her. I hope you're worth the trouble, you bitch. Backing up against the wall outside cell number 62, Dietrich pointed to indicate they had found the right one. Like the others, it was barred by a reinforced steel door, scarred by rust in places, with a slot for observation or sliding in trays of food. The door was secured with a simple deadbolt. Nothing fancy, nothing elaborate, no way out. Drake's heart was beating wildly. They had found it. After all the planning and worrying, thousands of miles of flying and a nerve-shredding infiltration of a high-security prison, they had reached their goal at last. Yesterday, Maris had been just a face on a photograph. Now he was about to meet her in the flesh. Gripping the MP5 with his right hand, he seized the deadbolt and drew it back, then raised his boot and delivered a single kick powerful enough to send the door flying inwards. His weapon was up in an instant, flashlight beam playing across the cramped cell beyond. Sink, toilet, bare brick walls and concrete floor. Then his eyes fastened on the woman standing in the midst of it all. His breath caught in his throat. Jesus Christ. 2 floors below, and entirely unknown to Frost, a young prison guard was pacing the wide, badly lit hallway, struggling to hold in check his mounting irritation.
"Where the fuck is he?"
he muttered, waiting impatiently for that big bastard Lopukin to return from his patrol. It should have taken him no more than 5 minutes to walk the blocks. The prisoners he could handle. It was the other guards who were his biggest enemy, especially Lopukin. The man was a nightmare to work with, surly and aggressive and as vicious as an Arctic wolf with anyone who crossed him. He had cringed when he found out he'd drawn the night shift with him. Stopping out his cigarette, he picked up his radio and hit the transmit button.
"Lopukin, where are you?"
His request was met with nothing but static. He frowned, an edge of concern now overshadowing the irritation within him.
"Lopukin, where are you? Respond!"
They had found her all right, but the prisoner standing before him bore little resemblance to the vibrant, strikingly beautiful woman he'd seen in the picture. Her blonde hair, cut short and neat in the photograph, was now a tangled and greasy mass falling on either side of her face. Her skin was deathly pale, sallow and streaked with dirt. She had lost weight as well, the impression enhanced by her oversized clothes, clearly intended for a man. Her standard prison-issue shirt and trousers were filthy and threadbare, covered in grime and stained with blood and God knew what else. But it was her, of that he was sure. Her appearance might have changed, but her eyes hadn't. He would have recognized those eyes anywhere. She was staring at him with those eyes at that very moment, her gaze filled with a strange mixture of surprise, curiosity, apprehension, and wariness. And something else. Something he couldn't consciously identify, but which made a far deeper impression. Somehow he felt like an animal being observed by a predator still undecided about whether or not to strike. For a good second or two, neither one of them said a word or moved a muscle. The smell of stale sweat, blood, dampness and mold permeated the air inside the tiny cell. Jesus, what had she endured in this place? How long had she been here? Dietrich broke the silence at last. Maris? Her eyes opened wider, all other emotions washed away by complete and utter shock. But she didn't speak.
Is your name Maris? Dietrich demanded in Russian. Identify yourself or we leave you here.
It is, she finally said, croaking the words as if the mere act of speaking was alien to her.
We are here to get you out.
Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Who sent you?
No time. We're leaving.
He gestured with his weapon for her to come out of the cell.
Hurry! Move!
Her gaze flicked from Dietrich to Drake before finally resting on the guard they had taken prisoner. And in that instant, a change came over her, as if someone had flicked a switch inside her mind. The surprise and wariness vanished, replaced by something altogether different, something primal, something brutal, something cold and hard and deadly. Then, without warning, she sprang forward, seizing the long-bladed knife sheathed at Drake's thigh. The blade came free of its metal scabbard with a harsh rasp, gone before he could even make a move. Then, in one smooth motion born from years of practice and experience, she swept the knife up into the Russian's exposed throat. There was no stopping the wickedly sharp blade as it cleaved its way through the soft tissue, destroying his windpipe before carrying on upwards into his skull. The man could do nothing but let out a horrible gurgling groan, his hands scrabbling at the deadly blade as it sank deeper. His legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed, a mountain of flesh no longer obeying the commands sent by his brain. She went down with him, savagely yanking the blade free, severing vital arteries and coating her face and arms in a fine spray of blood. Raising the weapon up again, she plunged it deep into his chest, then twisted it free with enraged strength, before swinging again, her eyes wild with vengeance and murder. Shit, Drake growled, amazed and appalled by the speed and ferocity of her sudden attack. She had taken the weapon before he even knew what had happened. You fucking idiot, he thought, berating himself for letting his guard down. She could have killed you. Didn't Kane warn you about her?
Crazy bitch,
Dietrich said, drawing a taser from his belt kit and flicking off the safety. Imprisonment here must have broken her, driven her over the edge into insanity. Well, they would just have to stun her and carry her out. Not the ideal solution, but probably for the best. At least they could keep her under control. He didn't give a shit what condition they brought her back in, as long as she wasn't dead. Maris cared nothing for what either man did. She was in her own world now, a world of pure, hateful, bloodthirsty rage. Every rational instinct in her body had been driven out. Again she plunged the blade in, feeling it slip between two ribs to strike deep into internal organs. She had done it many times before. She knew just the right angle to strike from to ensure the blade didn't foul. Over and over, images of the torments and humiliation she had endured at this man's hands flashed through her mind, like lightning bursts, whirling together into a maelstrom of unstoppable, uncontrollable fury. Bastard's feeble struggles had subsided, his eyes blank and staring, as she pulled the knife out and raised it up for another strike, blood dripping from the blade. She couldn't stop herself. She couldn't control herself. She didn't want to. Weakness will not be in my heart. Fear will not be in my creed. I will show no mercy. But suddenly her arm jerked to a halt. Her wrist was caught in an iron grip, preventing her from dealing another blow. Jerked out of her rage, she swung around to find herself staring down the barrel of a weapon. Her mind did an instant threat assessment. An MP5, 9mm submachine gun, excellent weapon for close-quarters action. 30-round magazine capacity, firing either full metal jacket or hollow-point projectiles. She guessed FMJs for greater penetrating power. Effective range, anything up to 200 meters. The safety was off. His finger on the trigger. The other man nearby also had a weapon trained on her. She couldn't take out both of them. No chance. "Let go of the knife," Drake said in English, speaking slow and calm. "Let go now." Hesitating for a moment, she released the blade and allowed it to clatter to the ground. Her work was done. He was dead. Adrenaline surged through her veins, investing her muscles with a strength she hadn't felt in years. She felt alive. For the first time in a long time, she felt alive. Releasing her wrist, Drake took a step back, still covering her with the MP5. She was breathing hard, her face and clothes stained crimson with the dead man's blood, her lips drawn back in what almost seemed a feral smile. Her eyes were pools of ice in that sea of blood, staring at him, watching him like a predator, boring right through him. She was horrific, nightmarish, a demon, an evil spirit made real. Maras, a goddess of war. A radio unit crackled with static and a muffled voice said something in Russian. It took Drake a moment to realize it was coming from the dead man's jacket. Kneeling down and unzipping the blood-soaked garment, Dietrich received the walkie-talkie he hadn't even realized was there. Once more it crackled into life, and a voice spoke in Russian, sounding more urgent this time. "Shit," he hissed. Drake frowned. "What is it?" "It must be another guard on patrol. He's asking where this guy is." He glared at Maras. "You stupid bitch! You've compromised us!" Drake swore under his breath. Of all the bad timing. Dietrich had searched the man. Why hadn't he found the radio? Why hadn't he realized it was there? He had little time to dwell on this issue. Other prisoners had been awoken by the commotion and were starting to realize something was wrong. The grim order of their world had been disturbed, kindling the mad, wild hope of salvation. Shouts of confusion, fear, and pleading desperation began to echo down the corridor, coming from a dozen places at once. "We have what we need," Drake decided, trying to ignore the growing cacophony around them. They hadn't come here for these people. Whether they deserved to be here or not, this was where they were staying. He looked at the woman. "You speak English, I assume?" She nodded, saying nothing. "Good. We can get you out, but only if you do exactly as we tell you, understand?" Another nod. He raised his weapon, keeping it trained on her. "All right. Move." As they hurried towards the stairwell that would take them back up to the roof, Drake hit his radio pressel. "Bravo to Alpha. We have the target. We're extracting now. Meet us at the rendezvous and tell the chopper to start his run." "Copy that, Bravo," Frost replied. "Alpha is en route." Chapter 21. Pushing herself away from the security station, Frost grabbed her weapon and flicked off the safety. Her last act before leaving was to take aim at the trunk cable carrying video feeds from the security cameras scattered throughout the facility. A couple of silenced rounds destroyed the main junction box, rendering all 6 monitors useless. "Come on, Frost," Mason hissed. "Move." "All done," she replied, turning to follow. Switching frequencies on her radio, she selected the channel that would connect her to Zulu, the transport chopper standing by a couple of miles distant. "Zulu, this is Bravo team. Begin your run. I say again, begin your run." "Copy that, Bravo," the pilot's crackly voice replied a moment later. "Zulu is inbound. ETA 5 minutes." "Copy that. 5 minutes." As Mason ducked out of the room, she was right behind him. She knew the route back up to the tower like the back of her hand. Turn right at the intersection, follow the main corridor along until... They both froze as a figure emerged from the stairwell at the far end of the corridor. He was a young man, perhaps in his mid-20s, with short dark hair and green eyes that stared at them in blank, uncomprehending shock. Mason was first to react. "Contact," he warned, dropping to one knee and bringing his MP5 to bear. At the same moment, the guard turned and ducked back into the stairwell. realizing the futility of trying to take on two armed opponents in full body armor. A short burst leapt from Mason's weapon, the suppressor eliminating all sounds save for the clean metallic click as the working parts drew a fresh round into the breech. It was a hasty shot against a moving target, but at least one of the rounds found its mark, impacting his torso with a dull, wet thud. A cloud of blood painted the lime-green wall behind him before he shoved his way through the door and disappeared into the stairwell.
Shit.
Mason hit his radio again.
Alpha 2 to all teams. We have contact. 1 Tango still active.
A moment later, an emergency klaxon started blaring through the building. The injured guard must have made it to an alarm point.
"What's going on, Alpha?"
Keegan demanded, his voice low and urgent. "I hear alarms down here."
"We're compromised,"
Mason snapped, hurrying for the stairs to the observation level. Frost was right behind him. Drake's heart was beating overtime as the three of them hurried to the security door at the west end of the solitary confinement block. Blaring alarms mixed with the plaintive cries of the prisoners still locked in their cells. This situation was unraveling fast.
"Alpha Team, get to the rendezvous,"
he ordered. His radio microphone used the vibrations in his throat to transmit what he was saying, meaning he could speak and be heard clearly even in the chaos around him.
"Delta, your weapons free. Get ready to cover us."
"Copy that. Weapons free."
Drake pointed to the security door up ahead and glanced at Dietrich.
"Get it open. Hurry."
Dietrich had taken the keychain from the dead guard. Skidding to a halt in front of the imposing security door, he fumbled with the chain, vainly searching for the right one. He wasn't familiar with this place, didn't know the locks, and there were a lot of keys to choose from.
"Work faster,"
Drake implored him, keeping one eye on the door at the far end of the block and one eye on Maris. The woman was standing a few paces away, saying nothing, her gaze flicking between both men and their weapons.
"Shit!"
Dietrich growled, pulling a key out and trying another one. Panic-stricken haste was making his hands tremble, further hampering his efforts.
"Don't panic. Just focus and get it done,"
Drake said, forcing calm into his voice. Screaming and shouting would only make things worse. Suddenly, the door at the far end of the block swung open on rusty hinges, revealing 3 guards in various states of undress. But all 3 were armed with AK-47 assault rifles, a devastating infantry weapon that had been the mainstay of the Russian military for the past 50 years. There was no such thing as non-lethal force in this place.
"Contact!"
Drake yelled, sighting the nearest target and snapping off a burst at his center mass. At this range, there was no chance of a more accurate aiming, especially with an MP5. They were great weapons for close-quarters battle, but at anything over 50 meters their lack of stopping power became apparent. His aim was true, and the man crumpled with blood painting his chest and abdomen. The other 2 immediately threw themselves down and started capping off wild, uncontrolled bursts in Drake's general direction. Their aim was all over the place, with 7.62mm rounds howling off concrete walls and doors on both sides of the corridor. One of them ricocheted off a fire extinguisher mounted about halfway along the block, hitting with sufficient force to burst the pressurized casing and send a cloud of carbon dioxide vapor spewing out.
"Maris, get down!"
Drake ordered, fearful she might get caught in the crossfire. He needn't have worried. Unlatching the cell door nearest her, she hauled it open to form a makeshift shield and ducked behind it. The emaciated wretch within had backed up against the wall, cowering in the corner, eyes blank and staring from cavernous sockets. Her move proved to be fortuitous, as several heavy-caliber slugs wanged off the steel door in the next few seconds, leaving visible dents in the metalwork. Taking advantage of the momentary diversion, Drake pulled one of the thermite incendiary grenades from his webbing, yanked the pin out, and hurled it down the corridor with all the force he could command. A second or so later, the device detonated, with a bright flash, followed by a vicious orange glow, as the thermite compound within burned at 2,500 degrees Celsius. Such grenades were more useful for destroying equipment than as actual weapons. Nonetheless, the flash produced on ignition was bright enough to temporarily blind anyone looking straight at it, and the extreme temperatures and noxious fumes produced by the thermite reaction would block the hallway for a good minute or so. For good measure, he emptied the remainder of his magazine in a long, sustained burst. He couldn't tell if he'd hit anything, but it might have been enough to keep their heads down. Still, their reprieve wouldn't last long.
"I need that fucking door open now,"
he warned, turning towards the older man and ejecting the spent magazine. The time for calm, measured responses was long gone. Dietrich was panicking and fumbling with what should have been a simple task. "Shut up! Shut up!" Dietrich hissed, jamming another key into the lock. This time it turned, and there was a faint click as the lock disengaged. No sooner had the door swung open than Dietrich grunted in surprise as something hit him from behind, spinning him around as he fell through the doorway. It took him a moment to work out what had happened, but when he saw the blood on the floor and realized it was his own, the truth dawned on him. "I'm hit!" Dietrich called out, his voice trembling with shock. Drake ignored his plea. He couldn't do anything for the man until they were under cover. Grabbing Maris by the arm, he shoved her through the doorway. This was all for nothing if she got killed by a stray round. He went last, pulling the heavy door shut behind him with a resounding clang. No sooner had he done so than he heard a couple of dull metallic dings as AK rounds slammed into the reinforced frame. Dietrich was on the ground, struggling to sit up. He had been hit twice by AK rounds, first in the center of his back, and then again in his left thigh. His armored vest had stopped the first round, though the force of the impact would likely leave heavy bruising and possibly have cracked a couple of ribs. Still, it wasn't a serious injury. It was the leg wound that worried him. Drake knelt down beside him to quickly examine it. It was a clean exit, a round passing through the soft tissue of his thigh. It had done a good deal of damage on the way out, but he didn't think it had shattered the bone or severed the femoral artery. If it had, he would have been dead within a matter of minutes. "It's bad," he said, through gritted teeth. "Shit!" "Calm down, for fuck's sake," Drake commanded him. "It's a flesh wound. It hasn't broken the bone. Can you walk?" Medical attention would have to wait for now. If they didn't get out of here, they were as good as dead. "Leave him," Maris said, staring down at the injured man without emotion. "He won't make it." "Shut up," Drake snapped and then turned his attention back to his comrade. "Jonas, we need to go right now. We'll sort you out once we're clear of the prison, but you have to help us. Can you walk?" He was breathing hard from a combination of pain and exertion, but he managed a nod. He looked at the door again. "They'll be following us." Drake nodded, an idea already forming. "I'll take care of it." He pointed at Maris again. "You, if you want to get through this alive, help him up the stairs. He'll show you the way." "He'll slow us down," she warned. "They'll catch up and kill us all." "Just get it done. Leave the rest up to me." Standing undecided for a moment, she at last resigned herself to the inevitable, hooked one hand beneath Dietrich's arm and pulled him to his feet. He let out a cry of pain as the weight rested on his injured leg, but remained defiantly on his feet. Struggling with his considerable weight, Maris looked at Drake. "What about you?" "Don't worry about me, just get up there," he implored her. "Go, now!" As she pulled the injured man towards the stairs, leaving a trail of blood in their wake, Drake snatched up the keys dropped by Dietrich and made for the door leading to the western cell block. Unlocking it, he hauled it open and turned to the controls for the cell doors. Essentially just a series of levers controlling the electric locks on each cell. There were a good 40 or so laid out on a numbered control board. Starting from what he hoped was the south end of the block, he went to work, pulling each lever in turn. It didn't take long for the results to become apparent. He could hear loud metallic clangs echoing down the massive enclosed space, followed by frantic and confused shouts as prisoners suddenly found themselves released. He had opened at least 20 cells by the time he heard the click of the keys in the door leading from the solitary confinement block. The two surviving guards must have fought their way past the burning remains of the incendiary grenade, and were now eager to find the man who had thrown it. He'd done enough here. Abandoning his task, he turned and rushed through the stairwell door, pulling it closed behind him. Chapter 22.
99 bottles of beer on the wall, 99 bottles of beer.
Sitting motionless in his sniping position and oblivious to the chaos around him, Keegan was a picture of calm as he slowly moved the sniper rifle from tower to tower, his keen eyes scanning for a target while he hummed a tune under his breath. It helped to keep him relaxed, and he needed it tonight. The shit had well and truly hit the fan now. The alert had gone out, klaxons and sirens filling the night air with their harsh wails. Moments earlier, the sharp crackle of gunfire had echoed up through the cell blocks. Who was shooting who? He didn't know. Confusion was everywhere. The weather conditions were deteriorating by the minute. He could feel the wind getting up and the temperature dropping as the storm front came in from the northwest. The snowflakes were also heavier and more numerous. If they delayed much longer, they might not make it out at all. His comrades could well be fighting for their lives a couple of floors below him, but that, like the weather, was out of his hands. The best, and indeed only way to help them, was to hold his position and stick to the plan. That's what they were counting on him to do. Operations like this broke down when people started panicking and acting on their own initiative without communicating with the rest of their team. No way was that going to happen today. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught movement in the northeast tower and swung the rifle round, increasing the magnification on his scope to get a better look. It was a guard, eyes wide with panic, clutching an AK assault rifle as he stared down into the exercise yard. No doubt he expected prisoners to come crashing from one of the cell blocks at any moment. Keegan wondered if he'd been ordered up there, or if he had just gone there to survey the situation. How organized were their enemies? Had they planned for this? Was it part of their training, or were they running around in confusion and panic? Whatever the reason, Keegan's response was the same. "Take one down, pass it around," he mumbled, adjusting his aim to compensate for crosswind. Perfect sight picture. Allowing himself to relax, he squeezed the trigger. The rifle kicked back hard into his shoulder, and half a second later, the top of the man's head exploded in a spray of blood and brain matter. Good kill. 98 bottles of beer on the wall. He didn't enjoy killing, but he did feel a certain satisfaction that came from exercising the skills he had spent long years perfecting. Above the blare of the alarms, he could hear the clamor of footsteps in the stairwell behind him. "Alpha Team? Sit rep," he spoke into his radio. It was Frost who answered. "Alpha's in the stairwell. Hold your fire." A moment later, Frost and Mason emerged into the observation area, breathless and sweating. "Good to see you again," Keegan said without taking his eyes away from the scope.
"Good to be here,"
Mason replied, keying his radio.
"Alpha's at the rendezvous point. Bravo, what's your situation?"
Dietrich's reply was gasped out through labored breaths.
"Bravo 2. We're on the stairwell. Heading up. Get ready to cover us." "Copy that. You okay?" "I'm hit, but still in the fight. Where's the chopper?" "It's inbound right now. We're—"
Mason's sentence was cut off as a burst of automatic weapons fire sliced into the observation area, shattering the windows around him. Freezing wind and dry flakes of snow whipped through the now open platform as all three of them hit the deck. "Shit! We're taking fire!" Frost had one hand pressed against a cut above her left eye where an errant fragment of glass had gashed her.
"Keegan, you see the shooter?"
Mason called out. Waiting until the incoming fire slackened off, Keegan peered over the edge of the concrete parapet long enough to scan the other three towers. Another burst of fire was enough to make him duck back down, but it didn't matter. He'd seen what he had to. "Southeast tower," he said calmly, reaching up to grab something resting on the table above him. His hand came back clutching a small metal control unit with a long wire snaking out, that Mason recognized immediately as an M57 firing device. Commonly referred to as a clacker, it served as the standard remote trigger for Claymore anti-personnel mines. "Fire in the hole," he announced, flicking off the safety catch and depressing the simple flat trigger. A bright flash followed by a concussive boom signaled the destruction of the southeast watchtower, along with anyone unfortunate enough to be in it. Peering over the parapet once more, Keegan nodded in satisfaction. A trio of Claymore anti-personnel mines daisy-chained together inside the observation area had done their work well, blasting the structure apart from the inside and shredding anyone within the blast radius. The injured man was a heavy burden as she fought her way up the spiral staircase, practically dragging him along with her. He was flagging badly, weak from shock, pain, and blood loss. His armor and equipment was dead weight that they couldn't afford. For that matter, so was he. She was breathing hard from her exertions, and only now did she realize how weak she had become. Training and exercising daily, it had been easy to convince herself that she had maintained some semblance of her former fitness. But years of poor food, Beatings and injuries, and no opportunities to move around had taken their toll. She couldn't help him. She'd be lucky to help herself in this condition. Missing a step, Dietrich stumbled and fell, letting out a cry of pain as he landed on his injured leg. He lost his grip on the submachine gun, which clattered down the steps behind them. "Get up!" she yelled, anger and frustration welling up inside. This was taking too long. He was slowing them down. They could be out of here by now if it wasn't for this idiot. He was done. Better that he died now before he got them all killed. Letting go of him, she turned to reach for the fallen weapon. The click of a hammer being drawn back stopped her, and she turned to look up at the injured man again. He was covering her with a USP .45 automatic pistol.
"Don't fucking think about it,"
he growled in Russian. He spoke the language well, but she detected a faint accent. German or Austrian, she thought. A proud people. An arrogant people. Twice they had tried to conquer this country, and twice they had failed. She did a threat assessment. A USP .45 caliber pistol, 12-round magazine, effective range about 50 meters in the right hands. Massively powerful, a popular choice for Special Forces operatives. But it was a heavy weapon, and its owner was already weak from blood loss. He was struggling just to hold it steady. Broken down and diminished as she was, she could still disarm him before he managed to get a shot off. She tensed up, muscles readying themselves for the sudden movement that she would soon require. "Weakness will not be in my heart. Fear will not be in my creed. I will show no mercy. I will never hesitate." Before she could act, she was interrupted by the sound of footsteps on the stairs below. She turned in time to see the other man charge round the corner.
"Get up, Dietrich,"
he said, grabbing the injured man and hauling him to his feet once more.
"We're almost there, mate."
He managed the weight easily, she noticed, with a flash of anger. He was young, strong, healthy, well-fed and well-rested. The sharp crack of weapons fire echoed from below, mingled with confused shouts and agonized screams. A furious battle of some kind was raging, and she could guess the cause. A riot was brewing. He had unleashed something beyond anyone's ability to control.
"What did you do?"
Dietrich asked as they resumed the painful ascent, leaving spots of blood on the concrete steps.
"They've got bigger problems than us to deal with now." Drake pointed upwards. "Maris, up the stairs, move!"
She needed no encouragement. Freed from her heavy burden, she charged up the stairs, heart pounding, lungs drawing in gasps of freezing air. After years of being confined to a 6-foot by 8-foot cell, the mere act of running unfettered was almost alien to her. The stairs were a strange and unusual obstacle that she hadn't tackled in a lifetime. Finally rounding the last turn, she rushed through the open door at the top of the stairs and out into a covered observation area, overlooking the prison yard. Then she stopped, staring around in awestruck amazement, oblivious even to the biting cold and the sting of dry snowflakes on her exposed skin. For almost as long as she could remember, her entire world had consisted of her 6 by 8-foot cell, and the length of corridor she walked to get to the shower rooms. She hadn't seen the outside world since the day of her arrival. She hadn't breathed fresh air, or felt the wind on her face. She hadn't looked up at a sky that wasn't lit by cheap electric lights and blocked by grey concrete. This was the world she had once been part of, and it was consumed by chaos. Alarms blared throughout the prison. The crackle of gunfire resounded from various points throughout the facility, mingled with shouts and panicked cries. One of the imposing watchtowers on the south side had been demolished as if by explosives. The observation deck, a mass of shattered glass and smouldering debris. More shouts from below directed her attention to the exercise yard, where a group of prisoners had broken through the main doors and were pouring out into the open space. Where they planned to go, she had no idea. She wondered if they were even thinking rationally, or if the crazed lust for freedom had overridden all common sense. Either way, she didn't doubt that Katagam was going to fall tonight. There were too many prisoners and too few guards to hold them back, and they had suffered much in their time here. Their rage and lust for revenge would know no bounds. She just hoped they were able to get out before the riot consumed the entire prison. Tearing her eyes away from the chaos in the yard, She watched as her two rescuers emerged from the stairwell, breathing hard and close to exhaustion, driven by sheer determination. "How do we get out?" she demanded. Drake jerked a hand towards the remaining undamaged tower on the south block. "That way! Hurry!" Chapter 23. "I see them!" Frost called out, pointing towards the northwest tower. Bringing his weapon with its powerful optics to bear, Keegan caught sight of 3 figures darting across the rooftop towards them, the woman in front and Drake behind, supporting an injured and heavily limping Dietrich. He watched Drake reach for the radio pressel at his throat.
"This is Bravo. We're almost there. Get the rappelling gear ready."
"It's done," Keegan replied. "Move your ass, Bravo. This place is going down fast." "Copy that." At the same moment, Keegan detected a noise above the shriek of the wind and the crackle of gunfire, a low, rhythmic thudding. It was their chopper. Glancing upward, he watched in awe as a massive shape loomed out of the darkness to the east, skimming low over the prison as its twin rotor blades beat the frigid air. His radio crackled into life again as the huge aircraft roared overhead. "This is Zulu. We're about to set down outside the prison, but the weather's deteriorating fast. We can't stay on station long or we'll never get airborne again. Recommend you hurry."
"Copy that, Zulu,"
Keegan replied. "We're on our way." Outside, Mason was standing on the parapet staring down at the 100-foot drop yawning beneath them. Their rappelling rope was a lone white line tracing its way down the grim stone flanks. A lifeline. Their only means of escape. Beside him, Frost was just finishing clipping her harness into place.
"Move it. Go,"
he urged. She shot him a sharp glare. "Easy for you to say." Swallowing down a sudden feeling of vertigo, the woman stepped out over the edge and pushed off using a friction hitch on her right hand to control her rate of descent. She went far faster than she would have liked, knowing that time was limited. Again, she pushed away from the vertical surface and released her grip on the friction hitch before slowing herself as she swung back in towards the wall again. As soon as she touched down, Mason went to work clipping himself on. Their climbing harnesses were already a part of their uniforms, fixed in place and secured before they even boarded the flight here. As he stepped out over the edge, he shouted to the sniper still inside the observation area.
"Keegan, we're clear. Fall back now."
"Be right behind you, buddy,"
Keegan replied without taking his gaze away from the slope. No sooner had he said this than he spotted movement in the tower that Drake and the others had just emerged from. He couldn't tell if it was a guard or an escaping prisoner, but he caught the distinct frame of an AK clutched in a man's hand, followed by a sudden muzzle flare as he opened up on full automatic.
"Ah, shit! I'm hit!"
Mason cried. Quickly lining up his sights, Keegan loosed a single shot in response, scoring a fatal hit to the man's center mass. Not even bothering to watch the man collapse in his death throes, he turned towards the parapet in time to see Mason topple backwards over the edge.
"Cole!"
In a heartbeat, he had dropped his sniper rifle and sprinted to the edge of the parapet, staring down and expecting to see his comrade's lifeless corpse sprawled on the snow-covered ground far below. Instead, he found Mason dangling from his descent harness about 10 feet below, clutching his shoulder. His right arm hung slack by his side.
"Jesus Christ! You okay, buddy?"
The younger man looked up at him.
"Took a round in the shoulder,"
he managed to say, his voice tight with pain. It took all of 2 seconds for Keegan to weigh up their options. Bringing him back up would be an exercise in futility, while going down to meet him was impossible. The line was only rigged for one person. Their best, and indeed only option, was to get him to the chopper where they could treat his injuries. He could see the aircraft coming into land about 100 meters beyond the prison wall, the downwash from its massive rotors kicking up a storm of snow and ice. Their salvation was tantalizingly close.
"Can you still descend?"
"I think so,"
Mason replied. Without warning, he released his friction hitch and pushed off from the wall to start his descent. Pain, shock, and blood loss had dulled his reflexes, making him careless. The descent was far too fast. Realizing he'd gained too much momentum, he squeezed the hitch closed, overcompensating and jerking himself to a halt about halfway down the wall. The sudden change in velocity upset the line, swinging him inward. His injured shoulder slammed into the unyielding surface. and he let out an involuntary scream of agony as broken bones grated against each other. Dazed and almost blacking out with pain, he was barely able to keep a grip on the hitch as he slid down the wall, limp as a rag doll. Frost was waiting for him at the bottom and quickly unlatched him from the rope before pulling him to safety. It hadn't been pretty, but he was down. Bravo team reached the tower only moments later. "Move your ass!" Drake yelled, forcibly shoving Dietrich up the metal ladder to the observation deck. The man was tiring fast and was using most of his strength just to hold on. Drake knew how he felt. Then suddenly Keegan appeared at the top, gripped his outstretched hand and hauled him up in a remarkable show of strength for such a small man. "Come on, asshole! Get up here!" Drake was up next, then turned and reached out to help Maris. She didn't grip his hand, determined to make it by herself. "Jesus, you really stirred up a shitstorm here," Keegan remarked. He had discarded his rifle now, knowing it would be impossible to take the bulky weapon with him. "Only thing I could think of to buy us some time," Drake explained. "What happened to Mason?" The older man's craggy face twisted in a grimace. "Took a round in the shoulder. He made it down, though." There was nothing more he could do for now. Drake nodded towards the descent rope. "All right, get yourself down there." The sniper nodded. "You be right behind me, you hear?" It took him only a few moments to clip himself in. Wasting no time, he jumped up on the parapet, balanced on the edge, and vanished into the night, fearless as always. With Keegan gone, Drake turned his attention to Maris. He had brought a spare climbing harness looped into his belt kit, which he unlatched and shoved at her. "Put this on." According to Kane, she was fully trained at rappelling and should be able to handle the descent with ease. Experience was one thing, but he had his doubts about whether she could manage the physically demanding task. She was already tired from her exertions, and obviously not in a good place mentally, judging by her reaction to the guard. Still, she seemed to understand what to do, and quickly pulled the 2 loops of the harness up around her legs, then set about securing the waist straps. As she worked, Drake dragged Dietrich over to the rope. "Come on, mate, this is the fun part," he said as he clipped the older man in. "I can't," Dietrich protested weakly. "Bollocks you can't," Drake snapped. "The hitch only needs one hand and you can brace yourself against the wall with your good leg. Now come on, move your lazy arsehole." Without waiting for him to reply, he grabbed the wounded man around the waist and hauled him up over the edge of the parapet. Drake had no way of knowing whether he would make it, but there was nothing he could do about it anyway. There was no time to lower him by hand, and they certainly didn't have time to rig up a tandem harness. One way or another, Dietrich would have to get through this by himself. Seeing the fear and worry in his comrade's eyes, he leaned in close and gripped his shoulder. "Just get it done quickly, all right? We can fix you later, but first we have to get out of here." The older man looked at him for several moments, then finally nodded, rallying whatever reserves of strength remained, and steeling himself for what was to come. Bracing himself against the wall with his good leg, he pushed off hard and released his grip on the hitch, gritting his teeth against the pain. Last of all, Drake turned to Maris, standing with him at the edge of the parapet. "Can you do this?" She offered a strange, lopsided grimace that might have been a smile. "It has been a while for me." With that, she clambered up over the edge. Then she stopped and looked at him for a moment. She said nothing. He couldn't be sure, but he thought perhaps he saw a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Then she pushed off from the wall, released her brake, and was gone. It was done. Drake turned back towards the prison. It was a scene of absolute chaos. Prisoners were running riot, smoke rose from the windows of both major cell blocks, and the rattle of weapons fire resounded in the open exercise yard. If there were any guards still operating as a cohesive group, they were going to have a nightmare bringing this situation under control. He imagined that none of the prisoners were under any illusions about their fate here. They would fight to the last man. Keegan had had the presence of mind to leave a thermite grenade beside their pile of discarded equipment. Seizing it up, Drake returned to the parapet and clipped himself onto the descent rope, then pulled himself up over the edge. His bruised back and shoulder blazed with pain, but the adrenaline was doing a good job of suppressing it. Now ready, he pulled the pin from the cylindrical grenade and hurled it into the observation room, then pushed himself away from the edge and released his brake. He had made it about halfway down the wall when a bright orange flash erupted above, lighting up the terrain around the prison like a signal flare. The grenade had done its work well. One last push brought him down to ground level, and he touched down with a bump that sent a jolt up his legs. Still, he was on solid ground, and never had it felt so good. Keegan was waiting for him. "Let's go, buddy!" Unclipping himself from the rope, Drake followed him as he sprinted away from the prison, heading for the chopper about 100 meters away. He could just make out the childlike shape of Frost as she helped a heavily limping Dietrich aboard. The pilot was already increasing engine power by the time Drake and Keegan fought their way up the rear cargo ramp, snow and ice swirling around them. Staggering aboard, Drake switched radio channels to speak to the pilot.
"That's it, Zulu. We're all in. You're clear to lift off."
The pilot was in no mood to hang around. Engines roaring and rotors hammering the air, the massive chopper lurched skyward, buffeted and blasted by vicious crosswinds as the storm bore down on them. Staring out the rear of the aircraft, Drake was just able to glimpse the outline of the embattled prison receding into the darkness before the cargo ramp slammed shut. Chapter 24. As soon as they were clear of the prison, the Chinook turned and headed northeast at full speed, following one of the low valleys that crisscross the region. To avoid any radar installations in the vicinity, their altitude barely exceeded 50 feet, though it meant they took a hammering from the storm bearing down on them. The deck swayed and lurched beneath them like a ship in a typhoon, and more than a few shouts and curses were heard from the cockpit. Still, they were alive, airborne, and heading for home. Drake removed his sweaty, clammy balaclava, closed his eyes and exhaled, allowing his heartbeat to slow to something approaching normal. It was all behind them now. All the planning, the preparation, the fear, the worry, the danger, and the problems. Somehow, against the odds, they had succeeded. He should have felt elation and exhilaration, but no such emotion stirred in him at that moment. The only thing he felt was crushing fatigue. For 2 days and 1 night he had been keyed up and consumed with his work. Now that the pressure was off, exhaustion was catching up with him at last. The woman they had risked everything for was sitting opposite, staring right ahead, but seeing nothing. She was a pathetic sight, thin, bedraggled, bloodied, and filthy. She looked as if she'd just been liberated from a concentration camp. "Keegan, keep an eye on Maris, would ye?" She didn't seem like much of a threat, but he was taking no chances after the earlier incident with the guard. The old sniper nodded. "On it, buddy." Undoing his seatbelt, Drake stood up and, negotiating the lurching deck with some difficulty, staggered over to join Dietrich. The man was seated on one of the metal benches running the length of the cargo compartment, tending to his leg injury. He had cut away the fabric around the wound and was busy applying a compress to slow the bleeding. Drake saw a syringe of morphine lying on the deck beside him. He didn't think it was a good idea for the man to be tending his own wounds after self-medicating himself with morphine, but it seemed there wasn't much choice. Keegan was needed to cover Maris, while Frost was busy tending to Mason. "How are you doing, Jonas?" he asked, his expression grave as he surveyed the wound. The bleeding didn't look too bad, and judging by the fact that the man still had use of the limb, he suspected the muscle damage was minimal. Drake looked up at him.
"I've got a hole in my leg that wasn't there this morning," he remarked acidly. "So not very good."
"You're still alive," Drake pointed out.
"So are you."
He sounded almost disappointed. Whatever gratitude he might have felt towards Drake for helping him to get to safety had long since evaporated. It was business as usual as far as Dietrich was concerned. "Fine. Let us know if you need anything," Drake said, grateful to leave him behind as he made his way further forward to join Frost. The woman had removed her heavy, cumbersome jumpsuit, webbing, descent harness, and armored vest, leaving her in a sweat-stained t-shirt and combat trousers. She had a bandage pressed against the cut on her forehead. "Are you all right?" Drake asked. She flashed a defiant grin. "Not exactly a career-ending injury, but I won't be doing any modeling work for a while." "And Mason?" he asked, gesturing to the injured man lying unconscious on a medical stretcher set up on the deck, IV lines snaking into his arm. Her smile faded.
I've sedated him and stabilized him as best I can. He should pull through, but he's going to need surgery on that shoulder for sure. I can't tell how bad it is without an X-ray.
Drake nodded. Of all the shitty, unlucky things to happen, getting hit by a stray round while preparing to evacuate had to be one of the worst. It was one of those freak occurrences that was just impossible to plan for. Still, at least they had been able to get him out. "Do me a favor, and take a look at Maris," he said, glancing at the woman they had gone through all this to rescue. "She doesn't look good." She hadn't moved a muscle since he'd left her. Keegan was watching her, keeping a weapon to hand in case she tried anything. Drake wondered perhaps if it had all been too much for her and she'd gone into shock. But there wasn't much they could do about her mental state. Their orders were to bring her back alive.
"Why me?"
Frost asked, clearly unhappy.
"Because you're a woman."
Frost glanced down at her breasts in mock surprise.
"Oh, so that's what these are."
Drake gave her a disapproving look.
"She'll feel less intimidated by you. Now piss off and get it done.
I'll keep an eye on Mason." The young woman flashed a defiant smile, but turned to head aft.
"Oh, and Kira?"
She paused and glanced over her shoulder.
"Good job, yeah?"
She nodded, looking sober and serious for once, then carried on without saying anything. A satellite phone had been set up just aft of the cockpit where the two pilots were still wrestling against the appalling weather. Drake was in no mood for a full debriefing, but he knew Kane and Franklin would be clamoring for an initial report. Better to get it over with. His back and shoulder were throbbing. He didn't know how badly he'd hurt himself during the rough rooftop landing and wasn't keen to investigate. Coffee and painkillers would have to do for now. Summoning up his flagging energy, he picked up the chunky phone unit and dialed the number he'd memorized. It rang only once before it was answered.
"Franklin."
"We've got her," Drake reported, deciding not to beat about the bush.
"Thank Christ. What's your situation?" "There was trouble during the extraction. Mason took her round to the shoulder. He's stable, but he'll need medical attention when we land. Dietrich's also been hit, but he's still in the fight. I'll have medics on standby at Elmendorf."
He paused for a moment.
"And Maris?"
Drake chewed his lip.
"Physically, she seems intact. As far as her mental state's concerned, your guess is as good as mine."
He was no psychologist, but it didn't take one to realize that she had problems. She'd been physically abused, locked in solitary confinement for God knows how long, deprived of any stimulation. Who knew how she would adapt to this sudden change? That gave the older man pause for thought.
"I hear you. Just get her back. We'll take care of the rest later."
Drake got the message. Her long-term psychological needs were none of his concern. Just then he heard the sound of smashing glass and Frost's panicked cry,
"What the fuck?"
Dumping the phone, he turned in time to see Maris gripping the woman in front of her as a human shield, one arm around her neck. In her other hand, she held a broken glass bottle against her throat. Keegan and Dietrich reacted to the sudden disturbance, drew their sidearms and leveled them at Maris.
"Let her go!" Keegan yelled. "Let her go right now!"
Drake's stomach twisted. Not now. Not after all this. Shutting down the satellite phone, Drake staggered aft, struggling to keep his balance on the lurching deck.
"Nobody fire!"
he ordered. Aside from killing both women, the shots would likely penetrate the aircraft's fuselage. Maris had backed up to the rear of the fuselage, still keeping Frost in front of her. Her vivid blue eyes moved constantly between the three men surrounding her.
"Tell them to lower their weapons,"
Maris said, her gaze resting on Drake.
"Do it."
"Ryan, what are we doing?"
Keegan asked.
"Shoot her!"
Frost hissed.
"Shoot the fucking bitch!"
"Shut up," Maris warned, pressing the broken shard into her throat hard enough to draw blood.
"Drop the guns now, or she dies."
"You're wasting your time,"
Keegan said, managing to keep calm despite the situation.
"Look around. You got nowhere to go."
She remained unmoved by his reasoning.
"She's fucked,"
Dietrich decided.
She's lost it!
Drake wasn't hearing them. His eyes were locked with the woman's, trying to understand what was going on behind them. He had seen the wild lust for blood as she stabbed that guard to death, but it wasn't there now. Her look was fearful, anxious, uncertain. She was in an environment she didn't understand, being taken somewhere she didn't know, and she was afraid. She was like a cornered animal. She had reacted to that fear the only way she knew how, by lashing out and trying to take control.
Lower your weapons, he said at last.
What?
Frost gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. Dietrich's gaze flicked to him for just a moment.
Ryan, have you lost your mind?
Do it, Drake snapped. We didn't go through all this to lose someone on the flight home. Lower your guns, and then we'll talk.
Ryan, please,
Frost said, staring right at him. It's all right, Kira, Drake promised her, wishing he felt as sure as he sounded. Nobody's going to do anything stupid. Lower your weapons. Hesitating, the two men glanced at each other. Then, as if by unspoken consent, they lowered their sidearms. All right. It's done, Drake said, keeping his voice low and calm. Shouting would only provoke her fear. We're not here to hurt you. We came to help you. She said nothing, but a little of the tension had left her muscles. She was in control of the situation, or at least she thought she was.
Where are you taking me?
She demanded. We're going to Elmendorf Air Force Base in Alaska.
And what then?
I don't know, he admitted. We were sent to bring you home. That's all. The rest is out of our hands. She seemed to believe him.
Who sent you?
The agency. We're a shepherd team, part of Special Activities Division. That made an impact. He saw the shock in her eyes, the recognition, and something else that he couldn't quite identify. Was it sadness? Nostalgia? Longing? She swallowed, the muscles in her throat moving up and down.
What year is it?
Drake hesitated a moment, taken aback by her question. Jesus, how long had she been in there? It's 2007. The woman let out a faint gasp, almost a sob, and the look in her eyes changed to one of utter, crushing grief. And just like that, she released her grip on Frost. The younger woman wasted no time twisting out of reach, visibly shaking with a mixture of anger and fear at her sudden brush with death.
The goddamn bitch is out of her mind,
she snarled, rubbing the cut at her throat.
Someone taser her or I'll do it myself.
No.
Drake moved forward, putting himself between Maris and Frost. He lowered his voice to speak to the younger woman. I know you want payback, but look at her. Maris, who only moments before had seemed so dangerous and formidable, appeared to have crumpled before their eyes. She had sunk onto the bench, shoulders slumped, eyes staring straight ahead but seeing nothing. Her expression was one of utter desolation. Give her a break, Kir. Frost glared at the older woman for several seconds, then seemed to see her as Drake did. Her expression softened a little, until finally she sighed and shook her head in resignation.
Just keep her the hell away from me.
With that, she turned and strode forward, making for a seat as far away from Maris as possible. Releasing his breath, Drake rubbed his eyes and glanced at Maris again. The woman wasn't seeing him. She was in her own world. In her filthy, blood-stained clothes, matted hair falling around her face. She was a pathetic, broken figure. He had to do something. Leaving Keegan to watch her, he made his way to the front of the aircraft where food and drink had been stowed. Unscrewing a bottle of mineral water, he emptied it onto a hand towel until it was sodden, then poured some hot chocolate from a thermos into a plastic cup. Thus armed, he returned to Maris and held the towel out to her. Here, he said gently. Clean yourself up. Her face and hair were still covered with congealed blood, grime, dirt, and all kinds of other shit, but she seemed oblivious to it. She stared at the towel blankly for several seconds, as if struggling to understand his meaning. Then, At last, she reached out and took it. Her first effort at cleaning her face was tentative, almost experimental. She kept her eye on Drake the whole time, as if he might suddenly spring at her if she lowered her guard. But gradually, she relaxed. By the time she was done, the towel was soaked red with blood. Her face was still stained crimson in places, but it was a marked improvement. She looked down at the towel as if unsure what to do with it, then finally dropped it on the deck by her feet. Drake lowered himself onto the bench beside her and held out the cup of steaming liquid. Here. Are you thirsty? It's some hot chocolate. It's good. She eyed him with suspicion for several seconds before accepting the cup. Drake cocked an eyebrow. You're not going to try to kill me with it, are you? He asked with a wry smile. Her expression didn't change. Sorry. Bad humor. She sniffed the contents, then finally took a drink. The taste must have pleased her because straight away she took a much deeper gulp, ignoring the fact that the liquid was close to boiling. We've got food, too, if you're hungry, he said, gesturing forward. She kept drinking the chocolate, saying nothing. We'll get you proper medical attention and clean clothes when we land at Elmendorf. In the meantime, Why are you doing this? She cut in. She spoke excellent English, but it was obviously not her first language. There was a faint trace of an accent, Russian or Eastern European, he couldn't tell. Drake frowned. Doing what? She laid the empty cup on the deck at her feet. Treating me with respect. I almost killed one of your team. You should have tasered and handcuffed me by now. He looked at her for a long moment. Would you prefer that? No, she decided. Fair enough. Look, I understand this must be very difficult for you. Her eyes lit up. You understand? He sighed and looked away for a moment. All right, that was a stupid thing to say. I don't understand. But I can guess life hasn't been kind to you recently. I guess you're used to protecting yourself, and I'd like to think that's why you acted the way you did back there. She said nothing, and her eyes gave away even less. But he took her silence as tacit acknowledgement of his suggestion. But you don't have to be afraid. Not anymore. Whatever happened to you in that place, whatever you went through, it's over. As long as you're with us, no one will hurt you. I promise. At that moment, something changed in her. He saw a flicker in her eyes, a lowering of the defenses. For the first time since he'd met her, she looked open and vulnerable. She smiled, a faint, wistful smile filled with sadness. It has been a long time since anyone said that to me. He leaned forward a little and extended his hand to touch hers. He didn't know why he did it, merely that it felt right. Believe it. We're here to help you. Instinctively, she moved her hand back. Not much, but enough to put it beyond his reach. He'd pushed too hard. He shouldn't have done that. Deciding to give her some time alone, he rose up from the seat. Keegan was hovering nearby to keep an eye on her. Like I said, we're here to help. You don't have to trust us. Just don't threaten any of my people. We'll try to make your trip back as comfortable as possible. If you need something, ask. Okay? He had no idea what the future held for this woman, but she would come to no harm while she was with him. That was one promise he was determined to make good on. He was just turning to leave when she spoke up again. What is your name? He stopped and looked at her. Drake. Ryan Drake. The woman looked at him for a long moment. Then at last she gave a nod of acknowledgement. Her face remained impassive, but the raw emotion in her eyes was impossible to hide. Thank you, Drake. With that, she turned her gaze away, leaned forward and rested her head in her hands. Drake lingered close by a few moments longer, wondering if perhaps he should acknowledge her thanks, then decided against it. She had said what she wanted to say, and it was enough. Chapter 25. Elmendorf Air Force Base, Alaska. Standing with his head bowed and his hands braced against the tiled wall, Drake did nothing for some time, allowing the hot shower to sluice down on him. The heat helped to loosen the stiff, knotted muscles in his bruised shoulder and soothe the pain across his back. He was exhausted. The journey from Russia to Alaska had taken 6 hours, during which Maras had to be guarded at all times, and Mason had required constant monitoring, further adding to the stress on the already weary team. The plan had originally called for a quick aircraft change at Elmendorf, followed by an extended flight back to Washington, D.C. for debriefing. However, given that 2 of the team were injured, and Maras was, in Drake's opinion, badly in need of proper medical attention, he had taken the decision to disembark at the earliest opportunity. Never in his life had he been so relieved to touch down. Landing beside an isolated hangar at the eastern edge of the base, they were immediately met by an agency retrieval team who escorted Maras to a waiting vehicle. That had been the last he had seen of her. There had been no words of farewell, no expressions of thanks or good luck. She had simply allowed them to take her away, marching right off the chopper with her eyes straight ahead. Only as she was helped into the waiting vehicle did she look at him for a moment, though he couldn't tell what was going on behind those cold blue eyes. Drake doubted he would ever see her again. It was the nature of the job. He was there to bring lost operatives home. After that, it wasn't his problem. In the aftermath of their arrival, the rest of the team had been almost forgotten about. Debriefings and reports would inevitably come later, but for now they had been given some time to shower and change and rest. It was a temporary reprieve only, but a welcome one. In a few hours they would be on a flight back to Langley, and once Franklin and the others had finished picking the operation apart, that would be it. He could put the whole thing behind him, and it would be up to Kane to live up to his end of the deal. A whole new chapter of his life was about to open up. He should have felt elated. If only it were that easy. Mason had been hustled away by the base medical teams. It was too early to know the extent of his injuries, but an operating theatre had already been prepared for him. Drake had been assured that he would receive the best care possible. He just hoped it would be enough. Mason was a grown man who had known the risks when he accepted the job, but that knowledge did nothing to assuage the guilt Drake now felt. Whether consciously accepted by both men or not, it was his job to keep the older man safe, to lead him into harm's way and bring him back unscathed. He had failed in that responsibility, and nothing could change that. With a sigh, he reached up and turned off the shower tap. The steaming deluge turned into a tepid drip, though it was another 30 seconds or so before he straightened up, wincing with the movement. Running a hand through his soaking hair, he pulled open the shower door and stepped out onto the tiled floor. The glass of whiskey was still resting on the edge of the sink, half empty. He'd smuggled a bottle on the flight out from Langley, knowing he would need it when the mission was over. His body might have been weary and bruised, but his mind was still wired. Snatching up the glass, he downed the contents and padded through to the small accommodation room loaned to him by the Elmendorf base staff. It was a simple affair, with dented plasterboard walls, a narrow steel-framed bed, a desk and chair, and a TV in one corner. Still, it was a whole lot better than a freezing prison cell, he thought with a shudder. Unzipping his kit bag, he found a change of clothes inside, along with his cell phone. He stared at it for a long moment before finally picking it up and switching it on. He had poured himself another glass before he found the courage to dial the once familiar number. The phone rang and rang with no response. Drake had no idea what time it was in that part of the world, but he guessed it was an unsociable hour. He was on the verge of hanging up when at last a sleepy voice came on the line. "Hello?" "Jessica," he began hesitantly, not sure what to say. "Ryan!" She was awake in an instant. "My God, you haven't phoned in months! Is everything all right?" Yeah, everything's fine here." He looked down at the glass of whiskey in his hand, feeling suddenly guilty. "What time is it there?"
It's 4 a.m. Oh, shit, I'm sorry. You've been in Washington for years. Don't you know the time difference by now? Unable to help himself, he downed another gulp. I'm not in D.C. I'm in Alaska. Alaska? What on earth? It's work, he cut in. My real work. Not that bullshit cover they dreamed up. What do you mean? Drake sighed and glanced up at the ceiling, struggling to find a way to say what he'd yearned to say for so long. Jess, I haven't been honest with you about a lot of things. There's so much I've kept from you, and I told myself it was for your own good. But it wasn't. It was for mine. Because I was afraid of what you'd think if you knew what I really did. I was afraid what you'd think of me. He could hear movement at the other end. She was getting out of bed, he knew, going somewhere she could talk privately. Ryan, look, whatever it is, whatever you've done, talk to me, she said, her voice quieter now. I'm your sister, and I'm here for you no matter what. You know that? Yeah. His voice was low, roughened by the drink. I know. She had always been there for him, even if he hadn't deserved it. So talk to me, she implored him. Whatever you have to say, I promise I'll listen. She hesitated a moment, trying to adopt a lighter tone. It seems like you could use a good listener. She was right about that, of course. Drake had no idea how much the other Shepherd team members told their friends and loved ones, whether they confided in any of them or preferred to keep their work to themselves. He had always chosen the latter, but it was a hard path to take, and getting harder all the time. You know me too well, he conceded. You're not that hard to work out. Her words were playful, but her tone wasn't. So tell me, what are you thinking? Even he couldn't help but smile a little. I'm coming home, Jess. It was a good second or two before she could muster a reply. Back to the UK, you mean? Yeah, for a while at least. After last night's efforts, he figured Kane and the agency owed him a couple of weeks' leave. Anyway, what he had to tell her was no conversation for an open phone line. If you'll have me, that is. Of course! There was no thought of keeping her voice down this time. You know you're always welcome here. He smiled, but hearing those words made his heart ache. Her voice reminded him of much earlier times. Happier times. I have to take care of a few things here first, but I'll be in touch soon. Hopefully at a more sociable hour, he added, managing to inject a little humour into his voice. Then we'll talk. Okay? She understood why he was hanging up. She knew him better than anyone. All right. Look after yourself out there, Ryan. I love you. I love you too. Killing the phone, he looked down at his drink, took a deep breath and swallowed it in one gulp. The liquid burned all the way down. But that didn't stop him pouring another glass. She's suffering from dehydration and borderline malnutrition, the doctor explained, speaking in a soft voice that belied his stocky frame and heavy jowls, already darkened with stubble. The name tag on his coat identified him as Cooper. We haven't got her blood work back yet, but we know she's anemic. Lack of exposure to sunlight will have caused vitamin D deficiencies as well. Bone density is normally a problem in cases like this, but judging from her lean muscle mass, she's been exercising during her confinement. She must have been remarkably fit when she was imprisoned. Franklin stretched, doing his best to ignore the painful spasm in the small of his back as he did so. The flight from Andrews Air Force Base to Alaska had been an ordeal, forcing him to sit in a cramped, uncomfortable seat for what felt like an eternity as his back slowly locked up. But there had been no question of coming here. Kane would brook no delay when he found out the Shepherd team and the woman they had risked so much to recover had disembarked in Alaska. He had insisted on flying there straight away, even charting his own flight for the purpose. The objective of their attention was seated at a table fixed into the center of the room, a plastic cup of orange juice lying untouched in front of her. The first order of business had been to perform a full medical examination and health assessment. She had shown little sign of weakness.
but one look at her was enough to confirm the years of abuse and neglect she had suffered. There was no telling what kind of impact her imprisonment had had on her health. There's also evidence of sexual assault and sustained physical abuse over a long period, Cooper went on. His tone had changed a little, becoming colder and more clinical. She was reluctant to let us examine her, which is understandable. So it's hard to know if there's any internal damage. Preliminary HIV screening has come back negative, but we can't rule out the possibility of other sexually transmitted infections. "What are we doing for her?" Kane asked. He was staring at Maris, jaw clenched tight, his forehead knotted, deep worry lines plainly visible. For the first time since Franklin had met him, he looked his age, and more. But it was the look in his eyes that took Franklin by surprise. There was sadness there. Deep wells of sadness and pain and grief. "We've already started her on an aggressive course of antibiotics, plus vitamin supplements to combat her mineral deficiencies. We'll put her on a high-calorie, high-nutrition diet to help bring her body back to its normal BMI. You can't go too fast with cases like these. The body can't cope with a sudden change in food intake. You have to build them up gradually. She'll need additional therapy to deal with sunlight since her skin hasn't been exposed to ultraviolet rays in years. More than anything, she needs time to rest and recover." "What about her mental state?" Franklin asked, turning his attention back to Maris. The woman was like a statue at the table. She hadn't moved a muscle throughout the whole conversation. "You've got me, sir," Cooper admitted. "I can treat her physical injuries, but long-term psychiatric care is another issue." He exhaled slowly. "Off the record, I'd say you'd be looking at severe post-traumatic stress disorder. There are likely to be other long-term issues like coping with open spaces, depression, trust, and fear of authority. It depends on her psychological makeup. Patients who have survived experiences like this can take months or even years to adjust to normal life." "We don't have that long," Kane said. "Sir, I don't think you understand," the doctor protested. "This patient has been through—" "She's been through worse," Kane assured him before turning to Franklin. "Dan, I want you to get in there and talk to her. We need to bring her up to speed." Franklin frowned. "Me? Shouldn't you be the one to debrief her?" Kane shook his head. Normally calm and composed, and possessing a natural authority that others deferred to almost by instinct, he now looked nervous and agitated. "There's too much history there. We need her to focus on the present." "What if she asks about you?" Kane looked away for a moment. "Tell her I retired from the CIA 2 years ago. Health reasons. You're now the divisional director." Franklin hesitated. He didn't like the way this was heading, but on the other hand, he knew what was at stake as well as Kane did. If they failed, the repercussions could be devastating. "Do you have a problem with that?" Kane challenged him. Raising his chin, he reached up and straightened his tie. "No. No problem." Following a 2-hour surgery to pin his shattered shoulder back together, Mason had been wheeled out of theater and into a private recovery room. Drake was able to track down the surgeon responsible for the operation, a thin, balding, disheveled-looking man in his 50s. "He came through pretty well," the surgeon informed him. "It's lucky he was in such good shape. That should bode well for his long-term chances. We patched him up as best we could, but it's likely he'll need further surgery, and he'll definitely need a long period of rehab." Drake glanced in through the little window in the door. Mason was propped up in his bed, shoulder heavily strapped and bandaged, staring out of the window without seeing anything. "Does he know?" The doctor nodded. "Yeah, I told him." "Can I speak to him?" The old man chewed his lip. 5 minutes. Mason didn't look round as Drake entered the room.
"I had a feeling you'd be dropping in, Ryan,"
he said, his voice heavy with painkillers. The view from the window looked like something out of a picture postcard, with vast tracts of evergreen forests stretching off towards the towering snow-capped peaks of the Chugach Mountains to the east. To the west lay the shimmering blue expanse of Cook Inlet, with commercial ships ploughing their way up and down the channel to the nearby port of Anchorage. Elmendorf Base backed almost straight onto the town. God only knew what the locals thought about the scream of military jets landing and taking off, but Drake supposed people here learned to endure all kinds of hardships. He helped himself to a hard plastic chair and pulled it up next to the bed. "How are you feeling?" With some effort, Mason turned to look at Drake.
The doc tells me I won't be pitching any curveballs for a while.
"Can I do anything for you? Anything you need?" Mason's face twisted in a smile.
Got a spare arm I could borrow?
Drake couldn't help but smile a little too. "You'll be all right, you bloody wimp. A few weeks of rehab and it'll be like nothing happened. And look at it this way, you'll have plenty of young nurses to harass." The older man laughed.
This is an Air Force base, man. Most of the women here make you look attractive.
"Shit, it must be bad then," Drake said. But his smile faded as he looked at Mason's ruined shoulder again. "Look, Cole. I'm sorry about..." Mason reached out with his good arm and gripped Drake's shoulder, staring hard at him.
"Ryan, the worst thing you can do is beat yourself up over things that weren't your fault. This was bad luck. Nothing more, nothing less. You had nothing to do with it."
Drake appreciated the sentiment. He just wished he could believe it. Mason wouldn't have even been in that prison if he hadn't accepted Kane's deal. "I'll check up on you later," he said, quietly rising from the chair. He was almost at the door when Mason spoke up again.
"Ryan?"
"Yeah?"
"I hope she was worth it."
Chapter 26. Only one door led in or out of the holding room, and it was locked from the other side, with 2 armed military police officers on standby. Franklin felt a twinge of apprehension as the door buzzed and the electronic locks disengaged. If Kane was to be believed, the woman beyond that door could kill him as easily as tying her shoelaces. "Remember, sir, keep your distance from her at all times," the burly Hispanic guard warned, moving aside to let him pass. "Don't attempt to give her anything or touch her in any way. If there's any trouble, we'll be there within seconds." Franklin gave him a curt nod, resisting the urge to swallow. Too late to worry about it now, he thought, as the door swung open. The room itself was devoid of features, just bare brick walls, padded rubberized flooring, and a small table in the center fixed to the floor. One wall was dominated by a mirror that was clearly more than just a mirror. Kane was on the other side of it, watching every move he made. The thought was not a reassuring one. The lighting remained low, leaving her face half hidden by shadow. Her eyes were still sensitive to bright light and would take time to adjust. Maris remained seated when he entered, didn't look up, barely moved a muscle, in fact. And yet, just sitting there, she seemed to exude an air of quiet, brooding menace. She was far from oblivious to what was going on. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck prickle as he approached. "Good afternoon," he began. No response. "My name's Franklin. I'm here to handle your debriefing." There was a seat opposite her at the table. Clearing his throat, he gestured to it. "Mind if I sit down?" Still, she said nothing. Taking her silence as acquiescence, he eased himself down, trying not to show any sign of discomfort or difficulty. His already knotted back muscles sent ripples of pain through his body. "I understand you've been through a lot today. This must all be very difficult for you, so if there's anything you need during this process, just let me—" "Anything I need?" she suddenly asked, lifting her gaze from the featureless table surface to focus on him. "That's right." Her intense blue eyes hardened, and he noticed the muscles across her shoulders tightening. "How about 4 years of my life back? Can you give me that, Franklin?" He swallowed and glanced away for a moment, feeling as though she was drilling right into him with those eyes. "What happened to you was regrettable," he said, knowing how feeble those words must have sounded. "But it's over now. You can put it all behind you. We'll make sure you get all the help you need." He shifted position in his hard plastic chair, trying to find a comfortable way of sitting. The woman sat motionless, watching him as a predator might observe a weaker animal falling behind the herd.
A lot has happened while you were away. We don't have much time, so let's get— What do you do, Franklin? She asked, interrupting him. He frowned. Excuse me? The barest flicker of a smile lit her face. What do you do? For the agency, I mean. That's who you work for, isn't it? I'm the director of Special Activities Division. He had hesitated just an instant too long, and he knew it. A little young, aren't you? What are you? 35? 36? 38, he corrected her. For some reason, he felt like a teenager trying to buy liquor for the first time, nervous and self-conscious. Again, that strange, knowing smile. What happened to Marcus Kane? He retired. Why? Health problems. What kind of health problems? She pressed, enjoying his discomfort. The questions were flowing out as fast as he could answer them. She was testing him, trying to make him sweat. It was working. Heart attack. Hardly surprising given his age and workload. The doctors warned him he'd be dead within a year if he didn't quit, so for once he actually listened. I spent a month working alongside him before he retired. He was a good man, he said, giving her the full story he had rehearsed in his head. Now, if you're finished with Kane's life story, maybe we can move on to the issue at hand. Why am I being kept in a holding cell? She demanded. He sighed in exasperation. For protection. Yours or mine? She asked, allowing the question to hang in the air. When he didn't answer, she looked down at her hands, slowly clenching and unclenching them. I could kill you right now, with my bare hands. You would be dead before the two MPs on the other side of the door could even buzz themselves in. Franklin stiffened. She wasn't even close to joking. Or maybe you're worried I would smash that observation window over there and find Kane watching you make a fool of yourself. I told you, Kane's gone. She smiled again. You're lying to me, Franklin. What makes you say that? It is not difficult. The muscles in your throat and shoulders tighten just a little. You straighten your left index finger, and your rate of breathing increases, she explained like a doctor making a diagnosis. You're consciously aware of not glancing to your left like most people do, so instead you stare fixedly at something, point of reference, like a cracked brick 8 rows up in the wall directly behind me. She looked at him a little closer. You're sweating. Is it warm in here? Franklin exhaled and leaned back in his chair. To protest further would be worse than pointless. It would be humiliating. He had failed spectacularly in his task. He could almost feel his stock plummeting in Kane's mind. Don't feel bad, Franklin, she said, gentle and consoling now. You're probably an honest man in daily life, maybe even an honorable one. Lying doesn't come naturally to you. You should be proud of that. His eyes narrowed, irritation flaring up within him. She was patronizing him, treating him like someone to be pitied, a helpless cripple. You don't know anything about me. Really? That smile was still there. You have the look of a military man, Franklin. I should know I have met more than a few in my time. The way you wear that expensive suit. She shook her head. You would much rather be in uniform. Which means you didn't join the agency out of choice. You had trouble sitting down, and even though you tried to hide it, I can see you're in pain. He clenched his fist, trying to hold in check his mounting anger. She was pressing his buttons, exposing his weakness without mercy. You're too young to have back problems, so I'd guess you were injured in the line of duty. Shrapnel, maybe? Spinal injuries? Tell me, does it make you feel less of a man, knowing you can't do the things you once did? Run? Fight? Make love to a woman? That's enough! He snapped. Before he could stop himself, he had slammed his fist down on the table with enough force to send the shock of the impact traveling up his arm. She watched him with mild interest. She had broken him as easily as swatting a fly on her arm. Maris leaned forward across the table, lowering her voice in a mock conspiratorial tone. He's watching us, right now, isn't he? The man behind the curtain, as you say. Without waiting for an answer, she pushed away from the table and strode over to the mirror, pacing back and forth along its length as if gauging its strength.
but even her icy blue eyes couldn't penetrate the reflective surface.
Come out, wherever you are, Marcus, she said mockingly. I know you're in there.
Franklin rose from his chair with difficulty.
This is going nowhere.
She ignored him.
It's been a long time since we spoke face to face, Marcus. Don't you have anything to say to your old friend?
But staring into the mirror, she couldn't see the man she was looking for. All she saw was herself, aged and depleted by her years in captivity, broken down, robbed of her former power and strength. Suddenly her face twisted in anger, cold fire burning in her eyes as she glared at the mirror.
Come out, you coward!
She snarled, drawing back her fist and slamming it into the glass with such force that the impact reverberated around the room.
Come out and look me in the eye!
Half a second later, the cell door flew open and the two MPs rushed into the room with their weapons drawn. Maris whirled around to face them, fists clenched, body already aligned into a defensive posture. She was unarmed, weak, diminished, but she didn't care. She was still more dangerous with her bare hands than many fully armed soldiers.
Wait!
Franklin cried, holding up a hand to stop the two men. She was no good to them dead. Maris made no move to attack, but neither did she back down. She was watching and waiting.
We went to a lot of trouble breaking you out of Catergan,
Franklin said, struggling to keep his tone even.
You owe us your life. I owe you nothing, Franklin, she spat. You didn't break me out of prison. You didn't risk your life to bring me home. Get out and don't come back.
Franklin had heard enough. She wasn't going to cooperate. Turning on his heel, he strode out of the room. He hadn't realized how hard his heart had been beating, or that he was perspiring.
God damn it,
he said under his breath, loosening his tie as the cell door clanged shut behind him. Kane was waiting for him when he returned to the observation room, a cup of coffee in hand.
Well, that went pretty much how I expected. What do you mean? You're not a soldier. She doesn't respect you, he explained, completely matter of fact. And you lied to her. That's a big no-no. She can read body language better than anyone I ever met. Spot a liar as fast as our best interrogators.
Franklin stared at him in disbelief.
You knew all that? And you let me go through with it anyway? I had to give her someone to vent her anger on, make her think she'd rumbled us. I didn't much appreciate being insulted, Franklin pointed out with more heat than he'd intended.
Kane shrugged and took a sip of coffee.
It's a dirty game we play, Dan. Sometimes you have to take one for the team. Man up and grow a pair.
Franklin glanced back into the observation room. Maris had returned to her chair as if nothing had happened, though the two guards remained by the door, hands on their weapons. She paid them not a glance.
What happens now? Let me show you something.
Turning to his laptop on the desk, he opened a video file and clicked the play button. The image that appeared on the screen was a wide-angle shot of the interior of an aircraft. It took Franklin a moment to realize it was the Chinook that had brought Drake's team back from Russia. Kane must have installed hidden cameras throughout the aircraft, allowing him to see and hear everything that went on. The image zoomed in on Maris, sitting on a bench at the rear of the aircraft. Drake was beside her.
Like I said, we're here to help, he said, his voice grainy against the ambient background noise, but perfectly recognizable. You don't have to trust us. Just don't threaten any of my people. We'll try to make your trip back as comfortable as possible. If you need something, ask. Okay?
He was just turning to leave when she spoke up again.
What is your name?
Drake. Ryan Drake. The woman was silent for several seconds, and then Franklin saw a nod. Not much, but a genuine expression of thanks for respect. Something she had never come close to showing him.
Thank you, Drake.
Closing down the video, Kane turned to the younger man.
We need to have a word with Mr. Drake.
Chapter 27.
Christ, I wish it would shut up out there,
Frost groaned, glaring up at the vaulted hangar roof 50 feet above as if it were her mortal enemy. It was raining hard outside, massive droplets hammering off the tarmac runways and, more annoyingly, the building they were sheltering in. The noise was like being inside a washing machine filled with nuts and bolts. With their operation concluded, The team had been ferried out to an isolated hangar on the east side of the base while they waited for their flight back to Washington. Their aircraft was currently refueling for the long-haul journey, leaving them to do what any good soldiers do most often: sit around and wait. Keegan, propped up against a stack of wooden cargo boxes, glanced up from the crossword he'd been working on.
Hey, anyone know another word for irritant? 8 letters?
Asshole, Frost offered.
That's 7 letters. No, I was just calling you an asshole.
She shifted position, trying to find a comfortable way of lying on the 3 chairs she'd lined up to form a makeshift bed. Like the others, she had changed back into civilian clothes now that they were no longer on deployment. Jeans, a black turtleneck sweater and a black overcoat were the order of the day now. This might have been summer, but it was still Alaska. The hangar was cold and drafty, the air heavy with the smell of fresh rain and salt. Keegan ignored her. Inspiration had struck.
Abrasive, that's it,
he said, filling in the entry.
God damn if I don't have this thing finished by Thanksgiving.
Now you're getting ambitious, Frost retorted. At the back of the hangar was a small admin area with a couple of offices and some restrooms. Dietrich was in one of them at that moment, his left shirt sleeve rolled up and a piece of rubber tubing wrapped around his upper arm, causing the veins and arteries to stand out hard against the skin. In his other hand he held a syringe, loaded with a murky brown liquid that he'd just rendered down using a spoon and a cigarette lighter. Diamorphine, also known as heroin. It was ready to use. His injured leg ached. When they touched down this morning, the base medics had taken him away, stitched him up and bandaged the wound properly. He'd been lucky. The round had only grazed him, causing little damage to the muscle beneath. He walked with a painful limp, but he was told he'd make a full recovery. Lucky him. His hand was shaking as he brought the syringe to his arm. It had been a good 24 hours since he'd last shot up, and the withdrawal effects were becoming more apparent with each passing hour. Hesitating a moment, he looked at himself in the mirror above the sink, taking in his gaunt and haggard appearance, his pale, clammy skin, and disheveled hair. That's the reason you fucked up last night, part of him knew. You didn't search that guard properly or you would have found his radio. You almost got everyone killed when you couldn't find the right key. You were shot because you weren't thinking straight. You deserved to lose the entire leg. You stupid bastard. You could have gotten everyone killed. He looked down at the syringe again, seeing it as if in a new light. It wasn't the solution he so often believed it to be. It was the reason his life had gone to shit. Last night had been a revelation, a sobering reminder of how much of a mess he'd made of himself, about the countless other missions that had come so close to failure, because of that innocuous little syringe. He didn't even pause to think about what he did next. If he had, he might well have reconsidered. In a moment of sudden anger, he dropped it on the floor and stamped on it, crushing the delicate instrument beneath his boot, then looked back up at his pale, drawn reflection. No more. Never again. Chapter 28.
Ryan, good to see you again.
Kane smiled in greeting as Drake entered the modest conference room that served as a makeshift office. He was in casual mode now, or as close as he came to it, having removed his suit jacket, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and loosened his tie.
First of all, I just want to say that you did a hell of a job.
Drake cut him off with a raised hand.
With all due respect, I don't need to be congratulated. I'm here because I was ordered to come. But if you want me to debrief Maris, I want to know exactly who she is and why we risked our lives to save her, and I want to know right now.
Kane said nothing for several seconds. There was no angry retort, no exclamation of anger or censure like Drake expected. Kane just stood there looking at him, taking the measure of the man. The silence grew oppressive in those few moments, and Drake's own surge of resentment and indignation paled in the face of such cool, controlled menace. He felt color rise to his face. The whiskey he'd drunk earlier had made him surly and belligerent, yet now he perceived his actions for what they were. He was acting like a moody teenager faced with some unhappy chore, and shit like that didn't play too well with men like Kane. Then, to his surprise, Kane smiled.
Are you finished?
Drake said nothing. and the older man was perceptive enough to take his silence for what it was.
Good, because as it happens, I had a feeling you'd say something like that. Take a seat, Ryan, he said, gesturing to an empty chair.
Drake did as he was told, and Kane settled himself opposite, positioning himself behind the room's one and only desk. It was a cheap affair, metal frame with a wooden veneer top, but somehow his mere presence invested it with a sense of significance and authority. The director of Special Activities Division studied Drake for several seconds. In other men, it might have seemed as if he was composing his thoughts, marshalling the information he wished to convey. But Drake knew better. Kane was the sort who always knew exactly what he wanted to say, long before he said it. He was keeping Drake waiting, because he could. Then at last he started talking.
Her real name is Anya, at least that's what she answers to. You'll have guessed by now that she isn't a U.S. citizen. She was born in Lithuania when it was still part of the Soviet Union, but she defected to our side when she was 18 years old.
Drake raised an eyebrow. Why?
It's a long story. Suffice to say she wasn't happy with life behind the Iron Curtain, and knowing what I know, I don't blame her. She crossed over the Baltic to Sweden in '83, and from there she made her way stateside. She came to our attention about a year later, Kane went on. She was young, resourceful, intelligent, and eager to sign up. The military wasn't interested in her, so we put her to work.
He sighed, looking almost wistful.
She exceeded our expectations in every way possible. Eventually, she was given her own paramilitary unit to command. No matter what we asked of her, she always came through. We ended up using her more and more.
So what happened? Drake pressed.
Same thing that happens to most people when they push too hard, I guess.
Kane smiled, but it was more of a painful grimace.
She snapped. 4 years ago, she went dark during a mission in Afghanistan, severed all contact with us. The last we heard, she was heading to Iraq. We tried to intercept her, but the Russian FSB found her first. You might say they had unfinished business.
Drake could guess why. The FSB was the post-communism incarnation of the old KGB, the ruthless and formidable Soviet intelligence agency that had terrorized the West for decades. He imagined they hadn't forgotten a woman like Anya, especially since she used to be one of their citizens.
In a way, however it happened, we'd lost her, Kane concluded. Most of us thought she'd been executed. Hell of a way for someone like her to end up, but shit happens, as they say. And it happens in this job more than most.
He raised an eyebrow, his eyes reflecting memories of countless other such stories.
But as it turned out, we were wrong.
Apparently so, Drake concluded. So, why the sudden rush to bring her home?
This is where the waters get muddied,
the director sighed, reached into his shirt pocket and put his glasses on, then started tapping away at his laptop.
You know what a Predator drone is, I assume?
Of course. It's an unmanned recon aircraft. We've got dozens of them flying over Iraq and Afghanistan. More than once, he'd been on the receiving end of the vital intelligence provided by predators. They were invaluable guardian angels circling overhead, all-seeing and all-knowing. They allowed troops on the ground to track enemy movements, spot ambushes, vector in air or artillery strikes, plan counterattacks. He could scarcely imagine how many lives had been saved by the deceptively unassuming aircraft.
Right. At least we did.
Drake looked at him curiously. What do you mean?
They're grounded. All of them. Our entire inventory.
For an instant, Drake thought he was joking. Such a suggestion was so preposterous that it could only be made in jest. But one look at Kane's expression was enough to convince him otherwise.
Why? 3 days ago, we lost contact with one of our predators in northern Iraq. Then, when it came back online, we saw this.
He turned the laptop around for Drake to see. The image on the screen displayed a devastated urban street. One entire side of a big 3-story building had been demolished, rubble and twisted wreckage lying scattered across the surrounding streets. The image was instantly familiar to Drake, though it took him a few moments to place it.
I saw this on CNN the other day, he said. A predator did this?
Kane nodded grimly.
All 3 of its Hellfire missiles deployed straight into a crowded city street. It's a goddamn nightmare. Drake wasn't about to argue, and yet he wasn't seeing the connection between the 2 explanations Kane had just given. So, how does Anya fit into this? Kane turned the laptop around to resume his work. Our working theory was that someone seized control of the drone remotely, found a way to bypass its encrypted firewall. He paused for a moment, clicking the mouse a couple of times to access a new file. Then we received this. Once more, he turned the laptop around, allowing Drake to see the video file that was starting up. Staring out from the screen was a Caucasian man, perhaps in his late 30s or early 40s. His skin was tanned, his hair dark and unruly, his jaw darkened by several days' growth of beard. Drake supposed he could have been called handsome in a rugged kind of way, though there was something about his eyes that wasn't quite right. His left was pale blue-grey, focused and intense, while the right was a little off-color and appeared oddly glazed and inexpressive. It took Drake a moment to realize it was a prosthetic. The camera was focused in tight on his face, showing very little else except that he was standing against an olive-green background.
You know who I am.
He spoke with an American accent, his voice low-pitched and gravelly.
By now, you know what I can do. The explosion in Mosul was no accident, and believe me, it can happen again. I have the ability to take control of any Predator drone anywhere on Earth, at any time. If you don't want this to happen again, you'll do exactly as I say.
He exhaled slowly before going on.
A former operative of yours is being held in Kattergam prison in Russia. You knew her by the code name Maris. You will find her and bring her back to U.S. soil, alive and unharmed within 5 days, after which you'll be given further instructions. This deadline is not negotiable, and I will not discuss terms with you. If you fail to comply with this demand, I will leak detailed information on how to hack the Predator's control program to every major terrorist group in the world. I will cripple your battlefield surveillance capability for years. Time's ticking, so I suggest you don't waste it.
As the file came to a stop, Kane sighed and leaned back in his chair, appearing suddenly old and weary. Now maybe you'll understand our sense of urgency. Indeed he did. Drake could never have imagined there was so much at stake. Who is he? The older man rubbed his eyes. His name's Monroe. Dominic Monroe, ex-Green Beret. He used to be one of our operatives, but he left the agency 7 years ago. How does he know Anya? She's the reason he left, Kane explained. He was Anya's protege, her star pupil, I guess you'd say. They served together in Task Force Black. Drake frowned. He'd never heard of such a group. There are levels of secrecy even within the agency, Drake, Kane explained, noting his confused look. I can't go into all the details, but I can tell you that Task Force Black was a paramilitary unit formed back in the mid-'80s. They did a lot of clandestine work for us, and did it well. So well, in fact, that by the end of the 90s, they had their own intelligence networks, their own logistical base, even their own funding. They were practically an organization within an organization, and Monroe and Anya were running it all. Drake had no idea. He'd been a young shithead in the parachute regiment while all this had been happening. So, what happened? They fell out. I never did get the full story, but apparently Monroe tried to have her assassinated. Needless to say, he failed. Kane adopted a pained expression. Anya tracked him down and took his right eye as punishment. That explained the prosthetic, at least, Drake thought. She was never the same after that. She handed Monroe over to us, close to death, and made us promise to lock him away forever. We threw him in a military prison for life. Then about 6 months ago, he disappeared. Drake frowned. What do you mean? He was being transported to Fort Leavenworth, but he never made it. They found the truck he was in, no sign of the guards or the driver, and no sign of Monroe. Like I said, he just disappeared. Drake was stunned. And you didn't think that might be a problem? Kane fixed him with a hard glare.
Of course we did. But Monroe was trained at escape and evasion, trained by Anya as it happens. If men like him don't want to be found, they won't be.
So he's doing all this for revenge? The older man shrugged.
Who the hell knows what's going on in his head? But right now he's got us by the balls, plain and simple. We've been forced to ground all Predator flights worldwide until we can resolve this, and you don't need me to tell you what a dangerous position that puts us in. Our troops in Iraq and Afghanistan are fighting virtually blind.
My God, Drake breathed, stunned by what he was hearing. It didn't take a genius to see Kane's plan. So, you need Anya's help to find him? Kane removed his glasses and stared at Drake across his desk.
She trained him, taught him everything he knows. She's our best and only shot at stopping him. But she's angry, paranoid, and probably scared. Frankly, I don't blame her, but somebody has to talk her round.
And so they come down to it. Why me?
I saw the video footage from the plane, Ryan.
When Drake's eyes lit up, he held up a hand to forestall any protests or explanations.
It's a stand-up precaution on jobs like this, but I saw how she acted around you. She let you in. She let her guard drop, if only for a moment. I think she might trust you, Ryan. And believe me, that's a rare thing.
Once again, Drake recalled the look in her eyes when he tried to reach out to her. She hadn't exactly bared her soul to him, but there had been something. A flicker of vulnerability, the tentative beginning of trust, of humanity in those cold blue eyes. I won't fuck her over, he decided straight away. Whatever her history, she didn't deserve to end up in that place.
I agree, Kane said, and nobody's gonna fuck her over. We got a presidential pardon signed, sealed, and delivered. If she helps bring Monroe in, she can walk away. We'll keep tabs on her, of course, and she won't be allowed to leave the country at first, but in all other respects, she'll be free.
He looked at Drake frankly for a long moment.
As hard as this might be for you to believe, we're not monsters here. We'll look after our own, even if they go astray.
He looked down and swallowed as if struggling with himself. To Drake's surprise, there was genuine emotion in his voice when he spoke again.
However she ended up, there was a time when Anya was very special. I considered her a friend, and I don't forget friends easily. I'll make sure she gets what she needs, but first she has to help us.
He looked up at Drake again.
So what do you say, Ryan? I'm all out of options here. You're my last shot.
Drake eyed him hard. If he was lying, he was doing a pretty good job. But it was more than that. The image of Anya on that photograph with her haunting blue eyes remained burned into his mind. The answer came almost before he realized it. I'll talk to her. Chapter 29. Anya sat alone in the holding cell, with her hands on the table, savoring the quiet darkness and the novelty of being safe. She was in a clean, comfortable, heated room that contained no threats or dangers. If she wanted food or drink, she had only to ask, and it would be brought to her. She had showered, a long, hot, luxurious shower that she could have spent hours standing under, and changed into clean clothes. With her long blonde hair smelling of shampoo for the first time in years, and her skin scrubbed clean, she was actually starting to feel human again. Not long before, she had eaten her first hot meal in 4 years. Roast beef, potatoes, steamed vegetables, bread, butter, fruit, and chocolate. Simple food, but more delicious than anything she could remember. She shifted position a little, getting comfortable. She knew she was being watched constantly by video cameras and by people on the other side of the viewing mirror, but she didn't care. Let them watch. For the first time in a long time, she didn't have to be on constant alert. She didn't have to worry about survival. No guards were going to come storming in. No ominous thumps, no slamming doors, no heavy footsteps announced another visit from Bastard. She smiled inwardly, thinking about the violent, brutal death she had inflicted on him. It was unprofessional to lose control like that, but she didn't really care. It had pleased her beyond measure to watch him die at her hands. Her only regret was that she hadn't made it last longer, made him suffer more. She didn't normally take pleasure in needless cruelty, but for him, she would have made an exception. Sadly, there hadn't been time for it. It was more important to ensure he died. The question now was what was going to happen to her. She wasn't afraid of what the future held. She had come too far, endured too much to feel fear now. But she was curious why Kane had gone to all this trouble after 4 long years of doing nothing. Her thoughts were interrupted by the harsh buzz of the cell door. She looked up as the door swung open and felt a moment of surprise as Drake walked into the room. He had changed clothes since the last time she saw him, discarding the black paramilitary fatigues, webbing and body armor in favor of plain blue jeans, walking boots, a black t-shirt, and a grey zipped jumper open at the neck. His dark brown hair was damp and disheveled. He'd either showered recently or been outside in the rain. Rain. She hadn't felt rain on her skin in 4 years. For the first time, she really looked at him, seeing him not as a fellow soldier, a source of information or a potential threat, but as a man. He was tall, she realized, taller than herself, perhaps an inch or two above 6 foot, and well-made. Not bulked up and barrel-chested, but possessing instead an efficient athletic physique that balanced both strength and agility. It was obvious from the way he carried himself that he was a man accustomed to physical danger, to trusting his life in his own hands. He didn't strut or swagger, but there was an easy confidence in his manner that came from living an eventful and self-reliant life. She should know. His age wasn't easy to guess. He wasn't old and weathered, but neither was he young and boyish. His face was lean and tanned, the features hard and definite, with a certain intensity that only came with age and experience. His nose was straight and narrow, his jaw firm and determined, tapering down to a well-defined chin. His eyes, vividly green, she noticed, were focused on her, filled with an odd mixture of wariness, curiosity, and most of all, surprise. Surprise wasn't the word for it. Drake was astonished by the change that had come over the woman. Gone were the grimy, blood-stained clothes, the ingrained dirt and filth. Her skin, though still pale from years of darkness, was scrubbed clean and glowed with renewed vigor. Her long, thick blonde hair, once greasy, matted and tangled, had been thoroughly washed and combed, and was tied back in a simple ponytail. The plain white t-shirt she wore left her arms bare, exposing pale skin and lean, sinewy muscle. Yet her gender was clearly evidenced by the curve of breasts beneath the t-shirt, the sensual fullness of her lips, the finely sculpted cheekbones, and the clean, graceful line of her jaw. Despite everything she had endured, she remained a strikingly attractive woman. He pushed these thoughts aside, feeling almost guilty for allowing them in. He was here to debrief her, not to gawk at her. "Hello, Anya," he said, taking a seat without asking permission. It was her turn to look surprised, though her reaction was quickly masked. "It has been a long time since I heard that name." Drake shrugged. Kane was good enough to fill me in on the details. Anya's expression didn't change. Only her eyes betrayed her feelings, and Drake was perceptive enough to spot it. She said nothing for the next several seconds, and neither did he, content to let the silence stretch out. He had watched a replay of Franklin's clumsy attempt to debrief her and recognized a few of her tactics. She was a soldier, trained to find her enemy's weakness and exploit it. Poor Dan had been easy prey. "What do you want, Drake?" she finally asked, a slight edge of irritation creeping into her voice. "What do I want?" he repeated. "What I want is to go home, do my best to forget this mess. But we don't always get what we want, do we? I came to give you a message." Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a folded piece of paper and slid it across the table. Frowning, she unfolded it and read, her icy blue eyes quickly darting across the page. "Let me save you the trouble. It's a signed presidential pardon granting you full immunity from prosecution, and a guarantee that you'll be freed when this is over. It's already been confirmed by the Attorney General.
You can start a new life, buy a house and a dog, whatever you want. Her eyes were on him again in an instant. Were her hands trembling? There are conditions, I assume? He nodded. The agency wants your help. With what? Drake leaned back in his chair. This was the critical moment. Does the name Dominic Munro mean anything to you? The flash of recognition in her eyes told him everything he needed to know. Still, she remained stubbornly silent for several seconds. When it became obvious that Drake wasn't going to move on without an answer, she at last nodded. He was a student of mine. Our relationship ended badly. So I heard, Drake remarked. Apparently our friend Dominic likes to hold grudges. He escaped from prison and 3 days ago he hijacked a Predator drone and he's used it to kill a lot of innocent civilians in Iraq. Now he's holding us to ransom unless we deliver you to him. One corner of her mouth lifted in a crooked smile. See, you broke me out of prison only to hand me over to a terrorist. A presidential pardon isn't much use if you're not alive to collect it. They want your help in finding him, that's all. I don't expect you to hand yourself over, Drake explained. You taught Munro everything he knows. According to Kane, you can outthink him. He raised an eyebrow. Of course, if you're not up to it. The look in her eyes even gave him pause for thought, and it was a few moments before the look of anger and indignation abated. If you were in my position, would you agree to this? I don't give a shit what you do. I'm just here to deliver the message, he remarked bluntly. But for what it's worth, we risked our lives to break you out of that place. It'd be a shame if that was all for nothing. He leaned back in his chair, watching her reactions and saying nothing further. As shitty a deal as it might have been, it wasn't as if she had other options. She just needed time to come to that realization. It didn't take long. If I do this, I have some conditions of my own, Anya decided. Such as? The woman leaned forward, staring straight into his eyes. I want back in. I want to be part of the agency again. I want my old unit reformed under my command. I want my full security clearance restored. I want my life back. That's not going to happen. She shrugged and leaned back. They are not going anywhere. She was raising the stakes. He had little option but to call her bluff. Anya, 24 hours ago you were freezing your ass off in a Russian jail. Now you have a chance to start over. Do you really want to fuck that up by asking for something they can't give? That part of your life is over, but you can still make the most of what you have left. Isn't that enough? The woman remained silent. He had no idea what was going on behind that cold exterior and those icy blue eyes, but somehow he sensed his words had struck a chord. Deciding to press his advantage, he pushed his chair back and stood up. Anyway, consider the message delivered. See you around. He was just approaching the door when she spoke again. Do you believe him? He stopped and turned around to look at her. She was leaning forward, staring right at him, her eyes wide, almost hopeful. Do you believe Kane will honor this agreement? There was no answer to give but the truth. I don't know. But I believe he cares about you, and that he's sorry for what happened. She let out a faint sigh and leaned back in her chair, and, for a brief moment, he caught that strange look of vulnerability and longing that he'd seen on the flight back from Russia. If I agree to your offer, what happens next? You'll be flown back to Langley. Then we wait for further instructions from Munro. She nodded thoughtfully. Then I accept. But I want you to come with me. Drake blinked in surprise. You don't need me. I don't need anyone, she assured him. But I want you there. Why? Because you're the only one who hasn't lied to me. She folded her arms, making it plain she wouldn't budge on this issue. That is my condition. If you agree to it, I will help you. If not, then as you say, see you around. Saying nothing, Drake turned and banged on the door 3 times. As it buzzed open, he gave Anya one last look before leaving the room. Part 2.
Deception. Regard your soldiers as your children, and they will follow you into the deepest valleys. Look on them as your own beloved sons, and they will stand by you even unto death. Sun Tzu's The Art of War. Chapter 30. Drake stretched and rubbed his eyes as the seatbelt light pinged, announcing that they had begun their descent towards Andrews Air Force Base in Washington. It had been a 10-hour flight from Anchorage, with a refueling stop in Colorado to add to the fun. He never slept well on aircraft. There was something about the warm, dry air and the cramped confines of the seats that set him on edge. Beside him, Anya was wide awake, sitting with her eyes glued to the television screen in front of her. It was tuned to CNN. The handcuffs around her wrists didn't seem to trouble her at all. Drake was left with the disconcerting impression that she could slip out of them any time she wished, and was merely going through the motions to humor him. "Good morning," she said without glancing over. "Don't you ever sleep?" He ran a hand through his hair, sticking up at all angles from his restless efforts at falling asleep. He didn't need a mirror to tell him he looked like shit. His eyes felt dry and gritty, his skin greasy and unpleasant. She gave him a sharp look. "I have been gone 4 years, Drake. I have a lot of catching up to do." His irritation vanished in a flash. Looking at her now, it was almost possible to forget what she'd been through. "How are things looking so far?" He couldn't help asking. "A mess," she replied, visibly angry, as if she had entrusted the fate of the world to someone else in her absence, and they had dropped the ball. "We are still stuck in Afghanistan?" She shook her head in disbelief. 20 years ago I told them we would be back there one day, and here we are, fighting a war we can never win." "What makes you so sure?" "The Mujahideen were the bravest soldiers I ever met. Not very disciplined, but completely without fear. You can't beat an enemy like that. The Red Army tried and failed. What chance do you think we have?" Drake stared at her. The Afghan freedom fighters were legendary for the tenacious guerrilla war they had fought against the mighty Soviet army. Their humiliating withdrawal after 10 years of fruitless conflict had signaled the beginning of the end for the Soviet Union. "You fought with the Mujahideen during the Russian occupation?" "In another life?" She shrugged, dismissing the old memories as if they were of no consequence. "Now, it is a different world." He was silent for a time, weighing up his next question. In the end, he couldn't help himself. "Mind if I ask you something?" She held up her manacled hands. "It seems I'm in no position to refuse," she remarked with a wry smile. "Why did you turn rogue?" The smile vanished as quickly as it had come. "Is that what Kane told you?" His silence told her everything she needed to know, and she gave a resigned shrug. It was the weary, pained acceptance of an old injustice. When she looked at him again, her gaze had hardened. "Let me ask you something, Ryan Drake. Do you believe in what you do? Do you think you serve a just cause?" Her question caught him off guard, and it took him a few moments to summon up his answer. "I suppose so." "I did. Once." She sighed and leaned back in her seat, holding up her cuffs once more. "And this was my reward." Their jet touched down at Andrews with the smooth, easy efficiency of a commercial airliner, taxiing to a halt inside one of the big hangars on the west side of the airfield. A couple of black Grand Cherokee 4x4s were waiting for them, along with 4 agents from the CIA's Office of Security, 3 men and 1 woman. Typical of the agency, they were all dressed in dark business suits. "Looks like the welcoming committee's here," Drake observed. Dietrich, Frost, and Keegan went out ahead of him. They had accompanied him on the flight from Alaska, delaying their own return by a couple of hours. Drake suspected their decision had as much to do with the allure of traveling by executive jet as their sense of professional obligation, but he was grateful for their company all the same. He glanced out the window and saw Keegan stretch and arch his back, then run a hand through his shaggy mane of blonde hair. Nearby, Dietrich lit up a cigarette. "Come on, let's get this over with," he said, taking Anya's arm and helping her up. She shrugged out of his grip, determined to do it herself. With Anya in front where he could keep an eye on her, they descended the stairs at the front of the aircraft to the concrete hangar floor. No sooner had they emerged from the plane than two of the security agents came forward to meet them, one of the men and the woman. Approaching with sure, easy strides, the woman flashed her ID card. "Good morning, sir. My name's Watts. I'm the officer in charge here." Drake shook hands, surprised by the strength of her grip. She was a good-looking woman, smaller than Anya, with a neat, compact physique and short brown hair. "Drake," he replied. "Good to meet you." "And you, sir. We're here to escort you to Langley." Drake glanced at the small group of agents. "Only 4 operatives?" "Believe me, there's not much we can't handle," Watts assured him, her dark eyes flashing with a touch of professional pride as she steered them toward the Grand Cherokees. "Anyway, Director Kane suggested we keep things low-key. Local PD have been notified, and we have an armed tactical team on standby. If anything happens, they can be on site within minutes. Plus, we have other security protocols." She turned her attention to Anya. "Can I see your left forearm, ma'am?" She was being polite, but it wasn't a request. Hesitating, Anya reluctantly held out her arms, cuffed together as they were. Watts rolled up the sleeve of her jumpsuit, while a second operative approached with what looked like a large hypodermic syringe. "This may hurt a little," Watts explained. Pressing the device tight against her arm to form a seal, he pulled the trigger on the underside. There was a dull hiss, and for a moment the woman's face tightened in pain. A trickle of blood ran down her arm as the syringe was pulled away. "What was that?" Drake asked. "Satellite tracking device, implanted in the muscle layer beneath the skin. Very hard to remove by force," Watts explained. "It transmits her location via a secure satellite uplink to our monitoring station at Langley. With it, we can follow her anywhere on the face of the Earth." Drake raised an eyebrow and glanced at Anya. She didn't look happy at being bugged in such an invasive way, but she said nothing. That seemed to be her standard tactic when dealing with authority. "One more thing, sir. I'll take her handcuff keys," Watts said, holding out her hand. Drake frowned. "She's my prisoner." The security agent gave an apologetic shrug. "It's protocol, sir. I'm sorry. For the duration of the transfer, we're responsible for the prisoner." She was still holding out her hand. Realizing she wouldn't take no for an answer, Drake gave her the keys. What harm could it do anyway? His thoughts were interrupted when his cell phone started ringing. He glanced at the number and frowned. It was Jessica. His sister never called without warning, especially not on his work phone. It must be important. "Secure for transport. I need to take this call," he said, then leaned a little closer and lowered his voice. "Go easy on her." Watts nodded. Turning away, Drake retreated a short distance and hit the receive button. "I'm a little busy right now, Jess. Can I call you back?" But his sister didn't reply. The voice that spoke was male, American, low-pitched and gravelly. It was a voice that sounded ominously familiar. "Don't talk. Just listen. If you ever want to see your sister again, you'll listen very carefully to what I'm about to say." Those words froze him on the spot. There are 3 rules to this conversation. Rule 1, if you don't cooperate fully, if you try to alert anyone, if you make any attempt to stall or lie to me, I will kill your sister in such a way that even you won't recognize her body. Rule 2, I'm going to give you a series of instructions in a few moments. If you fail to comply with them, see Rule 1. Rule 3, you speak only when asked a direct question. Do you understand? The phone was shaking in his hand. "Who are you?" "Isn't it obvious?" Drake exhaled, unable to suppress the shudder of fear that swept through him. Now he knew why the voice sounded familiar. It was Monroe. "You're bluffing," he said, trying desperately to keep his voice under control. "Am I?" The line crackled for a few moments and he heard muffled words in the background. Then, just like that, another voice came on the line. "Ryan?" His heart leapt. The blood pounded in his ears, and a horrible, tightening, sickening feeling twisted his guts. It was her. No doubt about it. She was shaken, terrified, distraught, but her voice was unmistakable. It was his sister. "Jess, where are you?"
They told me to tell you they're listening in. 2 men and they took me when I was walking to my car last night."
Her voice was trembling. She was having to fight to stay in control.
"They're going to kill me if you don't do what they say."
"Oh, Christ," he said under his breath. "Jess, listen to me. I'm going to fix this. I'm going to get you out of this, I promise." Suddenly there was a commotion at the other end and Monroe's voice came back on. "You get the picture, Drake. Do what I tell you or bad things will happen to young Jessica. And believe me, they'll be real bad." Drake felt as if a knife had been driven into his stomach. "You fucking careful, Ryan. Let's not get off on the wrong foot here." It took a great effort of will to calm his voice. Shouting and screaming wasn't going to resolve this. Somehow, he had to stay calm and logical. "What do you want? You've been running plenty of errands for Kane lately. Well, now you can run one for me. You're transporting Anya back to Langley. I want you to break her free." This was insane. "We were going to hand her over to you." "You actually believe Kane would give her up?" Monroe chuckled with amusement. "No, he'll use her to hunt me down. My old mentor taught me everything I know, and all that bullshit. He's trying to make me play his game. The only way to beat him is to change the rules." Drake couldn't believe what he was hearing. "You out of your fucking mind," he hissed. Luckily for him, the roar of a departing jet masked his angry words from Watts and the others. "She's in an armored car surrounded by agents with guns. It's impossible." "Just like it was impossible to get her out of prison," Monroe prompted. "Come on, Ryan. You can do better than that. Find a way. If you don't, see Rules 1 and 2. It took every ounce of self-control in his body not to scream his next words at the top of his voice. "If you hurt her, I swear to God, I'm not a monster, Ryan. Despite what you may have heard about me." Monroe cut in, a hard edge of anger in his voice. "When the time comes, you have to act fast. I can help you, but only if you listen to me. Take out the agents in your car, secure Anya, and I'll give you further instructions." "How will I know when it's time?" "I'll call you. As soon as your phone starts ringing, you have to act. If you try to warn anyone, your sister dies. If you fail and get caught, she dies. If I think you're not giving it your best, she dies. In fact, you're going to have to work hard to keep her alive. So I suggest you don't fuck up. Good luck." The line went dead. For several seconds, Drake didn't move. He just stood there in the cavernous hangar rooted to the spot, his mind racing. Could he warn someone? But how? The phone. Monroe had called using Jessica's phone. Tracking it would be a piece of piss for the agency. Phones were like homing beacons for satellite tracking. If they could find it, they could send in assault teams. But even if they did, Monroe could easily execute her as a final act of revenge, or she could be killed in the crossfire. Or Monroe might have destroyed her phone now that he'd made his point. Confused and frightening thoughts whirled through his mind. He imagined Jessica being grabbed from behind by powerful men in black bomber jackets and bundled into the back of a waiting van. She wouldn't be able to fight them off. They'd be ready for anything. Then he saw her being driven out to some cold, deserted building where they would have everything set up and ready for her arrival. Then they could go about their work without worrying about being disturbed. "Ryan, are you finished?" Deirdre called out from the second vehicle. "We're leaving with or without you." Drake took a breath, clenched his jaw, and flipped the phone closed. "Yeah," he replied, trying to mask his fear as he turned around. "Yeah, I'm finished." Chapter 31. Something was wrong. Anya could tell the moment Drake slid into the back seat. The tension in his shoulders, the tight set of his jaw, the worry lines on his forehead, and most of all, the haunted, almost desperate look in his eyes. Her handcuffs were secured to a restraining point in the footwell, preventing her from moving far, but she leaned a little closer to him and spoke quietly. "Is something wrong?" He shook his head. He was lying. Even if she hadn't been good at reading body language, she could tell he was lying. "You look nervous." Anger flared in his eyes, but he quickly masked it. "If I want your opinions, I'll ask for them." Anya leaned back in her seat as they rolled out of the hangar. Bright sunlight streamed in through the tinted windows, hurting her eyes, but she didn't care. It was worth any discomfort to see the sun again, to feel its warmth on her skin. She had missed it desperately during her imprisonment, though she hadn't allowed herself to think about it too much. Like a diet of the mind, she only indulged that particular appetite on rare occasions, fearing she would drive herself to despair otherwise. She ached to be outside, to feel the breeze in her hair and grass beneath her feet, to smell the scent of wild flowers, to lie on her back and stare up at the endless sky. No. She pushed those thoughts away through great effort. Those were things she couldn't allow to intrude into her mind, weaknesses she couldn't expose. Not yet. Not when her freedom still hung in the balance. Perhaps, when this was over, when she'd won true freedom for herself, perhaps then she could allow her guard to drop. Perhaps then she could open up that part of her mind that she had carefully shut away, studiously protected against the ravages of the world around her. Her thoughts turned to their destination, and what would happen when they got there. It had been a long time since she had been to Langley. Even before her imprisonment she had disliked the place, avoiding it as much as possible. It made her uneasy, as did most large buildings packed full of people. She hated the corporate suits, the clean, pristine office environments, the computers, and the constantly ringing phones. It was all noise, all chaos, all confusion. At her insistence, she had received most of her orders and briefings in the field, moving from one operation to the next almost without pause. There had even been a time, long ago, when Kane had ventured out into the field with her, briefing her in person on her objectives. They had both been younger then, both adventurous, both optimistic about the future, both sharing a vision of what they were working to create. A lot of things had changed. Passing through the base's main security gate, they joined the Capital Beltway and headed west, making a wide loop around the city before heading north on Anacostia Freeway. It was a roundabout route, but she understood why. They were staying on the main drags where they could keep their speed up. It wasn't long before they found themselves gliding past a world of leafy suburbs, comfortable detached houses and trendy coffee shops. Everywhere Anya looked, she saw men in sunglasses and polo shirts, women in fashionable trouser suits chatting on their cell phones, big shiny SUVs, and luxury sedans. The whole place reeked of affluence and excess, of comfort and safety and air conditioning. It was so radically different from the world she had known for the past 4 years that for some time she just stared out her window, spellbound by the incongruity of it all. Drake said nothing. He didn't seem verbose at the best of times, which pleased her immensely. She hated people who talked for the sake of it, particularly men. For her, it betrayed a lack of confidence, as if they couldn't stand to share a silence and felt they had to fill it with pointless banter. But in this case, there was another reason. Whatever he'd heard on the phone earlier had left him deeply shaken. She wasn't sure whether to feel worried or not. She didn't care about his personal happiness, but she wondered if his unease related to her in some way. Did he know something about what was to happen to her that was making him worried? The dash-mounted radio beeped. "Unit 1, we have an RTA on the Anacostia Freeway, about 3 miles north of you. Recommend you take Frederick Douglass Bridge."
Roger that. Frederick Douglass,
the driver replied. Anya didn't know his name, but it was the same man who had implanted her tracking device. A big man, mid-40s, broad-shouldered and muscular, probably ex-military judging by his appearance and body language. He had the relaxed, laconic air of a man who had been doing the same job for years and knew it inside and out. She suspected he was more used to intimidating people than fighting them, and probably wouldn't be hard to take down. Clicking off the radio, he glanced at Watts and made a face.
"Same shit, different day."
Turning off the freeway, just as the traffic started to build, they headed northwest across Frederick Douglass Bridge, passing close to Washington Naval Yard, with its solemn ranks of gray warships, before heading for central D.C., where they would connect with the Southwest Freeway. "Been with the agency long, Mr. Drake?" the woman called Watts asked, twisting around in her seat and acting as if Anya didn't exist. Watts was in her mid-30s, neat and efficient-looking, and pretty in a way that didn't draw too much attention. Anya caught the faint scent of her perfume. She couldn't remember the last time she had worn perfume. Unlike the driver, this one didn't come from a military background. She was college-educated, probably not to degree level, but still bright and motivated. She would have been through the agency's marksmanship and advanced unarmed combat programs. Anya had helped develop both, and knew their limitations. By the looks of her, she trained a couple of times a week in the gym, supplemented by morning runs every few days. She didn't smoke, didn't drink to excess, probably didn't eat much junk food. But she trained to look good, rather than because her job demanded it. There was a softness, a complacency about her that Anya found mildly irritating. Of more interest was the weapon Watts carried in a shoulder holster on her right side. The movement had caused her jacket to open a little, exposing the sidearm. A Glock Model 22, chambered with .40 Smith & Wesson ammunition. Effective range up to 50 meters. Standard issue for agency's security personnel. Drake had spotted it too. Anya saw his eyes light up as they caught sight of the weapon, yet at the same time his look of tension and worry increased. What was he thinking? "About the last 4 years," he replied. "We don't see many of our cousins from over the water working at Langley," she remarked, her smile easy, almost playful. She was flirting with him, giving him an opportunity to talk about himself. Accustomed as she was to reading tiny variations in posture and nuances of expression, Anya could see the almost imperceptible change in the woman's body language. She had become subtly more open, relaxed and friendly. She doubted Drake had noticed, though. Aside from being a man and therefore oblivious to such subtleties, he had other things on his mind. "Friends in high places," Drake replied with a weak smile. Mistaking his reticence for lack of interest, Watts turned back around, concentrating her attention on the satellite navigation unit mounted on the dash. She didn't have to do anything to it, Anya knew, but she needed a distraction to cover up the minor awkwardness he'd created. They were almost at the freeway. Stopping at an intersection, they waited for the lights to turn green before pulling away again. Just 20 yards behind them in the second Grand Cherokee, Dietrich leaned back in his seat, taking a deep breath and trying to still his wildly beating heart. He was pale and perspiring, shivering despite the warm weather. His head pounded, his fists were clenched, trying to stop his hands from shaking. He swallowed, but his throat was so dry it made no difference. "Dietrich, you okay, man?" Keegan asked. He blinked, returning to himself. "What? You look like shit. You all right?" Anger welled up within him. Who was this arrogant little fuck to be telling him he looked like shit? "Keegan, why don't you—" His sentence was cut short by the jarring, shuddering impact as their Grand Cherokee slammed into the side of an articulated truck that had suddenly backed out onto the road. Dietrich grunted as he was thrown forward and jerked to a stop by his seatbelt, jarring his neck in the process. Such was his shock and surprise, it took him a few moments to collect his wits. Blinking several times, he shook his head and looked around. He was surrounded by broken glass and equipment torn loose by the impact. Up front, a jet of steam blasted from the ruptured radiator, billowing out through holes in the buckled engine bay. Their car had been totaled. Suddenly, there was a commotion of screeching brakes and honking horns behind them. Twisting around in her seat, Anya watched as a dump truck reversed out into the main road from a side street, blocking the traffic behind them. Their backup car was nowhere to be seen. A moment later, the radio sparked up. "This is 2. We're in an RTA. Some asshole just backed up onto the road." Shaking his head in anger, the driver reached for his radio. "Copy that, 2. You okay?" "No major injuries, but the car's fucked. Recommend you hold position until backup gets here." "Understood, 2. We'll wait at the next intersection." Already they were slowing down, getting ready to pull over. Just then, Drake's phone started ringing. Anya could hear the soft vibration of it in his pocket. Instantly, his muscles tensed up, his breathing started to come faster, his jaw clenched tight. He was readying himself for something. "Hey, Watts," he called. The woman twisted around in her seat again. As before, her jacket parted a little to reveal the Glock. "What is it?" He was going for it. Anya knew in that instant what he was planning. What she didn't understand was why he was doing it. She could have called out a warning, could have put Watts on her guard in a heartbeat, yet she did nothing. She watched. and waited. With a sudden, violent movement, Drake reached out, closed his fingers around the butt of the weapon, and yanked it from its holster. Watts was a trained security operative used to responding to threats and reacting quickly to dangerous situations. But this was different. Drake was one of her own. He was an ally, a comrade. She had perceived no threat in him, and it took her half a second to realize what he was doing. It was half a second too long.
What the?
At the same moment, the driver started to turn, alerted by the noise.
Don't move, either of you,
Drake yelled, leveling the weapon at her forehead. His gaze snapped between the two of them, looking for any sign of resistance.
Take out your phones and weapons. Do it now.
Both operatives reached into their pockets, withdrawing their cell phones. The driver also produced a Glock similar to the one Drake was brandishing, holding the weapon loosely by the trigger guard.
Throw them on the back seat.
Again, they complied with his order, moving slowly and carefully. Neither was going to provoke him in a situation like this. Not when he had the drop on them. They knew better than that. Watts glared at him. All trace of her former warmth was gone now.
Drake, I don't know what you think you're doing, but—
Shut up,
Drake snarled before turning his attention to the driver.
You, drive. Get us out of here. Turn left at the next intersection.
Glancing at Watts, the driver sighed, threw the big vehicle into gear and pulled out onto the road. It wasn't hard to get out. Traffic was still backed up behind the dump truck, leaving the road almost empty. Within seconds, they were off. Drake's heart was pounding, his mouth dry, a trickle of sweat running down his back. In an instant, he had destroyed his entire career, turned himself into a wanted man, put his very life on the line. The driver wasn't about to try anything stupid, not with a loaded weapon trained on the back of his head. Turning left at the intersection, he cruised along at a steady 30 miles per hour, keeping within the speed limit. Anya said and did nothing. She was just sitting there, watching him with interest, but not the slightest trace of alarm. Drake allowed them to cover 100 yards or so, then selected an area in front of an empty retail unit.
Pull over here.
Again, he did as ordered without resisting.
Keys. Give me the keys for her cuffs.
Chewing her lip, Watts reached into her pocket and tossed him back the handcuff keys he'd parted with earlier.
All right. Fuck off, both of you,
Drake instructed.
Leave the engine running.
You've lost your mind,
Watts said, still trying to come to terms with what was happening.
You're in central D.C., for Christ's sake. You won't make it 2 miles.
Go!
Drake yelled, waving the pistol in her face. She wasn't about to get killed over something like this. Opening her door, the woman slid out, slamming it shut. The driver did likewise. Snatching up both cell phones and the spare weapon, Drake tossed them all into the passenger footwell, then clambered over the center console and into the driver's seat. With a screech of skidding tires, they were off, leaving the 2 security operatives in their wake. In the rearview mirror, Drake could see Watts running for the nearest passing civilian, no doubt looking for a cell phone. It wouldn't be long before the people at Langley figured out what had happened. Chapter 32.
This is fucked up,
Frost decided, glancing around at the heavily congested road as cars struggled to fight their way past the accident scene. The blare of horns and the roar of engines was deafening. Their own Grand Cherokee was a total loss. The impact had crumpled the engine bay, reducing it to so much scrap metal. Dietrich rubbed his neck, still aching from the crash. One of the agents poked his head out of the dump truck's cabin. Dietrich thought his name might have been Riley, though he couldn't be sure. He hadn't been paying attention when the man introduced himself.
No sign of the driver, sir. He must have cleared out just after we hit him.
Dietrich glanced at Keegan, standing a few feet away. The older man's sudden look of worry mirrored his own thoughts. This was no accident. Jesus, why now? He had to do something. He might have been reduced to the role of specialist, and an unpopular one at that, but he'd been a leader once, and part of him still remembered that. Limping forward, he reached into the cabin of their crashed vehicle and seized up the radio.
Unit 1, this is 2. What's your situation?
His request was met by static.
Unit 1, respond!
Frost picked up on his urgent tone straight away.
What the fuck's going on?
You tell me.
At that moment, their driver's cell phone started ringing. Frowning at the unfamiliar number, he answered.
Yeah, Watts. What the?
The driver's face froze in shock. You're shitting me. Wasting no time, Dietrich snatched the phone from him.
What? Report!
It's Drake! The anger and shock in her voice plain to hear. He hijacked the vehicle and forced us out. He's got the prisoner.
Tell me this is a joke.
Does it sound like a goddamn joke? He pulled my own gun on me, the woman hit back. Your man's been compromised. Dietrich looked away for a moment. This day was fast turning into a nightmare for all of them.
Where are you right now?
Delaware Avenue.
Which direction did he go?
West.
Okay, sit tight. We'll get someone to pick you up.
Copy that. Shutting down the phone, Dietrich tossed it back to the young man he'd taken it from.
Call this in right now. You've got a hijack situation on your hands. Suspect name is Ryan Drake. Last seen heading west on Delaware Avenue in a stolen Grand Cherokee. Move!
Drake's phone was ringing again. All right, I did what you asked. Now what?
Good work, Drake. Maybe you're more useful than you look,
Monroe remarked.
Where are you right now?
Drake's eyes swept the road signs around them. Delaware Avenue, heading southwest.
Perfect. Turn right on Canal Street. You'll see an underground parking lot about 100 yards further down. Go inside. Call me on this number when you get there.
Closing down the phone, Drake glanced at the woman in the rear seat. She was watching him in silence.
Here.
He threw the handcuff keys into her lap. Unlock yourself.
Jonas, say again?
Franklin ordered, holding one hand against his ear to drown out the din of half a dozen other people all talking over each other. Confused reports were filtering in from the agency's Office of Security that Drake's convoy had been hit en route to Langley, but nobody seemed to know what exactly was going on. The situation wasn't helped by his limited communications with their ground teams. He was still airborne, having taken a later flight back to D.C. so he could finish up his preliminary report. They had just started their descent towards Andrews and were a good 30 minutes from landing.
It's Drake,
Dietrich growled into the phone. Judging by the blare of car horns in the background, he was struggling to hear as well.
He hijacked the vehicle and took the prisoner hostage. He's on the run. I repeat, we don't have his location.
At that moment, Franklin's blood turned to ice. It couldn't be. He'd known Ryan Drake for years. He owed his very life to him, in fact. Never had Drake given him cause to question his loyalty.
You're absolutely certain of this? Both agents in the car confirmed it. He pulled a gun on them and forced them out.
He paused a moment.
And someone backed a dump truck into our car so we couldn't pursue him. This fucking thing was planned.
For a second or two, Franklin said and did nothing. He couldn't believe the nightmare unfolding before his eyes. They had just lost the prisoner they had risked everything to secure, and one of their own men was responsible. But not just any man. Ryan Drake, the man Franklin had personally vouched for, recommended, stuck his neck out for. In some part of his mind, he knew that much of the blame for this debacle would fall on him unless he did something right now. Friend or not, Drake had to answer for his actions. His grip on the phone tightened.
Okay, Jonas, we're scrambling our field teams now. I'll have one of them pick you up.
Me?
We need every operative we can get our hands on right now, and the three of you know Drake as well as anyone. If this is a hostage situation, you might be able to talk him down.
Dan, I don't. No arguments, Franklin snapped. Just get it done. Closing down his phone, he raised his voice to address the other agents on the flight.
All right, everyone, listen up.
Silence descended on the cabin.
For reasons unknown, one of our operatives has hijacked the convoy and taken our prisoner hostage, he began, his face grim as he relayed what he knew so far. Recovering them both is our highest priority. Notify Washington PD and scramble all available tactical teams. I want the prisoner's tracking module locked in. As soon as we nail her location, the assault teams move in. Remember, non-lethal force. I want both of them secured and brought in alive, and I want it done right the fuck now. We've got billions of dollars worth of technology at our disposal, gentlemen. Use it.
Chapter 33. The dimly lit underground car park was quiet as they pulled in, with most of the car owners already at work in the office block above. Drake's headlights illuminated rows of parked Chryslers, Fords, GMs, and BMWs, all gleaming and showroom clean.
Second row in,
Then 5 spaces down, Monroe instructed. Look for a silver Ford Taurus. It wasn't hard to find. Pulling up next to it, Drake killed the engine. Keys are under the driver's seat front wheel arch. Monroe went on. They'll be scrambling their field teams, so I suggest you hurry. Leave your cell phone behind. There's another one in the car. I'll call you soon. Killing the phone, he turned to Anya, still sitting in the back seat. She had unlocked her cuffs but had made no effort to escape or attack him. God knew why. If she'd been looking to make a run for it, she couldn't have had a more perfect opportunity. We're switching cars. Get out when I tell you. She nodded, intelligent enough to know that now was not the time to be asking questions. Throwing open his own door and shoving the Glock down in front of his jeans, he hurried over to the parked Taurus, knelt down and felt beneath the wheel arch while trying to be unobtrusive about it. He couldn't see anyone else around, but that didn't mean he wasn't being watched. He felt his fingers close around something taped to the inside of the arch and pulled it off to reveal a key fob. Telford, do we have a location yet? Franklin demanded, angrily pacing up and down the cabin while their plane passed through some low-altitude turbulence. His back was a mass of knotted muscle, waves of pain coursing through him. Working on it, sir, the technician replied, looking as tense as he felt. Franklin rounded on him. What's taking so goddamn long? I'm trying, but we're getting a lot of interference, sir. From what? The younger man gave him an apologetic look. Heavy concrete structures can muffle the signal. They could be underground. Franklin rubbed the bridge of his nose. Don't give me excuses. Give me a location. Get on it. Wasting no time, Drake opened the back door, turned towards the Grand Cherokee and beckoned to Anya. The woman didn't need to be told twice, quickly crossing the gap and jumping into the back seat. Drake sat down behind the wheel and glanced at the items laid out on the passenger seat beside him. There was a small first aid kit, the kind carried by paramedics, and more ominously, a surgical scalpel sitting atop it. A moment later he heard the chime of a cell phone in the glove compartment and opened it up to find a brand new BlackBerry inside, its screen illuminated by an incoming call. He hit the receive button. What now? They implanted Anya with a tracking device, Monroe informed him. Give her the scalpel and first aid. She'll know what to do. Drake paled at the thought. You're fucking kidding me. Time's running out, Ryan. I'd say you have 3 or 4 minutes before CIA tactical teams seal off the building. You want to wait it out? Shit, Drake said under his breath, grabbing the first aid kit and the scalpel. He twisted around in his seat and held them out to the woman. We need to get that tracker out of you. Far from looking appalled or even apprehensive at what he was suggesting, she merely offered him a grim smile. I expected as much. Moving with the calm deliberation of a surgeon about to go into theater, she unzipped her orange jumpsuit and pulled it off, leaving only her white t-shirt behind. Stretching out her left arm, palm facing upward, she gripped the scalpel and made an inch-long incision on the site of the hypodermic injection. There was an initial moment of taut resistance as her skin tried to stretch with the pressure being applied. Then the razor-sharp blade sliced in. Straight away, blood began to well up. She made no sound as the blade bit into her flesh, but he could see the muscles in her jaw tightening as she went about her grim task. With the incision made, she set the scalpel aside. Next, she opened the first aid kit with her free hand, unrolled a dressing that she was sure to need in a few moments, and selected a pair of surgical pliers. Drake watched in morbid fascination as she pressed the pliers into the cut, pulling apart the skin to expose the muscle and tendons beneath. Breathing through gritted teeth, she moved the pliers a little deeper and changed the angle, then gripped something. She had it. She began to pull back, but lost her grip, forcing her to push the pliers back in again. This time she got a better hold, and, with a faint groan of pain, yanked the tracking module out of her arm. Gripped between her pliers was a bloodied metallic device no bigger than a capsule of aspirin. Her hand was shaking just a little. It took a moment or two for her to calm down and suppress the pain that was doubtless screaming through her brain. Winding down her window, she dropped the tracker outside and set about bandaging the wound. Jesus, don't you hurt? Drake couldn't help asking. She didn't look up, but he saw a blonde eyebrow raised. Unfortunately, I do. I've got her, Telford exclaimed. She's in a parking lot on Canal Street, Central D.C., part of a larger office complex. Must be an underground facility.
Relief surged through him.
Vector in all available tactical units and have local PD standing by to support. Remember, non-lethal force. Yes, sir. Where's Dietrich and his team? En route now, sir. TAC Team Bravo picked them up on the way. Good. Get me aerial coverage of that building. Choppers, satellite recon, whatever. I want eyes in the sky. And contact the building manager and have him close off all entrances and exits. Nobody gets out of that fucking place until our TAC teams get there.
As the younger man went to work, Franklin fished out his cell phone and dialed Drake's number. He wasn't holding out much hope, but there was still a chance he could talk his friend down, convince him to see sense before he got himself killed. There was no response. The phone just rang out, unanswered.
Jesus, Ryan. What the fuck are you doing?
All right, it's gone, Drake said, glancing at Anya in his rearview mirror. She hadn't uttered a word as she quickly bound the wound with the ease born from long experience, applying pressure to slow the bleeding. Good. Now get the fuck out of D.C. and head southwest into Virginia, Monroe replied. There are clothes on the back seat, money in the glove box. I've done what I can. The rest is up to you. Go now. Starting the car up, Drake threw it into gear and drove off, leaving the stolen Grand Cherokee and the tracking module behind. Ascending the ramp to street level, he turned right and gave it some gas, merging with the other busy traffic. Within moments, they were just another anonymous car amongst thousands. Chapter 34. The CIA tactical team arrived on site with the screech of brakes and the smell of burned rubber, black-clad figures in body armor piling out of the two vans that had brought them there at top speed. In under a minute, they had blockaded all entrances and exits, shut down the building's elevators, and posted armed operatives on all stairwells. The parking lot was locked down. Nobody could get in or out. Clad in heavy body armor, armed with assault rifles and submachine guns, and with their faces obscured by balaclavas and combat glasses, they were a fearsome sight. Following in the wake of the armored advance were Dietrich, Frost, and Keegan, also sporting body armor over their civilian clothes.
All units, move up,
Ramirez, the team leader, hissed into his radio.
Go, go! Watch the left flank. Get a man over by that access.
Perimeter secure. Franklin was watching the whole drama unfold via secure satellite link. His attention was focused on the direct feed from Ramirez's helmet-mounted camera as the team rushed past the ranks of parked vehicles, converging on the homing signal being emitted by Anya's tracking unit. Already he could see the distinctive bulky frame of the Grand Cherokee gleaming black and menacing under the electric arc lights.
Walker, cover left. Sorrentino, right,
Ramirez said, his voice tight with anticipation.
You still got good track on the target?
Affirmative, another voice replied over the net. She hasn't moved.
DeFort, on me. Ready?
Roger.
Franklin leaned a little closer to the screen. This was it. Ramirez halted for a moment beside a parked Nissan Skyline, weapon at the ready.
Go, go, go!
In a blur of movement, the teens surged forward. Suddenly there were dark figures everywhere, all yelling at the same time.
Hands up! Freeze!
But there was no sight of either Drake or Anya. All Franklin could see was the parked government vehicle, the back door still hanging open.
Clear!
Clear! I got nothing!
Franklin's forehead knotted with concern.
What's happening? Someone talk to me. There's no sign of them, sir,
Ramirez replied.
They have to be close. Her tracker hasn't moved.
Dan, you better take a look at this.
It was Keegan. Franklin watched as Ramirez strode over. The old sniper was kneeling beside a patch of dark blood on the bare concrete floor.
What you got?
Ramirez demanded. Pulling on a rubber glove, Keegan reached down and fished something up off the ground. Franklin felt his stomach knot as the object swam into focus. It was the tracking module.
Shit!
Chapter 35. The closest highway was the 395, heading southwest. Fighting his way through heavy traffic to reach the on-ramp, Drake at last found an opening and stamped on the accelerator. A few minutes later, they were on the interstate and cruising along at a steady 65 miles per hour, leaving D.C. behind.
He had calmed down a little now they were out of immediate danger, able to think more logically about their situation. As soon as they found the tracker, the agency would expand their search grid. His best hope was to put as much distance as possible between themselves and DC before that happened. After that, he had no idea. Opening the glove box again, he found a paper envelope stuffed with used bills of various denominations, perhaps $400 or $500 worth. In the back seat, Anya had removed her orange coveralls and was busy pulling on a pair of jeans. It was no easy task in such cramped confines, but she worked quickly, lifting her midsection to pull them up over her hips. This done, she shrugged her arms into the leather jacket provided by Monroe. She caught his eye in the mirror. "You knew this was going to happen," he began. "What makes you say that?" "Don't play fucking games with me. You didn't do a thing when I pulled that gun. You didn't even look surprised." "I knew you were going to take the weapon," she admitted. "I saw it in your eyes. But I didn't know why you were doing it." "Why didn't you warn anyone?" She looked at him honestly. "Because I don't trust the agency. I would rather take my chances with you. For now, at least." Running her fingers through her hair, she looked down at her left hand, tensing and relaxing the fingers as if to check that everything still worked. It did. "Are you planning to kill me?" she asked, matter-of-factly, as if it was just a casual inquiry about his plans for the day. No. She didn't look as relieved as she should have. Then again, he suspected that killing her would be no easy task. He still had the Glock he'd taken from Watts, but she had the scalpel on the back seat, a fact he was now uncomfortably aware of. "Who are you working for? Monroe?" "I'm not working for anyone," he bit back. "I was forced to do this." "By Monroe?" "Yes, by fucking Monroe." She had enough sense not to push further. "Where are we heading?" "South." He could say nothing beyond that, because he didn't know. His immediate priority was to put as much distance between them and DC as possible. After that, it was up to Monroe. "We've done a floor-by-floor search of the entire building, no joy," Ramirez reported. He had removed his mask and combat eye protectors to reveal a narrow, middle-aged face with olive skin and dark, faintly menacing eyes. Dietrich rubbed the back of his neck, wincing at the twinge of pain that ran down his spine. Great, as if he didn't have enough physical ailments. "If they came in here, they had to leave somehow. They must have switched vehicles." He glanced up, spotting a wall-mounted security camera, one of several covering the parking lot. "Get in touch with the building superintendent. I want the footage from those security cameras right now." Ramirez nodded. "On it." As the older man hurried off, Frost shook her head. "I can't believe Drake would do something like this." Dietrich gave her a sharp look. "Believe it. We need to find him before the stupid bastard gets himself killed." He sighed and looked down. "Go help Ramirez. They'll need a technician to pull the security footage." Her eyes flared. She didn't take too kindly to being ordered around by a man like Dietrich. Still, she understood the logic behind his order. It was what she would have done anyway. Hesitating a moment, she strode off to join the tactical team leader. "Doesn't make any goddamn sense," Keegan remarked. "If he wanted to take her hostage, he could have hijacked the chopper on the way back from Russia." Dietrich regarded the older man with disdain. A brilliant sniper he might have been, but he knew nothing about covert extractions. "And he would have had our Air Force One after him on one side and the Russians on the other. No, this was the perfect place to lift her, when she was lightly guarded and we were expecting no trouble. The question is, what does he intend to do now?" Drake's thoughts were interrupted by the buzz of his new cell phone. "What now?" "Good. You're still alive," Monroe remarked. "You haven't answered my question. Where do I hand her over?" "Who says I want you to hand her over?" He frowned. "Run that by me again?" Monroe allowed him to languish in silence for a few moments. "Your new best friend was working on something before she was captured, something the agency will go to great lengths to get their hands on. I want you to find out what she was looking for and deliver it to me." "That wasn't our deal," Drake hissed. "You're in no position to make deals," Monroe replied sharply. "It's simple. You do what I say or your sister dies. Is this in any way unclear?" Drake didn't reply, just stared straight ahead, seeing nothing.
I'm waiting, Drake, Monroe prompted.
We're clear. He had to force the words out through clenched teeth.
Good. You have 4 days. I'll be keeping my eye on you, so I suggest you don't do anything stupid. Keep your cool, get the job done, and you'll get your sister back unharmed. Good luck.
With no further instructions, he hung up.
Fuck!
Drake snarled, slamming his fist against the wheel.
What did he say?
Anya asked. He glared at her in the mirror.
You were working on something before the FSB captured you. What was it?
The woman stared at him for several seconds, saying nothing.
Talk to me, for fuck's sake!
Still, she did not reply. He thought about the weapon still shoved down the front of his jeans, but quickly discarded the possibility. Threatening her would be worse than futile. She didn't give a shit about being hurt, and there was no way he could cover her while driving.
Look, he's got my sister, for Christ's sake, he said, deciding his only choice was to be honest. Jessica. She's 33 years old. She has a husband and 2 kids, and he's threatening to execute her if I don't give him what he wants.
He could feel his throat tightening as he spoke.
You're the only one who can stop him. You might not give a shit about yourself, but she's innocent. If you don't help me, she's dead, Anya.
The woman sat in silence, listening to his pleas without emotion. He was losing her, he realized. She was shutting down, putting up the barriers again.
What are their names? She asked.
The question caught him off guard. What?
Your sister's children. What are their names?
Chloe and Julia. Julia is 3 and Chloe turns 5 next month. Anya glanced out of the window as if weighing up the matter in her mind.
I was in Iraq just before the invasion, she finally said. Trying to make contact with a source in the Mukhabarat.
Drake recognized the name well enough. Mukhabarat had been the Iraqi intelligence service under Hussein's regime.
Why? He claimed to have evidence that the Iraqi government had imported stocks of illegal weapons from a foreign supplier. Chemical, biological, even nuclear material. He was willing to hand over the evidence in exchange for money and a new life in the States. I was all set to meet with him on the Iraqi border when the FSB caught me.
It didn't take a genius to understand the FSB's interest in her. Russia had been openly acknowledged as one of Iraq's biggest suppliers of military hardware for decades, up until the first Gulf War at least. After that, their assistance had become more covert, but no less extensive.
You think they were trying to cover their tracks?
She shrugged.
It seems logical.
So why does the agency want it so badly? The woman gave him a withering look.
You don't understand, Drake. Evidence like that would give the agency huge leverage over the Russians.
Blackmail, he breathed. So what the hell does Monroe want with it? If he was merely after extortion, he already had a serious bargaining chip in the form of the Predator.
I don't know. But he would not go to all this trouble for no reason.
No shit, Drake observed darkly. He had a whole lot of questions and few answers. All right, whatever. First thing we need to do is make contact with your source. He's the key.
Anya looked dubious. That won't be easy. He could have gone into hiding after the invasion. He could even be dead.
Drake's grip on the wheel tightened. If her source was dead, then so was his sister. Then we better get to work. Chapter 36.
We searched the entire complex top to bottom. There was no sign of them, Dietrich reported. As you can see, the tracking module was forcibly removed. Drake also dumped the vehicle and his cell phone. We have no way of tracking him.
Franklin rubbed his jaw, surveying the scene with dark eyes. After landing at Andrews, he had made a hasty car journey out to the scene of Drake's last known whereabouts to see the place for himself.
So they switched vehicles before the TAC team got here, he surmised.
Dietrich nodded.
That's our theory. But without knowing the make and model of the car they switched to, it's hard to say.
Franklin glanced up, catching sight of the CCTV cameras covering the parking lot.
What about surveillance footage? Looks like he had that covered too, Frost said.
Reaching into her pocket, she held up a plastic evidence bag.
I found this attached to the main trunk cable.
Franklin leaned in closer, frowning. Inside the bag was a black plastic box about the size of a cigarette pack. One end of the plastic casing had been removed, revealing a tangle of wires and a battery unit. "It's a microwave emitter," she explained, sensing he had no idea what he was looking at. "Powerful enough to disrupt any data feeds nearby. It kicked in a couple of hours ago. Every camera on this level recorded nothing but static." Franklin rolled his eyes. "Why didn't the building manager report it?" "We spoke to him already," she explained. "There are no permanent security staff on duty down here. The cameras are there to record, not to observe. Nobody was watching the feeds, so the problem wouldn't have even been recognized until someone tried to manually access them."
"There's no way Drake could have made this happen by himself. If you break this down, there's only one conclusion," Dietrich went on. "He's working with Monroe."
Franklin looked down at the dried bloodstain. "I can't believe Ryan would do something like this. I've known him for years."
"Maybe so, but that doesn't change the facts," Dietrich pointed out.
The younger man's face was grim when he looked up again.
"I want you to head up the search, Jonas. Find him and bring him in."
Dietrich blinked.
"Don't look so surprised," Franklin said, unimpressed by his feigned disbelief. "You're a Shepherd team. This is what you do. More important, you're Drake's team. Between the three of you, you know him just about as well as anyone. You're our best shot at finding him right now."
Dietrich had managed to assume a look of surprise and even reluctance, but inside he was jubilant. At last he was beginning to perceive the opportunity that lay before him. This was his ticket back, his chance to reclaim what he'd lost. Despite injury and fatigue, he was still doing his job, and doing it well. That sort of thing got noticed. Even better, Drake's betrayal had cast a shadow over his entire career. Every decision he'd made, every operation he'd headed up, every case officer he'd cited to negligence. This was Dietrich's vindication, the proof that he had been wrongly persecuted. If he played this one right, he could find himself back on top again. He could put all his past mistakes behind him, move on with his life. And Drake? Well, he would get what was coming to him. Dietrich would make sure of that.
"All right," he agreed. "We'll find him, Dan."
Franklin nodded.
"Pull whatever resources you need. They're setting up a command center at Langley tasked with this operation. Everything we have is at your disposal, so use it."
With that, he turned on his heel and strode back to the waiting vehicle.
"And for Christ's sake, get some food down you. You look like shit."
"Where are you going?" Dietrich asked as Franklin opened the door.
"Back to Langley. I have to explain to Director Kane that we managed to lose his prisoner."
He swallowed.
"I'm counting on you, Jonas. Don't let me down."
"Asshole," Frost remarked as Franklin's car roared up the ramp to street level. "All he wants is to save his own ass." For once, Dietrich was inclined to agree with her.
"I don't care about his ass."
He turned his attention to Frost.
"We have to find the car they switched to."
"How?" she asked, exasperated. "I told you, all the cameras in here were out of action. It's a waste of fucking time." His headache was still pounding.
"There have to be other cameras in nearby buildings,"
he said, swallowing down a sudden feeling of nausea.
"Traffic cams, lobby security, whatever. Find one that was pointed at the exit ramp at the time of Drake's escape. Trawl through the footage and see what vehicles went up it."
Frost looked dubious. "That's a long shot."
"It's all we have for now. Just get it done."
But she didn't move. She just stood there looking at him.
"Do we have a problem?"
he demanded irritably. He felt as if he was about to throw up. "I think we do," she confirmed. "You might have Franklin fooled with all that reluctant hero crap, but not me. You're loving this. You're just itching for a chance to put Drake down, aren't you?"
"I don't have time for this,"
he said, moving to push past her. She caught his arm as he went, her eyes burning into his. "Then make time, Dietrich, because I won't stand by while you hang Ryan out to dry." He shrugged out of her grasp and glared at her.
"Do your fucking job, Frost, or I'll find someone who will."
Frost, almost a foot shorter than he, stood unmoved by his threat. Her chin jutted stubbornly, her eyes blazing. "The hell you will." "It'll look bad if you lose control so easily," his rational mind told him. "Don't ruin everything now. Get her to cooperate." With every ounce of self-control he possessed, he forced calm into his voice.
"Look, you might not like me."
"I don't," she assured him.
"But Franklin put me in charge of this operation, and that's the way it is," he said firmly. "Now, you can either fight me or you can work with me. But Drake stands a better chance if you take the second option. If you really want to help him, then help me find him.
For several seconds she did nothing. She just stood there watching him, as if looking for some sign that he was lying. If you try to fuck him over, I'll kill you myself. Turning on her heel, she walked away. Reaching into his pocket for a cigarette, Dietrich watched her go. It wasn't exactly a winning reconciliation, but he sensed that was the best he was likely to get from the hot-tempered young woman. He didn't care. In truth, he didn't give a shit if she liked him or not, just as long as she did her job. When he was a team leader once more, he'd make sure he never had to work with her again. Chapter 37. Drake sighed and rubbed his eyes. He'd been pushing the car hard all afternoon, wanting to gain as much of a head start on the inevitable manhunt as possible. According to the odometer, they had covered well over 250 miles and were now deep into Virginia. But they couldn't keep this pace up forever. A glance at the fuel gauge told him they needed to stop soon. According to the road signs, they were approaching a small town called Jarrett. Spotting a gas station on the outskirts, he decided to go for it. The woman perked up as their speed dropped. "We need fuel," he explained. Pulling into the forecourt, he stopped beside the nearest pump and stepped out, making sure to take the keys with him. He didn't think Anya intended to run, but he was taking no chances. He also had the Glock shoved down the front of his jeans in case the shit really hit the fan. The terrain around the gas station was mostly dense woods and occasional tracts of farmland. He had no idea what they grew here, but there were small fields all over the place, outbuildings and other utility structures scattered around. It was a quiet place, a backwater seldom used except by locals. There was always the problem of CCTV surveillance. Almost every gas station in North America had cameras in case of robberies, but there wasn't much he could do about that. In any case, their pursuers didn't know what kind of car they were driving, or even what direction they were heading, so there would be no way to narrow the search. Short of trawling through footage from every gas station within 300 miles of DC, their chances of finding their targets that way were negligible. All things considered, he couldn't think of a better place to stop. The main building was a 7-Eleven. There were no other cars parked at the pumps, and there seemed to be only 2 attendants on duty, both in their teens. One was manning the cash register, and the other was restocking a shelf with bags of Doritos. Neither looked very enthusiastic, which suited him just fine. They were less likely to remember him. There was a click as the back door opened and Anya stepped out. "Better stay in the car for now," he warned. "No," was her dismissive reply. She seemed entranced with the mere notion of being outside, and he understood why. She hadn't felt the sun on her skin in 4 years. He reached for the petrol pump. "Fine, just don't cause any trouble." She said nothing as she walked to the edge of the forecourt, closed her eyes, and tilted her head back, raising her face to the sun. It was a warm day, and humid with it. Moisture seemed to linger in the air all around them. Some might have found it uncomfortable, but for her, it was absolute heaven. Sunlight, warmth, a faint breeze sighing past her. The mere idea of experiencing such things again would have seemed ridiculous a few days ago. But here she was. Even if her life still hung in the balance, even if she was being hunted by Cain and God knows who else, in that moment, she was free. "Hey!" Drake called out. The spell was broken. Opening her eyes, she turned to look at him. He had finished pumping the gas and was screwing the fuel cap in place. "We won't be stopping for a while. Do you need to use the bathroom?" She shook her head. "Suit yourself. I have to pay for the fuel. Stay with the car." He ignored her hostile look and strode into the convenience store. Straight away, he was in an air-conditioned world of car magazines, soft drinks of all shapes and sizes, potato chips, cakes, chocolate, engine oils, alloy wheel cleaning kits, and countless other items that he had no time to take in. Making for the counter, he paused to grab a couple of bars of chocolate, some crisps, pre-packed sandwiches, 2 bottles of Mountain Dew, and 2 mineral waters. He didn't know what Anya's food and drink preferences were, nor did he care. She didn't strike him as a fussy eater. Dumping his load of provisions on the counter, Drake fished in his pocket for some more money as the cashier scanned his items. "Having a good day, sir?" he asked, going through the motions. "Yeah, good, thanks," Drake replied in his usual North London twang. He couldn't imitate an American accent to save his life. When the kid's eyes showed interest, he pasted on a fake grin. "We're on vacation for a couple of weeks, heading down to New Orleans." Drake couldn't tell if that explanation satisfied the cashier's curiosity or if he just didn't care. Either way, he went back to what he was doing, scanning and bagging each item with no sense of urgency. Outside, Anya turned as a Ford pickup pulled into the gas station, music blaring. It was a new model that she didn't recognize, big and square and intimidating, red bodywork gleaming in the afternoon sun. There were two men up front, one wearing a loose checked shirt, the other in a black tank top. The one in the tank top was in his 20s, young and strong, while the checked shirt man was older, mid-40s. Both were working men, broad-shouldered and well-built, used to heavy manual labor. The driver had his eye on her the moment they entered the station, and she saw him say something to his companion in the passenger seat. She couldn't tell what, but their grins gave her some idea. She turned her back on them, staring out across the grassy expanse beyond the forecourt to a belt of trees beyond. She had no wish to speak to such men. Where was Drake? There was a click and a thump as a door opened, and she heard the scrape of work boots on the concrete. Another metallic click as a fuel pump was unhitched, then a low rhythmic hum as the gas started to flow. Another thump as the second door opened. Both men were out of the truck now. Glancing down, she could see their reflection on the window of the Ford Taurus.
"I don't see how we're going to finish on time. You know we got to get that floor laid down by Friday, then get all the wiring done, then get the air conditioning guy in,"
the one in the checked shirt remarked, his voice strangely high-pitched for such a big man. The one in the tank top sighed. This was a debate that had been going on for a while now, by the sounds of things.
"Not our problem. We can't do a goddamn thing till the joists get delivered. They want to write us for missing deadlines, they can just go ahead and bitch to the lumber company."
"Yeah, like that'll happen."
The passenger elbowed his companion and nodded in her direction.
"Hey, darling,"
the young man in the tank top said.
"How you doing?"
She didn't reply. Her mind was racing, trying to think of a way to back out of this situation. She didn't want to draw attention to herself, didn't want these men to remember her, but she couldn't think of a way to get rid of them.
"Hey, I'm talking to you, Blondie,"
he called out, a little more insistent this time. He was trying to be genial and friendly, but she caught an edge of impatience in his voice. She had to speak to him. If she ignored him, he would lose face in front of his friend, and that would piss him off. She wasn't concerned for her own safety, but she didn't want to get into a fight. Not now. She turned around to look at them both, doing a rapid threat assessment as she always did. The one in the tank top was the taller of the two, probably 6'3" and about 210 pounds. His arms were heavy with thick, corded muscle, his shoulders broad and square, the kind of build that came from more than just hauling timber around a construction site. Maybe he'd been a football player in high school. The other man was a few inches shorter, more fleshy and with a visible beer gut that came from hard work and hard living. She guessed his weight at perhaps 230 pounds. The one in the tank top smiled at her. She was playing his game now.
"We just want to be friendly, see? What's a beautiful woman like you doing all alone out here?"
He was unusually confident for one so young. Still, with his strapping build and ruggedly handsome face, he was no doubt used to approaching women and having his advances reciprocated.
"I'm waiting for my husband," she lied. "He's paying for the gas."
His brows rose straight away at the sound of her voice. She had learned English a long time ago and spoke it with confidence, but a trace of her former accent remained unless she made a great effort to hide it.
"Not from round here, are you?"
he asked.
"Where you from? Russia?"
She didn't like the way this conversation was going, and she didn't know how to turn it around. Where the hell was Drake? What was taking him so long? The man in the tank top had finished pumping his gas. Replacing the pump in its cradle, he rounded the pickup to approach her. He was still smiling, but the look in his eyes had changed a little. She had seen that look in men's eyes before. She had seen it in Bastard plenty of times at Catagan. It wasn't as strong or malicious in this man, but it was there, all the same. "I don't want any trouble," she said. It took a great deal of self-control not to assume a defensive posture which she knew would further antagonize him.
"Trouble? You don't have to worry about no trouble from me."
He laughed. He was enjoying this, toying with her, making her feel threatened.
"What kind of trouble you think I'm gonna cause?"
She glanced away, hoping a show of submission and disinterest would help him get the message. Come on. You had your fun. Just walk away.
"What? You too good to talk to me or something?"
He asked.
"What's your problem?"
This was going too far. She had given him every opportunity, but even she was starting to lose patience now. Turning her baleful glare on him, she spoke in a low, cold voice. "Listen to me, because I won't say this again. I don't want to speak to you or your friend. I just want to be left alone. Walk away. Please." Even he seemed momentarily daunted by the look in her eyes and the cold menace in her voice, and she saw him fight the urge to take a step back. With that, she turned her back on him and walked towards the parked Ford Taurus, reaching for the door handle. All the while, she was watching his reflection in the window. It took less than a second to see that her warning hadn't had the desired effect. Now that her back was turned, and he was freed from her vengeful glare, anger and indignation had taken over. She was a woman, and she had made him feel fear.
"You fucking whore!"
he growled, jabbing an accusing finger at her. Just for a moment, she felt a fleeting sense of disappointment that she had failed to defuse the situation. Then something snapped. Turning, she grabbed his outstretched hand, bent it backwards and twisted it at the wrist, feeling the taut resistance as tendons and ligaments stretched. In a heartbeat, she had him in a supinating wristlock. He was no threat to her now. He never had been. His first reaction was a grunt of surprise, followed by a cry of pain as she applied more pressure to the overtaxed joint. Instinctively, his body went with the rotating motion, trying to find relief, but she knew it was a futile move. She could keep twisting the wrist as far as she wanted. "What did you call me?" she asked through clenched teeth, pushing harder. "Please, say it again. Say it!"
"Jimmy! Ah! Get this bitch off me!"
he screamed, dropping to his knees.
"Get her off!"
Realizing at last what was happening, his companion rounded the pickup, reaching into his back pocket. Anya followed his every move. Now she had a second opponent to deal with. She couldn't waste any more time on the first man, but that was fine. She knew exactly how to remove him from the fight. With a sudden, violent motion, she twisted his hand as hard as she could. As strong as the bones of the human forearm are, they are poorly designed to cope with radio-ulnar rotation. There was a moment of resistance, then a faint pop as his radius and ulnar bones fractured just behind the wrist. His scream of pain was cut short by a sharp knee delivered to the bridge of his nose, shattering it. He went down, blood spraying from both nostrils. He was out of the fight. Drake was just handing over his money when he heard shouts coming from the forecourt. Straight away he turned towards the source of the commotion and felt his blood run cold. Turning her attention to the second man, she strode forward to meet him just as he brought something out of his back pocket. A knife. Not a dagger, but a tool. A box cutter. Normally she disliked taking on opponents armed with knives, but she felt less apprehension in this case. He could slash with it and perhaps cause damage if the blade met her face, but otherwise it was a poor weapon. And it didn't take long to decide that its owner presented little threat. She ducked one wild slash, then twisted aside as he came at her again. She felt the blade brush her upper arm, but the leather jacket seemed to absorb it. He was slow and clumsy, not used to fighting with any kind of technical skill. Still, she wasn't going to wait for him to take another swipe. Balling up her fist, she drilled him in the face with a hard cross, stunning him, then delivered a second blow to his fleshy stomach that doubled him over. A hard kick to the groin stamped out whatever fight remained in him. Yet for some reason, she found herself unable to stop. A sudden surge of anger and fury rose up within her like a tide, so sudden and powerful she couldn't contain it. The sound of their footsteps on the tiled floor receded. She heard the rasp as Bastard unzipped his trousers. She was helpless, unable to protect herself. unable to resist as he grabbed her shoulder and rolled her over onto her stomach. She could barely feel the chill of the tiles on her naked skin, but she did feel the first gut-wrenching penetration as he thrust inside her. This man had tried to kill her. He would have cut her throat, slashed the blade across her eyes, plunged it into her chest. Drawing back her fist again, she slammed it into his face, feeling the cartilage of his nose give way beneath the force of the blow. The box cutter fell from his hand, and she caught it on the way down. Gripping him by his shirt, she shoved him backwards against the chassis of the Ford pickup. The vehicle shuddered under the impact. He was limp meat in her hold, dazed and frightened. Blood dripped from his nose and burst lip. His eyes met hers, and she saw wild, primal fear in them. It sent a shiver of excitement through her. Weakness will not be in my heart. Fear will not be in my creed. She raised the box cutter to slash the exposed throat, but as she did so, a pair of strong hands seized her by the shoulders and threw her backwards. She whirled around to face the new threat, gripping the weapon tight, preparing to lash out with it. No one could stand against her. I will show no mercy. I will never hesitate. Then she froze. The man standing before her wasn't an enemy.
Stop it, right now,
Drake said, bristling with anger. The weapon fell from her grip, and the uncontrollable rage vanished in an instant. For several seconds she just stood there, breathing hard, almost perplexed by what had happened. Beside her, the man in the shirt had slumped to the ground beside the truck, clutching his nose and moaning softly under his breath.
Get in the car,
Drake ordered, his voice cold. The anger had dissipated. He was all business now.
I said get in the car, now.
She could think of nothing to say. Exhaling slowly, she turned, opened the passenger door of the Ford Taurus and calmly sat down. Drake was in the driver's seat a few seconds later. Throwing the car into gear, he stamped on the accelerator and floored it out of the garage, leaving the two injured men in their wake. Chapter 38. Franklin was not in a good mood as he strode past Kane's private secretary and onward to his inner sanctum. She made no move to stop him. Kane had made it clear that Franklin was not to be delayed or questioned. The director's expansive office made his own feel like a cardboard cubicle. Everything in it was expensive and meticulously crafted, from the leather sofas to the antique mahogany coffee table, the 18th century bookcase crammed with leather-bound volumes, and the huge, ornate writing desk. Behind it sat Kane himself, busily working away on his computer. He glanced up and stopped working as Franklin approached, though one look at his face made it plain he had little time for idle talk. Kane might have projected an aura of genial good manners when it suited him, but at times like this, the cold, ruthless machine beneath became all too apparent. Heads were going to roll for this, and Franklin had a horrible feeling that his would be one of them.
What's the situation, Dan?
He asked without preamble. Franklin grimaced inwardly, bracing himself for the shitstorm that was about to erupt.
Not good. Drake switched cars without any of the security cameras picking it up. He removed the prisoner's tracking device and escaped before the tactical teams got there. Now they're on the run.
So it would seem, Kane remarked with barely concealed scorn.
Explain to me how this happened. You vouched for this man, you recommended him. I've known him personally for years, Franklin countered. He's never once given me reason to doubt his loyalty.
Kane sighed and leaned forward, resting his hands on the desk.
Well, you better start making sense of this real quick, son, because this is a situation that needs to be unfucked right now.
He glanced at his watch.
Drake gave your boys the slip 2 hours and 47 minutes ago. That's 2 hours and 47 minutes during which our search area has been growing exponentially larger. What are we doing to find him? We've put out an APB on all law enforcement agencies and border patrol units. Airports and customs units are all on alert.
Kane waved his hand dismissively.
Drake knows the system. If he's half as smart as he should be, he'll know how to avoid all that. And if he doesn't, and you will, he added, inspire me, son. Give me some reason to justify your paycheck.
Franklin could feel a trickle of sweat run down his back.
We've brought in Drake's own Shepherd team. They're the best in the world at what they do, and more importantly, they know him.
They know how he thinks, how he reacts. They can preempt him. Drake got this far because he caught us off guard. We won't make that mistake again."
Kane held his gaze a moment longer before releasing him and leaning back in his chair.
"That's not bad,"
he conceded.
"Let's just hope they have something to report back on soon. I've got every confidence in them."
Kane's eyes flashed.
"Good for you. Let me know the moment you find anything."
He didn't say anything further, just went back to work. Franklin had been dismissed. Taking his cue, he turned and hurried out, already reaching for his cell phone.
"God damn it, Ryan,"
he hissed as he dialed Dietrich's number. Anya stared listlessly out the window as they hurtled along the interstate highway, trees and fields and small towns skimming past. She hadn't said a word since they left the gas station, and neither had Drake. He was just sitting there, staring straight ahead, clutching the wheel in a white-knuckle grip. His simmering anger was obvious even to someone who couldn't read body language, but to her, he might as well have been screaming and pounding his fist against the dashboard. She was more than a little unnerved by her own actions earlier. Using force to defend herself was one thing, but she had gone far beyond that. If Drake hadn't been there, she knew she would have killed both men, and not regretted it for a second. With Bastard, it had been different. He had deserved death many times over, and she had been more than happy to give it to him. But those two men at the gas station weren't out to kill or torment her. They were just idiots filled with pride and bravado, and she had almost killed them both. She felt the need to speak, to say something, to offer an explanation, but she didn't know the right words. She wasn't used to explaining herself or apologizing for her actions.
"Drake,
Shut the fuck up," he snarled. "I don't want to fucking hear it, Anya. There's nothing you can say to me. Nothing."
For a few seconds she just stared at him, completely taken aback by his outburst. She hadn't seen him truly angry before, and wasn't sure how to deal with it. It wasn't that he frightened or intimidated her, but for some reason, it made her feel guilty.
"You are right to be angry."
"Of course I'm right," he raged, twisting around to glare at her. "You've compromised us. You'll draw their search grid right here. Don't you get it? Christ, you've done nothing but fuck up my life from the moment I met you. I wish I'd never even heard of you. I wish you were still in that fucking prison where you belong."
Her heart sank, and she felt a sudden pang of hurt and sadness at his words, a reaction made more unsettling because it was so unexpected.
I'm sorry,"
she said, groping for the words. Drake didn't respond. There was no angry rebuke from him, no storm of insults or expressions of hatred. He was silent and brooding, his eyes on the road ahead. His silence encouraged her to go on.
"I'm sorry you are caught up in this, Drake. You don't deserve it, and neither does your sister. And I'm sorry for what happened back there. I lost my temper. It was unprofessional, and it won't happen again."
She watched him intently, studying every movement of his face, the set of his shoulders, the strength of his grip on the wheel, the look in his eyes. For a few moments she genuinely didn't know how her apology had been received. His expression didn't change, and she wondered if he just didn't care anymore. That made her feel even worse.
"Talk's cheap, Anya. I don't make a promise unless I intend to keep it."
Then at last he turned to look at her.
"I've got your word on that?"
he asked, staring at her just as intensely as she'd been watching him.
"You do?"
He said nothing, as if torn about how to respond.
"This isn't going to work if we can't rely on each other."
"I agree."
"I don't trust you," he said.
She sighed and looked out the window at the green countryside sliding past.
"I don't blame you. But if you are worried about me running away, don't be. Monroe will find me no matter where I go, so I have little choice but to see this through."
Drake stared at her a moment longer before turning his attention back to the road.
"If you try to fuck me over, I'll shoot you myself."
It took a lot of effort to hide the smile that threatened. He forgave her. Despite his threat, she could see that some of the tension had left his shoulders. The look in his vivid green eyes had softened just a little.
You can try.
It was the closest she had come to playful banter in a very long time. He gave her a sidelong glance before his gaze flicked to her left arm. You're hurt. Frowning, she looked down to see a straight gash cut in the leather sleeve of her jacket. She hadn't even noticed. Pulling it off, she examined her arm. The box cutter had sliced through the leather and nicked the skin, leaving a long, straight cut across her upper arm. The pain barely registered, in the same way that shaving cuts often go unheeded, but it was a sobering reminder of how close she had come to more serious injury. The blade could have sliced right through muscle, tendons, or nerves, putting her arm out of action for good, and it wasn't as if they could just drive to the nearest hospital. Saying nothing, she reached for the first aid kit on the back seat. 10 years ago, that blade would never have come near her. She'd become slow, sloppy, careless. Her time in prison had dulled her reflexes, eroded her skills. Or maybe it's more than that, she thought to herself. Maybe you're just getting old. That was more frightening than any injury. So, you are human after all, Drake observed. It was just as well his eyes were on the road, and he missed the look she gave him. Chapter 39. Clutching the edge of the sink, Dietrich grimaced as his stomach constricted in another painful heave, its contents flying into the bowl. There was nothing he could do but ride it out and wait for it to be over. When at last the sickness subsided, he was breathing hard, a thin line of mucus hanging from the corner of his mouth. He turned on the tap and did his best to clean himself up, splashing cold water on his face several times. When he looked up at his reflection, he almost balked at the sight that confronted him. 4 years ago, he had been a ruggedly handsome man, tall and muscular, with a piercing gaze and strong features. Now he looked like a walking corpse, his complexion pallid, his cheeks sunken, his eyes dulled. Jesus Christ, what have you done to yourself? He couldn't even remember when he'd first started shooting up, only that it had been a long time ago. When he worked in West Germany 20 years earlier, drugs had been ubiquitous. Everyone was high on something, and being young and reckless and invincible, it hadn't taken him long to jump on that particular bandwagon. Heroin, cocaine, LSD, he'd done it all. Only when he'd moved to America in the mid-90s and joined the agency had he learned to curb his habit. It had been a new decade and a new employer, one who didn't take kindly to their operatives showing up on the downside of a weekend-long cocaine binge. For a time, he'd learned to live on the straight and narrow, but life had a way of throwing him curveballs, and after a failed marriage followed by a messy divorce, he found himself using again. Heroin this time. The feeling of euphoria and invincibility the drug imparted reminded him of his carefree youth. It provided an occasional escape, an outlet for a million frustrations and regrets. But far from an escape, his growing drug habit soon became a prison in its own right. Now he needed it just to get through the day. The withdrawal was kicking in hard, and it was going to get worse before it got better. But he had to keep going. His career, and perhaps his life, depended on it. If they found out his secret now, at such a critical time, it was over forever. "Come on, you bastard," he whispered in his native German. "Pull yourself together." He could beat this. He had to. He was limping back out to the parking lot when he heard his name called out and glanced up to see Frost striding towards him with a laptop clutched under her arm. Snatching up his cup of coffee, he downed the tepid contents. "If you don't have good news, I don't want to hear it." "You'll want to hear this. I think we've got them." Opening the laptop, she set it down on the hood of a nearby police car. The unit had been sitting on standby and booted up immediately. Selecting a video file, she hit play. Straight away, a black and white image of the parking lot's entrance ramp appeared. It was a wide-angle shot, taken from a building further down the road. This was taken at 10:04 this morning, approximately 5 minutes after Drake hijacked the vehicle. Dietrich watched as a black Grand Cherokee turned off the main road and tore down the ramp into the darkened recess of the building. "So, we have him making entry," he agreed,
What next?
Frost selected another video. Skip forward 4 minutes and 20 seconds and we have... And just like that, a silver saloon emerged from the parking lot. Hesitating a moment at the junction while the driver waited for a gap in the traffic, the vehicle turned right and took off down the street. It was traveling away from the camera, which was unfortunate, but it was a lead, the first they'd had since the hunt began.
Looks like a Ford Taurus to me.
Correct, a 2003 model as best as I can tell. It's the only vehicle that entered or exited the parking lot during our time frame, Frost explained. The tactical teams arrived less than a minute later. It's got to be them. I hate to say it, but your hunch just might have paid off. Dietrich felt the first stirrings of excitement since this whole thing began. Still, he wasn't about to break open the champagne. A 4-hour-old CCTV image was a small step, not a giant leap.
Can we get the license plate?
She shook her head. Not from here. I sent the raw data files back to the image processing lab at Langley to see what they can do with them. He nodded, struggling to order the thoughts racing through his mind. Everything felt like an immense effort in his current condition.
Notify all agencies of the vehicle make and model, and see if you can cross-reference with any traffic cams in the area. Maybe we can get a better shot.
It was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, but if anyone could do it, the woman in front of him was likely their best chance. Already on it. She turned to leave, then thought better of it. By the way, you all right? You look like you're about to keel over. He made a dismissive gesture.
Painkillers. They don't agree with me.
She hesitated as if poised to say something else. There was a dubious look in her eye that he didn't like one bit.
Will there be anything else, Frost?
No. Nothing. As she strode off, he glanced over at the tactical team leader.
Ramirez, pack everything up. We're pulling out.
They had done what they could here. Forensics could finish up with the vehicle, but right now, he wanted to be back at Langley. Pulling into the motel forecourt, Drake killed the engine and switched the lights off. They had pushed on south for most of the afternoon, crossing the state line into North Carolina. Again, they were spurred onward by the threat of police pursuit and wanted to put as much distance between themselves and that gas station as possible. The logical thing to do after leaving the gas station would have been to change direction, which was exactly why he had maintained the same heading. He hoped his pursuers weren't smart enough to predict this move, or stupid enough to assume he would just carry on his way as if nothing had happened. He was grateful that Anya hadn't killed either man. As it was, the incident might be treated as nothing more than aggravated assault, with limited police follow-up. He didn't imagine the men involved would be eager to advertise the fact that they had been hammered by a woman half their size. Either way, they had encountered no further incidents throughout the day. In fact, nothing much of anything had happened. They needed a place to hold up and plan their next move, so here they were, parked outside a cheap motel on the outskirts of some backwater town called Shannon. It was a bland, single-story affair that looked as if it had seen better days, judging by the flaking paint and cracked windows. Still, the neon sign above the entrance advertised vacancies, and that was good enough for him. Stay in the car. I'll check us in. Better if I do the talking, she countered. Your accent will draw attention. He looked at her as if she were mad. And yours won't? She spoke impeccable English, but a trace of her native accent remained. She would stick out like a sore thumb, especially in this neck of the woods. She managed a faint smile. Trust me. Sighing, he pulled his door open. It was a hot, damp, uncomfortable night, the humidity oppressive. Straight away, he could feel it clinging to his skin. The chirp of crickets in the long grass on the other side of the parking lot mingled with the distant drone of traffic on the main highway. Anya went first, walking with sure, easy strides towards the glass doors leading inside. With little choice but to trust her, he followed her lead. The check-in desk was manned by an overweight woman in her 50s, wearing a floral patterned dress and a look of casual disinterest. A TV sat to one side, tuned to a local news channel. The air conditioners were cranked up to maximum, making the place feel like a refrigerator compared to the stifling heat outside. She looked up as Anya approached the desk, pasting on what she probably thought was a professional smile. Good evening. How are you all doing? Keegan would have been right at home here, Drake reflected.
We're just fine, thank you,
Anya replied, speaking in an accent that perfectly mirrored the woman's own. It was all Drake could do to stop his mouth hanging open.
You got a room we can stay in for the night?
Sure thing. Just one night?
It took a couple of minutes to sort them out with a room key, a process made even quicker when Anya paid in cash. This was the kind of place that didn't ask too many questions, and Anya was a perfect customer, polite, relaxed, cooperative, and charming. A $50 security deposit? No problem. Check out at 10 a.m.? Sure thing. What brings us here? I grew up in Atlanta, just heading down there to visit with family for a few days. Thought I'd show my boyfriend some of the scenery along the way. The woman gave Drake an indulgent smile as she handed over the room key, by now completely at ease with Anya.
You two enjoy your stay, she said. Any problems, dial hash on your room phone.
Sure thing, Anya replied, then stopped just as she was turning away.
By the way, y'all got a place we can eat around here? There's a steakhouse a couple of 100 yards down the road,
the woman said, pointing.
The food's pretty good.
Anya flashed a dazzling smile.
Much obliged. You have yourself a good night.
Drake waited until they were outside and well beyond the woman's line of sight before voicing his thoughts.
What the fuck?
What do you mean? She said, feigning ignorance. Where did you learn to speak like that? She shrugged. Movies, mostly, and just listening to people. She had lapsed back into her normal accent as if removing a pair of uncomfortable shoes. It's not so hard once you get a feel for the rhythms and speech patterns, but I'm glad she didn't want to talk for long. Like a lot of motels, the rooms were laid out in a long block facing straight out onto the parking lot, with a wooden roof extending outward for protection against bad weather. Their room was at the far end of the block, which suited them fine. Then halfway across the parking lot, Anya stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Drake asked, scanning the shadows. Wait, she replied, slowly turning her face up to the sky. Be quiet. A few moments passed, and nothing happened. Then, suddenly, something landed on his shoulder. He was about to speak when he felt a wet splash on his cheek, and another on his forehead. Turning aside, he ducked under the covered walkway as the heavens opened in a sudden deluge, massive droplets hammering on the roof and bouncing off the tarmac. Anya didn't move. She just stood there in the middle of the parking lot with her eyes closed and her face turned upward, letting the rain soak her. Was she smiling? Anya, come inside, you bloody fool, he called, his voice almost drowned out by the rain's onslaught. It was another 30 seconds or so before she opened her eyes and walked over to join him, soaked to the skin, her long hair hanging in wet, limp strands around her face. What was the point in that? Drake asked as he unlocked their door. You're soaking. Again he saw that faint, wistful smile. Do you know how many nights I dreamed of feeling rain on my skin? That gave him pause for thought. You should move to England then, he suggested, trying to lighten the mood. You could live the dream every day. Their room was a cramped, Spartan affair, a double bed opposite the door, a closet set into the wall to the right, a bathroom with shower to the left, and a small chest of drawers next to the door with a TV on top. The carpet was pale green and threadbare, the mattress thin, the chest of drawers battered, scored and ringed with coffee stains. Still, it was a roof over their heads. Drake had slept in worse. Grabbing a towel from the rail in the bathroom, he threw one to the woman. Here, dry yourself off. Without waiting for a reply, he began hunting for a remote for the TV. Unable to find it, he concluded that it was a get-up-and-do-it-yourself job, and pressed the power button. It took a good 5 seconds for the old unit to warm up, displaying a slightly grainy picture. He flicked through the channels until he found a local news broadcast, wondering if there might be anything about them. The fight at the gas station certainly wouldn't make the news, but Kane could have leaked a story about them, dangerous killers on the loose or something similar. But it seemed no such thing had happened. The focus of tonight's broadcast was some kind of protest against cuts in government subsidies for local farmers. That was the kind of news he could live without, he thought, turning the volume down. So, what now, Drake? Anya asked, perching on the edge of the bed. The old mattress springs creaked under her weight. Now you're going to tell me all about Monroe, what happened between you two, and everything about your source in Iraq. He ran his hands through his hair. Then I'll decide what the hell I'm going to do next. What we are going to do, she corrected him. I'm not baggage to be dragged around. We work together or we don't work at all. Drake couldn't help but smile. All right, what we're going to do. Better, she agreed. But first, we eat. For a moment, he actually thought she was joking. Out of everything we have to deal with, that's the most important thing you can think of. Survival is our first priority. Anyway, I work better on a full stomach. She looked at him. So, we are going to go to the restaurant she told us about. You are going to buy me dinner, and then we will talk. Drake looked at her in dismay. Would you like to catch a movie too? Anya said nothing, but the look in her eyes made it obvious she wasn't going to take no for an answer. Fine, we'll eat. He glanced at her sodden clothes. But I'm not taking you anywhere looking like that. You're a mess. She picked at the wet hem of her shirt. I don't care how I look. But other people do. They'll notice you. They'll remember you. And that's not what we want, is it? He felt as though he was dealing with a petulant child. So, stay here, dry off. I'll bring dinner back and then we'll talk. Deal? She eyed him as if he were a car salesman trying to pitch a bad deal. Fine, she conceded. Chapter 40. The temporary command center set up by Franklin was, in reality, just a general-purpose conference room, one of many scattered throughout the agency's vast headquarters building. Still, it had everything they needed to run an investigation like this: phones, fax machines, computers with high-speed network links, and pots of coffee on standby. There was also a group of 6 technicians and signal analysts, whose job it was to collate the vast influx of field reports, briefings, situation updates and false sightings, and condense it down into a format that Dietrich and the others could get their heads around. From this room, they could marshal an awful lot of technology and human resources. The trouble was, Dietrich had no idea where to direct it. Tell me something, Keegan. If you were Ryan, what would you be doing right now? He asked, forcing down a mouthful of cheese sandwich. He didn't feel hungry in the slightest, but he knew he had to eat something. At least the nausea had abated for now. The older man thought about it for a moment. Praying, he decided. He'd have to know the kind of resources we can throw at this one. Dietrich sighed wearily. He's been one step ahead of us so far. He must have a plan. Hell if I know, Keegan said, then took a slow, thoughtful sip of his coffee. Can't say I'd want to be in his shoes, traveling with that woman day and night. Dietrich was inclined to agree. He remembered the look in her eyes when they had faced off against each other in that dingy stairwell in Kattegan. She would have killed him in a heartbeat if she'd had the chance. In his opinion, she was completely unhinged, either because of her ordeal in prison or as a culmination of years of fighting and killing. He couldn't imagine why anyone would be willing to risk their life for her. Sir, I think we've got something, one of the technicians called out. He was a gangly young man with dark hair, who Dietrich vaguely remembered as Sinclair. Both men were by his terminal within moments. Talk to me, Dietrich ordered without preamble. Sinclair gestured to the laptop in front of him. We just got a report in from Virginia State Police. Sorry it took so long, but we've had a lot of incoming sit-reps to deal with. Dietrich waved his arm impatiently. I don't care about the details, just tell me what you found. We've got an aggravated assault report at a gas station near a town called Jarrett. The suspects were a female with blonde hair and a male matching Drake's description. Both of them left in a silver Ford Taurus. Dietrich's eyes opened wider. He couldn't believe it. Were they really that lucky? Where are the 2 victims? Southern Virginia Medical Center, a few miles south of Jarrett. We need to be there right now, Dietrich decided, often moving within moments and doing his best to hide his limp. Keegan, get your gear. We're heading to Emporia. And tell Franklin what we're doing. Wait, shouldn't you be the one to tell him? Keegan protested. Yeah, but I don't want to talk to him, he called over his shoulder. Struggling to balance his load of shopping bags and takeaway cartons, Drake booted his motel room door twice, waited a couple of seconds, then followed it with a single knock. A few moments later, he heard a click as the lock disengaged, then the door swung back. Anya had showered in his absence. She smelled of soap and shampoo, and was wearing only a towel wrapped around her chest. Her hair was still damp and slicked back. Faint wisps of steam billowed from the bathroom. "You were gone a long time?" she remarked, moving aside. Drake gave her an irritable look. "Your new best friend can't judge distances for shit. Must be a woman thing." The steakhouse, which was apparently a couple of 100 yards away, turned out to be more than a mile distant, situated right in the center of town. It was obviously a favorite stopover for truckers and laborers, because everywhere he looked he'd seen guys the size of polar bears, tucking into plates piled high with meat, gravy, and mashed potatoes. Still, one advantage of the location had been the 24-hour convenience store opposite. While waiting for his order, he'd wandered over and stocked up on everything he could think of: toothpaste and brushes, deodorant, hair combs, a disposable razor, bottled water, chocolate and bagels for breakfast, and a couple of bottles of beer for tonight. He'd also brought a jar of multivitamins, a pair of sunglasses, and high-factor sunscreen for Anya. He'd noticed her screwing up her eyes when the sun was out. No wonder. She hadn't seen it in years. He threw the carrier bag full of supplies on the bed, then laid down the takeaway food boxes more carefully. "I didn't know what you wanted, so I kind of ordered a bit of everything." "It doesn't matter. Food is food." She walked back into the bathroom to retrieve her clothes, unwound her towel, and casually dropped it on the tiled floor at her feet. Drake stopped, unable to keep from staring. He had met plenty of people in life who kept themselves in good physical shape, either for professional reasons or for sheer vanity. But there were a few people, a very few, who he could only describe as looking right. People who weren't struggling against their weight or trying to shape their body into something it wasn't. People who looked the way they did, because that was exactly what they were meant to be. Anya was such a person, lithe and strong and finely made. The contours and lines of her body were molded and sculpted in elegant harmony, all combined together in a form that embodied both strength and uncompromising beauty. She was tall for a woman, perhaps 5'9", but there was no hint of the gangly awkwardness that often came with such height. She stood confident and unself-conscious, shoulders back, chin up. Her physique was lean and muscular, partly because of the deprivation she had endured during her imprisonment. But more than that, she remained physically fit, with taut, sinewy muscle visible beneath her skin as she moved. Her stomach was flat and hard, her arms and shoulders sculpted by years of physical activity. Her body possessed the compact, efficient musculature of a gymnast or a dancer, combining both strength and agility. He had seen for himself the bursts of sudden, explosive speed she was capable of, and their devastating effects. But for all her deadly strength, she remained unquestionably female. His eyes were drawn inexorably to the soft curve of her breasts, the nipples pink and erect in the cooling air. Her long and shapely legs gave way to firm, rounded buttocks, swelling a little at the hips before dipping into a narrow waist. Then something else caught his eye. A faint patchwork of scars crisscrossed the otherwise unmarred skin of her back. It was like a spider's web, countless strands all going in different directions. They were old scars, long since healed and faded, yet they had obviously been inflicted with great pain. In fact, they looked almost like whiplashes. She turned to look at him, and he glanced away uncomfortably, angry at himself for gawking at her. What was he, a 15-year-old trying to peer into the girls' locker room? "You can look at me, Drake," she said, amused by his reaction. "I won't have you arrested." By the time he turned back, she had pulled on her jeans again and was buttoning up her shirt. "Do I make you uncomfortable?" she asked, curious. "Are you trying to?" Her eyes flashed. "You didn't answer my question." "And you didn't answer mine." He held out the takeaway box. "Here, your feast awaits." Dinner consisted of sirloin steak, barbecue ribs, fries, corn cobs, salad, and more pots of coleslaw, mayonnaise, garlic butter, and ketchup than he could keep track of. Just one of them looked as if it could feed a whole platoon. Drake was full before he even got halfway through his, though Anya showed no signs of slowing down. He couldn't blame her. Mind if I ask you something? Of course. Those scars on your back. Did you get them in Katagan? For a moment she stiffened, and her eyes darkened as an old memory resurfaced. No, she said, distracted. They are from a long time ago. What happened? When I was in Afghanistan the first time. She glanced away and he saw the muscles in her throat moving up and down as she swallowed. She shook her head, banishing the memory. It doesn't matter now. It's in the past. She wasn't going to say anything more. Deciding not to press the issue in case she clammed up altogether, he fished out one of the bottles of Corona and held it out to her. I don't drink, she said. When he popped the lid and downed a mouthful, she added, You shouldn't either. Duly noted. She eyed him critically. I could smell drink on you in the holding cell in Alaska. Your hands were trembling. Do you often drink like that? He shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. Depends how bad my day's been. Today I think I've earned one. She leaned forward a little. In my experience, men drink to forget things. Failures, regrets, mistakes. Tell me, what are you trying to forget, Drake? He laid his half-finished box aside, no longer hungry. I'm not here to swap life stories. Right now I want to know about your source in the Iraqi government. Who was he? Again he saw that faint, enigmatic smile. She had scored a point, exposed a chink in his armor. That was enough for now. He would not tell me his name. He eyed her dubiously. All right. What division did he work in? I don't know. He was starting to feel uneasy. So what do you know about him? You don't understand, Drake, she said. Men like him don't just give you their name and address. I made contact with him through a broker, and after that we communicated through anonymous email accounts. Who was the broker? An Israeli Mossad agent named Russo. I'd worked with him before, and he had contacts all throughout the Iraqi government. She shook her head. But I will not approach him again. He has close ties with the agency. He may even be the reason I was captured 4 years ago. It was hard to fault her logic there. Frowning, he turned the situation over in his mind. Any chance your source is still checking his emails? A blonde eyebrow rose a little. There is only one way to find out. Reaching into his pocket, Drake handed her Munro's cell phone. It was the latest generation BlackBerry with full internet and email access. She eyed the device curiously, then looked up at him as if expecting an explanation. It took a moment or two for Drake to understand her confusion. The world of technology had moved on since her imprisonment. You can access your email account from here, he explained, taking it back and enabling the internet connection. She said nothing, though she didn't look happy. He suspected she wasn't pleased at having her ignorance exposed. It took 20 seconds or so to bring up Hotmail. Using the tiny keyboard with some difficulty, Anya searched for her old email account. It didn't take long to discover that it had long since been deleted due to inactivity. With no other choice, she set up a new account under the name Jane Lynch and composed her first message in 4 years. Greetings from an old friend. It has been a long time since we last spoke, but I am prepared to honor our previous agreement if you will meet with me. Please respond as soon as possible. A brief missive complete, she addressed it to typhoon157@dnsnet.com, prayed she had memorized the address correctly, and clicked send. And just like that, it was done. She had played her last hand. She tossed the phone back to Drake. There is nothing more we can do. Now we must wait.